It's the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the second round of the 2026 season. We are live from Sebring for the Sebring 12 hours. Hello everybody, welcome to part 2 of the broadcast. Let's send it back then to our radio commentary team.
In race control, and they work with the teams. It's been ever thus since I first came to this circuit in 1999, seeing a completely different attitude to officiating. Johnny Knotts, who's the man in charge of the pit lane and has been for some years, took over from a guy called Dick Martin, and Dick's still around. I'm sure he'll probably be tuned in somewhere. And I always remember when we started the European Le Mans series, Dick walking up to a member of a team who was about to bring a car in to be refueled, and one of the team didn't have his visor down, and Dick walked up to him and slapped down the visor as the car came in. They did the pit stop, and then afterwards the crew chief said, "Are we going to get a penalty for that?" He said, "No, the visor wasn't down when you refueled." And he went, "Yeah, but that's only because you did it." He said, "I'm not here to give out penalties, I'm here to make sure you're safe. But you won't do it again, will you?" And I thought that was a tremendous attitude. And that is the sort of attitude that happens here in IMSA and has continued down through the years. If the IMSA officials can help and stop people making mistakes, they will. And Inter Europol there, I'm sure, went through the right channels, and fair play for them for do that.
Just following up on the Heart of Racing Aston Martin, which we had wondered.
Just 1 second, Peter. As we've just gone over the half distance, it's time for our Pilotti race recap. 170 laps completed. The leader is Felipe Nasr by 2.6 seconds to his teammate Kevin Estre. 5 cautions for 23 laps, just over an hour of that. As far as official retirements go, we only have 4 cars out of the race. We had one that didn't start. That was the number 79 Orica, with Jerry Kraut dealing with a personal issue, and we wish him and the family all the best. Russell Ward's number 57 Mercedes is out as well after heavy impact with the 62 Risi Competizione. Nothing Russell could do about that. Similarly, Alessandro Paguidi's car, the number 62, is out. Also showing as a retirement, the number 70 Ferrari 296 GT3 Evo of Inception. And those are the 4 that I think are out of the race so far. We have had a couple of cars come back. Sorry, Peter, just wanted to do the Pilotti
quite right too. First of all, following up on that Aston Martin Heart of Racing car, the pit stop time was actually not too bad. It was actually that they're off sequence, so they've obviously had to come in to do something that didn't take long to repair, but it's just put them a little off sequence. They've been out on track since their last pit stop for 50 minutes. The rest are sort of between 35 and 38 minutes. Also, heck of a fight back from the number 34 Conquest Ferrari crew. Albert Costa at the wheel, of course, got a drive-through penalty for punting Matt Bell's 13 Autosport Corvette off the road at Christensen Corner, and actually has nearly caught him. He's only 2 seconds behind Matt Bell, so what a response from Conquest and from Albert Costa, and they're on the same strategy too, so they're back in the game. Good work from Conquest.
As we've just gone across the half-distance mark, the VP in-race update looks like this. Chevy Corvette leading in GTD. Charlie Eastwood in the DXTT machine has about 5 seconds on Maurice Shearing in the Manthey first form, the light blue and black car. In third position is James Rowe in the Mercedes number 80 for Lone Star. Autosport Team 13, Matthew Bell back behind the wheel of the black and gold number 13 car, and he's got Albert Costa about 2 seconds behind. Actually, just realised Matthew's right up the tailpipes of James Rowe's Mercedes. Then Albert Costa in the 34 Ferrari, Simon Mann in the EF Corsa USA Ferrari another 3.2 back in 6th. In GTD Pro, Nick Tandy leads by nearly 15 seconds over Thomas Preining. 2 Porsches, EO versus Manthey in the Grello car. The Lexus is in 3rd position. Jack Hawksworth back behind the wheel of the number 14. He's another 6 seconds further back. Connor De Filippi is driving the number 1 BMW from Paul Miller Racing. He's another 3.5 further back. Marvin Kirchhofer for Corvette number 3 is in 5th. His teammate is 5 seconds further behind. Nicky Katzberg in 6th. All Oregas, of course, in LMP2. Dan Cameron for AO, and Spike leads it by 16.5 seconds from Paul di Resta in the dark blue. Number 22 of United Autosports USA. Alex Quinn in the 04. How about CrowdStrike by APR? Still up in the top 3 despite that lurid slide that we saw earlier on through turn 1. David Ennemar Hansen in 4th position for TDS. He's another 7.5 seconds further back. In 5th position, Manuel Espirito Santo. 8 seconds of 4th position in the Pratt & Miller number 73. Jacob Abel for ERA is the next car in line, and he makes up the top 6 in LMP2. And at the top of the shop, 172 laps completed, 2.4 seconds the gap between Felipe Nasser and Kevin Estra. 7 from 6 Porsche Penske 963s. Frederick Vesti, number 31, Whelen Cadillac, flying the USA flag in 3rd. He's another 2 seconds back from, sorry, he's another 4 seconds back from Estra. Nick Yellerly is the 2 second gap from Vesti back to Nick Yellerly, and that's the first of 2 Acuras in 4th and 5th, as Tom Blomqvist is only half a second away from his teammate, and he's got Philippe Albuquerque breathing down his neck, another half a second further back in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, and the top 6 are separated by just 10.2 seconds. 5 hours 54 minutes to go. Porsche 1st and 2nd. That's your VP in race updates.
VP Racing, the official fuel, coolant and additives of IMSA.
The number 40 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac.
You are frowning. You are frowning, Mr. Mackay. What do you not like?
Well, they were right up the front early on in the race. They're a minute off the lead at the moment, and they're not in any particularly peculiar strategy in terms of fuel anyway, because everyone in GTP has been out for a similar amount of time, the only exception being the 2 Works Porsches at the front of the field, who went a lot longer than everyone else. But Colton Herta at the wheel of that car right now, he's a minute off the lead, whereas the sister car of Philippe Albuquerque is only 11 seconds off the lead. So I'm not entirely sure. They could well be up to something with the tyres. They might well be really paying it forward and trying to use as much old rubber as possible, and they're almost gambling on there being multiple full course yellows in the last 2 hours and making sure they've got fresh boots every single time. The only caveat to that, though, is that how often have we seen the pace ratchet up even later on in a stint as the fuel load comes down? So let's see. But I would say that is a little bit of cause for concern at this stage, given how long have we been since the last full course caution?
An hour and 40 minutes.
Yeah, to go 100 seconds down in 100 minutes, that's like 2 seconds a lap.
Yeah.
Roughly. That's very rough mathematics, but you get the idea. They're half a minute behind the next car in 9th place, which is the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Might require a bit of investigation, that one.
Does it really matter, though, so long as you stay on the lead lap?
If they keep at this rate, they will go off the lead lap. If we have the same length, the green flag running again, they will drop off the lead lap.
Yeah.
So we have another hour and 40 minutes of green flag at current burn rate. They will drop off lead lap. So is there a different explanation? This is the number 40, and the reason why I say that is because it's totally different from its sister car, the number 10, driven by Philippe Albuquerque right now. It's only 12 seconds off the lead. Yeah. Now, I would not be surprised at all if they're both running different strategies. Again, if you've got 2 cars, place 2 bets, but yeah, they are very different bets.
Don't put the same numbers on twice in the Powerball.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. So perhaps that's one for Ryan Marine to maybe run down. I mean, I don't know how open to the discussion the team will be, but it's not like them.
I hear what you're saying. I really do, but when they get, I think it's when they're in traffic, they seem to lose more in traffic. Colton Herner in clear air did a 50.8 last time around. He's got a bit of traffic this time. It's a 51.2. 50.8 was what the leader did last time around.
True. So it's gone wrong at other points then.
Possibly, but again, you know, let's keep an eye on that. It's 1 minute and 1 second at the moment at lap 174. Let's see how that goes. I mean, it's when you've got the top 10 within 32 seconds, and then there's another 30 seconds, basically, top 9 rather, and then there's another 30 seconds to the car in 10th. I accept that looks a bit odd, but he's still only half a lap down. That closes up immediately.
Yeah,
I don't think you worry too much right now, unless the car has got an inherent issue.
Maybe, but
I think their best lap, by the way, is only a 50.1. So when they lap at 51s, 51 flats, they're only lapping a second off their best lap of the race. Whereas when the Porsches are lapping at 51s, they are a second and a bit. They did 52.7 last time for Felipe Nasser against the best time of 49.9.
I think it must, well, it could be that they are really paying it forward with the tyres, and they're doing more stints on one set of tyres than the rest are, and they're building up an advantage for later on the race. And if they're at the risk of dropping off the lead lap, they will then throw new tyres at it to make sure that doesn't happen.
Turn the wing up a bit, yeah.
Yes, exactly. So because clearly the Cadillac as a package has pace, whether it's in the hands of Whelen Engineering or the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, and of course the number 40 car that we're talking about for Wayne Taylor, has had time at the front of this race in the last 6 hours.
Because of people joining us all the time, and we're into the second half of the race, I've not seen any halfway there chicken on a chair, sparrow on a bear, whatever, memes yet at IMSA Radio. Get working on them, people. Give us the tyre allocation again for the race. And I know it's different for the different categories.
So in GTP, for the whole event, for the whole race week, you get 16 sets.
Yeah, but you have to burn some of those before you get to qualifying, don't you?
Only 11 of those sets can go into qualifying in the race. So for the qualifying in the race, you got 11 sets. That's it.
Right. So you can't change them at every stop.
Nowhere near.
Nowhere near. No. Right.
So you've got to keep and we are surely still in the bit where you've got to keep multiple stinting tyres, and maybe they are putting more stints on the tyres compared to their rivals. In LMP2, you get 18 for the event, but only 12 sets for the qualifying and the race, so they're pretty tight as well.
Because they're into the pits more times because they've got a smaller fuel tank.
They are, yes, they get one more set than the GTPs do, and lighter car and less power.
Yeah.
And then in GTD, it's a bit different for them. They get 15 sets of tyres for the event, and use them when you want. So
a lot of GTD teams literally only used one set through the first 2 free practice sessions.
Yeah, and rightly so, because you want to keep them for the race.
Right.
No point burning them
so
up in
that's
practice.
for both GTD classes?
Correct, yeah.
Right. So effectively at the front of the field, 11 sets from when they rolled out on Friday for qualifying.
Yep.
For that 15-minute qualifying
That's
session.
all.
Yeah. Very interesting. Very interesting, Dean. Alexander Orkin, I hope you were taking notes there.
It's as if they're actually no. I'm looking at the wrong line on the screen. Kaelin Frederick has just come into the pits. The reason why it caught my attention is because Kaelin Frederick, for the last little while, he has had the best time of the race in the middle sector, the key middle sector, where that middle sector, the winners in GTP, LMP2 and GTD Pro last year were all quickest through that middle sector. So if you're quick through there, well, the lap time's always going to come. So Kaelin Frederick into the pits, brilliant stuff.
Let's go down to Ryan Marine in the pit lane.
Just caught the tail end of that stop. Coincidentally, it looks like it was a tire change. 4 tires there for JDC Miller. The purpose of my trip down to this end of the pit lane, though, was to try and get you an answer on the Wayne Taylor situation. All I could find out is that the two cars have been slightly offset on strategy from the beginning. One of the cars did a triple, the other did a double in the first 2 and 3 stints. So they're kind of offset. I suspect it has something to do with their tire strategy as well. That's going to be a little bit different. But I do have an update on their Lamborghini, and unfortunately it's bad news. Right around the halfway mark, that car went behind the wall. Trent Hinman drove it back. Not entirely sure what the issue is, but that's a big setback for their Huracan.
Now, before you turn your mic off there, Ryan, we have a most important mission for you. It has come to my attention. It's come to my attention as Paul Di Resta comes in from second in LMP2 in the 22 United USA car, that down at Aston Martin Harter Racing Valkyrie, the 23 pit, there is a dedicated tea-making station with a member of staff there and charts on the correct tea to milk ratio.
Yeah.
What I need to know is how that's being made and how hot is the water and whether the milk is going in before the tea or afterwards, and whether that changes depending on the type of tea that's being used. So are they using full boiling water or just off the boil, and how that tea is being made. I do not want to see tea bags being left in there and milk poured on the top. So we need to know.
Serendipitously, I was right by the Heart of Racing to begin with, and I actually found the man in charge of the tea. Sir, introduce yourself.
I'm Barry.
All right, and John up at the booth wants to know all the details about how you're preparing your tea.
Well, you have to have boiling water. Has to be absolutely boiling. You leave the tea bag in for probably a minute to 2 minutes, and then you add the sugar, and then you add the milk last. Can't add the milk before.
All right, John, does that satisfy your curiosity?
Well, I would say let the water boil and then just let it off the boil, but that's okay. It's got to be super hot. That I absolutely agree with Barry there. I'd say if you're putting milk in, the tradition used to be to put the milk in first, because the days before pasteurised milk, the boiling water would sterilise the milk, but okay, I'm all right with that. What I want to know from Barry is, does that, the car's coming in actually, so you stay there for the pit stop, does that apply to, I don't take milk with my tea, but that's fine, or sugar, so I'm dead easy. But do they have different types of milk? Do they have an Earl Grey, a Lady Grey,
sure,
English breakfast? Yeah.
What are your selections of tea?
Well, the crew all go for Yorkshire tea. Personally, I have PG tips, but you know I can drink Yorkshire.
All right. And I will say, I can see the Valkyrie pit stop. We got a driver change underway, but unfortunately it's slightly obscured, so I can't say a whole lot more than that. Any further tea-related queries from you?
No, I think Barry needs to get the kettle on as the driver's coming through.
I'm very thirsty with all this. So, yes, could you bring, Ryan, because actually we're going to swap over soon, could you bring me a cup of Heart of Racing tea?
Heart of Racing tea.
With maybe a bit of honey in it, please.
A bit of honey?
It's a Mobil 1 for the voice.
Okay.
I will make such a request, yes.
Thank you.
Earl Grey with nothing in it for me. Thank you very much indeed. Hopefully Barry's got the kettle on, as that pit stop was very, very quick. Alex Ribeiro staying in the car. That may be one of the greatest technical segments that we've ever done here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV.
What's the bigger technological marvel, the tea-making station or the 6.5-litre V12 in the Valkyrie?
Well, I can tell you,
up for debate.
Both are important. Both are essential for the performance of the car.
Well, you wouldn't want to drink the fluids of the V12.
You never want to see or hear the fluids of the V12. What I would say is, and I've said this for years, through Peter Cates, who is a Nürburgring specialist, who will be back at the Nürburgring again for the millionth year in the 24 hours this year. Through Peter, we got introduced to Tregothnan tea, which is tea grown in the UK down in the southwest, and through the nights of the Nürburgring, and you know this to be true, Peter Mackay, never underestimate the restorative powers of a good cup of tea. Everybody talks about coffee and all that, yes, and we have sacred coffee. That keeps us going as well. But there's times when only a good cup of tea will do.
Very true. Yeah, that's been my routine in the morning in our catering in the morning, is having a coffee just to give you a bit of a wake up, and then I'd make a tea with lots of honey in it. Again, Mobil one for the voice for sure. I've just a message come in from a Yorkshireman, a man who knows a thing or two about a cup of tea. Paul Smith, hello Paul. He said Yorkshire tea for the win. I agree. I'm a big fan of the Yorkshire tea.
Well, Mark, who's Literal Zero Radio, said Yorkshire tea is the only correct answer. Heart of Racing, a spot on. Well done.
I love how he's called Barry as well.
Barry.
I mean, that is great. Barry the tea man.
Absolutely fantastic. Is there a tea colour chart, says Alexander Orton? That's fantastic.
True. Yeah, most offices have one of those, don't they?
Yeah.
Pit stop for Ford Racing in the GTD Pro.
And we've also got a car moving, I think, a little bit slower than it should. I'll get back to that in a moment, because I think the Lexus number 12 is moving slowly with Aaron Taylor. Certainly it's not up to pace. The 64 Ford Mustang with Dennis Olsen has come in the pits. But let's go to Ryan for an interview, and a real character will be joining us on the air now.
Yeah, bumped into Ren Taylor, so I figured we'd have a quick walk and talk here as he makes his way back to the box. You've got your two cars in GTP, but I'd first like to ask about the GTD car, the Huracan. I understand you had an issue right around halfway. The car went back behind the wall.
Yeah, it seems like I lost front oil ring seal. And I think I'm not 100% sure. I think we'll probably have withdrawing from the race. So yeah, very disappointing, honestly. We had such good races in the Lamborghini Super Trofeo series, and then to have this happen in GT is really disappointing. But you know, based on where all the cars were, we weren't even in a competitive situation based on being at this race.
Yes, we understand. How about on the GTP side? A couple of bullets in the chamber there. One car is kind of cycling towards the front, the other one languishing a little. How are your two GTP entries?
We're happy. We've run one or two times alternate sequences of when we're going to fuel, when we're not going to fuel, when we're going to use double stint on used tires, whether we're going to put new tires per heat. So it's still early, and we've got to get through this heat. And I think, we're competitive. I think all the Cadillacs, all three have led at some point, but it's going to be hard to beat the Porsches.
The car that's that's kind of towards the back strategically, about a minute off at the moment. You know, when will we start to see that start to come to the front, when the strategy starts to flip back its way?
I think with about 3 or 2 hours to go. Once it's cooled down, and we'll get a feeling where everybody else is, and then we'll make a decision as to we go on one strategy or two strategies. That's
all right. It is. Well, we'll find out what you really have when the sun goes down. Thank you, Wayne.
Well, that was our Porsche key to the race. Do your best work in the dark. Pit stops coming in. Sheldon von der Linde in and out in the BMW M Hybrid V8. Now, that was an all-green pit stop cycle, so an all-green stint there. And where's he gone? Sheldon von der Linde is the number 24. That was 28 laps, and so that was... What happened to time on that then? 1932. An hour spot on to the minute for the number 24 BMW. The Porsches have been going longer. Where they
did on the last stint, but that's a good run from the BMW. Good fuel mileage from them. They're actually a lap ahead of the cars behind them in terms of what fuel they used in that stint. So the BMW may be the snake in the grass, as both of the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines come in with about 58 minutes on the stint, so they're actually not quite as... they're the same as the BMW, but one better than the rest of the field this time by.
By the way, you will notice in that team-making segment, there was no mention of any microwave warming of anything, as correctly. So good. 6 and 7, actually 7 and 6 coming into the pit lane in that order. Felipe Nasr and Kevin Estre.
Scrub, I think. on the front right at least for that car. That's no sticker on the front left.
It was brand new on the front left. You could see the markings on it as well.
The front right looked a little bit scrubbed, maybe roded possibly.
Can't see that.
The vision pattern on that, the Michelin vision pattern.
It looked like the Michelin vision pattern when he put it on. The one that it came off actually looked in.
But you can still. I took a picture actually earlier in the week. You can still scrub and keep a bit of the vision pattern. It's absolutely no performance difference at all if the pattern is there or not. But it does give a little bit of an idea. I took a picture earlier on. You can still see a bit of the vision pattern on a scrub.
I tell you one thing, it was 2 great pit stops. That's interesting. It was 2 great stops, Peter, and they come out 7 from 6. They were half a second between each other in the pit lane as they crossed the line, and they're no more than a second apart as they go out of the pits and just warm up the tyres. Felipe Nasser and Kevin Estre stayed in those 2 cars.
Now, number 43 Inter Europol LMP2 car, which won last year in category, did have a bit of a calamity in the pits a little while ago where they missed the pit box and had to push back and were encouraged for their hard work of getting the car back. Unfortunately, they've just been handed a penalty, a drive-through penalty for improperly attired crew over the wall. So not the correct equipment required for safety. And that's a drive-through penalty. And the closer we get towards the end of the race, these are more punishing and harder to recover from. And indeed, the longer we stay green for, that also applies.
Dominic Stevenson says, what's the best way to make a hot chocolate? Go to Switzerland and have someone do it for you, is what I would say. Yeah, very good. Very good indeed. That's going to come back and haunt us. Isn't it? Just waiting. Aaron, our producer up in Concord, he started this, and I'm blaming it all on him. He's just put a message on our chat saying, "This is the television that I signed up to make." Fantastic stuff.
I mean, when you're on it, they always say around 4 o'clock in the afternoon in a hot day, a cup of tea is the most refreshing thing at that time, and it's 4:35 local time here in Sebring, so yeah, it's tea time.
Yeah. Very good.
Sheldon van der Linde in the number 24 BMW getting pursued now in 3rd position with Jack Aitken in 4th, not far at all behind him. But van der Linde just getting a little bit of rub through the traffic there and able to pull a couple of car lengths away from the pole sitter. Back on board that number 31 Whelen Engineering Cadillac. But, problem now, the 34 Conquest Ferrari going slow. It's just pulled out the pits. Okay, just getting some tyre temperature in. Don't panic.
Right. Just checking those Porsche Penske pit stops. I reckon there might have been. Let's refresh. I've refreshed once. I want to refresh again. If there were only 26 laps, then the advantage that they had previously, Peter, was that they used less fuel in the full course caution laps, because on a green flag stint they'd been exactly the same as the BMW.
Good point. Good
point.
Which
is a bit bizarre.
However, while it wouldn't be the first time they found something on a full course yellow fuel map, there were
2 laps fewer. 2 laps fewer than the BMW on a full green flag stint.
Now,
if the information I'm looking at is correct.
But last pit time for the Porsche Penske Motorsport number 7, 1 minute 15.1, 1:16.2 for the sister car. The BMW 1:10.9, the BMW short filled.
Right. Yeah.
All of this information available to you as well, folks. Go on to IMSA Live Timing. Just search IMSA Live Timing, and the Alcamel page that we have here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre will pop up. Also, you can make it essential for your viewing IMSA Telemetry. Just search IMSA Telemetry, and it tells you all of the usable energy remaining for all the GTP and indeed the GTD and GTD Pros.
I actually don't think that information that I've got is correct. I think I'm a couple of laps short on all of those.
You've underfueled it as well.
have had a bit of a freeze issue.
5.5 hours to go then in the 74th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring.
GTD Pro 3rd and 4th coming into the pit lane. Jack Hawksworth in the number 14 Lexus. Connor De Filippi in the BMW number 1, and Marvin Kerschoffer in the Corvette. I hear wheel guns. Oh, that sounds like Lexus wheel guns to me, Ryan.
Spot on, John. Jack Hawksworth is out. I believe it was Ben Barnicoat who got in the pole-sitting car that had been shuffled back to 3rd here in the last couple of hours, but still running very strong. Sister car is back out on track, by the way, after the gearbox issues earlier on in the race. Really good pit stop here. Took a tear off of the windscreen. Set of fresh Michelins on. The energy going in. Ah, that rumble is fantastic. 14 car.
Oh, turn my mic on if I want to talk. I think I'd have learned that by now. Confirmation from race control of what Wayne that Wayne Taylor told Ryan, that Lamborghini Huracan has officially now retired. The Temerario's still running.
Well, do you know what the best thing, I was thinking that the best thing about the Lamborghini Temerario's debut is we haven't talked about it much, which means it's just turning laps. Exactly what needs to happen. May well have just no, we'll probably return to the lead lap actually, because we're due a pit stop for the 2 leading Porsches of AO Racing and Manthey, which the Manthey Porsche of Thomas Preining has gone an hour and 3 minutes on a tank, so he's been doing a bit of fuel saving. And Nicky Katzberg in the Corvette is just gone over an hour too, so let's keep that in mind for later on.
I think there's been quite a lot of fuel saving in this middle part of the race. We're a couple of hours away from the next tranche of points for Michelin Endurance Cup. We didn't actually find those, so that we haven't given those out. Set that as a challenge for Peter Mackay to see if he can find the 4-hour points.
Oh, you ask and you shall receive.
Okay, you know where to look. I went and looked at it straight away. He's flicking through.
There we go. So
fastest finger first. So at 4 hours.
At 4 hours, the GTP points, the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport crew got the maximum 5. Their sister car, the number 6, got 4 points. The number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, 3 points, and then everyone else from there and down 2 points. In LMP2, it was Tower Motorsport who got the maximum score. Good stuff from them. Then it was AO Racing, and then it was the number 20. Which one is the one? Get mixed up. Number 22, United Autosport.
Yeah.
They get 3 points, and then everyone else from there gets down from there is 2. In the GTD Pro category, it's the number 1 BMW that gets maximum points, 5 for them, 4 for AO Racing, 3 for the number 4 Corvette, and 2 for everyone else. And then finally in GTD, Antonio Fuoco and the number 21 AF Corsa crew, the last year's winner of that championship, maximum points for them, 5 points. Then the 120 Wright Porsche, 4 points. I tell you what, the number 16 Mars Riley Ford, they get 3. And then from everybody else down, it's 2 points. That's the first load of Michelin Endurance Cup. Another lot will be paid out with 4 hours to go.
Thank you, Peter. Peter Mackay there with the Michelin Endurance Cup points. Battle going on for 3rd and 4th position. Sheldon von der Linde is being hunted down and feeling the pressure now maybe from Jack Aiken, the 24 BMW, the remaining BMW. Well, I say that, but of course the team car has made its way back out and has been turning laps for some time. The Marco Wittmann driven car now, 171 laps to the leaders, 186. That's an incredible effort by WRT, the team from Belgium. And with their satellite operation over here in the US, absolutely incredible.
Debut podium at Daytona. First race running the program on the podium of one of the biggest endurance races in the world. Even by WRT standards, that was quite an impressive feat.
Yeah, I agree.
Now, in GTP, the timing screen is just starting to light up. There's light blue across our Alcamel timing screen, which means there's personal best times going in, so tyre performance is there. Track temperature is just starting to cool a touch. 108 degrees Fahrenheit, it's still hot, but we hit the peak at 113 Fahrenheit, so at least we're heading back in the right direction in terms of lap time and performance. And maybe now the pain has been endured for the GTP teams. Maybe now have they got enough fresh tyres to go to the end of the race, or is there still a little bit more to serve in terms of multiple stints on tyres?
Quick mention for Michael Wynn and his friends for doing Carolina's crummiest Le Mans rally and listening to us at the same time. Hope that gets you some extra points. Let's go down to the pit lane, more pit stops. Manuel Espiritu Santo in and out in the Orica for Pratt Miller. And Nick Tandy's been down the pit lane as well. And that is where Ryan is at the moment.
Yeah, that's Nick Tandy leaving. He stays aboard Roxy. It was sticker tires all around, and mechanics on both sides took a close look at the brakes on the both of the front wheels, I guess you would say, the front corners of the car, and gave it the okay. But that was interesting that they were taking a close look at that. Clean stop for the car that pitted from the lead in GTD Pro.
Where's he going to join back in then? Ricardo Feller will have gone through in the Grello Porsche to assume the lead there.
I'd be surprised, because Tandy had over 15 seconds of advantage over the Manthey Porsche. So Manthey have switched from Preining to Ricardo Feller.
Did they pit first?
Yes, so they did. Their stint times were the same there, about an hour and 2 hour and 3 minutes. But Tandy pitting a lap later. So right now, Tandy just heading down into turn 7, whereas the Grello the Manthey car is coming out of turn 5.
The other AO car in the race is coming at the pit lane. That is the leader in LMP2. Good day for AO so far, Ryan.
It has been. They were leading both of these classes when this pit window opened. Interesting that it happens within a lap of one another. Thankfully, they got the Porsche serviced and out of the way, because it pits in front of the LMP2 car, and you wouldn't want to obstruct the exit for the P2 car if you could help it. There was a driver change. Dane Cameron got out. I think that was Johnny Egner who got in, but I'm not entirely sure. And right now, they're just waiting on the fuel. It's been a solid day. The car started a little further back than maybe it should have, given the pace that PJ showed all throughout the weekend, but they've been able to race their way to the front and more or less keep it there over the last handful of hours.
Just loving the noise coming from our pit lane reporters' mics as they leave. We'll confirm who got into Spike the Dragon when they go out through the pit lane. It was indeed Johnny Enke. Good eyes for Ryan.
Question for you, John.
Yes.
Or indeed anyone who wants to get in touch with us on IMSA Radio. Have AO Racing had Spike and Rexy or Roxy win on the same day before?
Well, they've been on the podium for sure.
Kelly Bruley would know. I'll send her a message.
K-Brew
will tell us.
Yeah. Might be a bit early to be talking about that, Peter. 5 hours.
That might not be appreciated.
She might not want to tell you right now. In all honesty. Still plenty of racing to come here. 5.5 hours just under. Hello to Holden Hayskosh. Snow has melted. Cars on track at Sebring. IMSA radio blasting in the house. Can't wait for the golden hour. Ryan Walker enjoying the race coverage while editing a podcast at IMSA Radio. If you want to get in touch with us, Holden, where are you in the world with the snows having melted then? Springtime somewhere.
I'm hoping that by the time I get home to Scotland, the weather's going to be more like springtime than winter.
Spring.
It was winter when I left. So
we had 2 days of summer before we left. Summer, not even spring. 18 Celsius it was. 18 and 19. Sunday, Monday.
Confirmation already in from Kelly Brulé from AO Racing. So the Rexy and or Roxy and Spike, there are 2 cars that run simultaneously, but of course in different classes, have never won in the same race, but they have shared the podium once at Canadian Tire Motorsport Park. One for Spike, one for Rexy.
Yeah,
so
I remember that.
Now, so there we go. Let's keep that in mind. But a long way to go yet. But right now, of course, up the sharp end of the field.
Yeah, I don't believe it. I know you don't, but everybody else does.
No, I don't think
then
everybody
then you're just going to get the blame for it.
No.
I was asked on the local radio networks this morning, right, give us your predictions. I went, I can't do that.
Oh, Arjuna asked us last night.
I absolutely not. I can't do that. I've got to go and eat with people, and if I predict one person and they do win, then I've upset everybody else. If I predict somebody and they have a nightmare race, then I'm going to get the blame for it. I'm afraid it's a lose-lose situation, that.
I predicted the winner at Petit, probably the first time ever.
Right.
Predicted the GTD Pro pole sitter at Daytona. Duncan and I were watching and but that's about it.
Oh, big lump of tyre debris getting thrown up in the air down the Alex Ullman straight, coming into the final corner. The number 1 BMW, 4th at the moment for Neil Verhagen. What a programme that junior team has been when you think of Max Hesser, Dan Harper and Neil Verhagen thrown together literally like some kind of TV soap opera, living for their first time away from home, living together, having to fend for themselves in a house near the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Dan was driving at the Nürburgring today. I didn't see what his result was. The BMW.
I did.
M3 Touring.
No, he was in the GT3.
Yeah, I know he was in the GT3, but the BMW, the big BMW story was the M3 Touring. I don't want to say anything more about what I do know about the Nürburgring. I didn't watch the last few laps. Well, I watched the first laps this morning and then about the last hour and a half as we were coming on air here.
One to save for tomorrow.
Yeah.
Everyone's got, here at the track at least, will have long journeys home tomorrow and they can watch it.
Or listen.
Or listen on the archive.
Yeah, the archive will be there. 178 laps completed for the GTD Pro leader, and as Peter rightly said, it's still Nick Tandy, 19 seconds, so that was 15 seconds before the pit stop, so Tandy has come out and begun just to push a little bit harder. It comes down to 13.5 this time as they both go across the line.
Lamborghini Temerario so far all going very smoothly. Apparently the only hiccup has been Sandy Mitchell had a little spin on his outlap on cold tyres, but apart from that, the new Temerario, the 4-litre twin turbocharged V8, very different powertrain to the old 5.2 naturally aspirated V10, but I can assure you folk, I've been right up close to this car with its front section and rear section off, and it is a thing of art. The carbon fibre work is beautiful.
Can you compare it to the 296 in terms of its concept? Because you and I have had a good look over 296 actually at the Nürburgring pit lane, and they've been very clever how they've packaged that and put certain components where they're easy to get to. Is that the same sort of thought process, at least, with the Temerario?
Good question. I'm not sure, to be quite honest. But I have to say the fit and finish of the car was, I mean, spectacular. Even down to the buttons on the steering wheel, they're all very cleverly thought out. And the rubber on the steering wheel is a special type of rubber that does not wear. So sometimes race cars, the rubber wears away and it can get slippy towards the end of a 24-hour race, which is really annoying. So it does not wear no matter, even if you've got old gloves. But even the buttons have a little carbon fibre surround on them to stop you not pressing the button that you're not wanting. But that could be a bit of plastic or something like that, but no, it's beautiful carbon fibre. And if you're a customer of Lamborghini Quadricorsa and you order one of these cars to go racing with, when it arrives, we all get that experience if we ever are lucky enough to have a new road car. as in terms of a race car, it's just a thing of beauty. It really is special. And when you listen to it on track, yes, the engine is quite quiet, but the turbos, it's like a Japanese tuner car. You hear this all the time. You really hear the pops and whistles from it. So it's a different soundtrack, but it's cool.
Nick is watching from Ontario in Canada whilst doing a Sebring race on iRacing. Good luck. A green goldfish at the airport on the way back to Frankfurt. And by the way, when PMAC gets back to Scotland, any chance you can get him a tea time at St Andrews? Either a TEE or a TEA time at St Andrews. Easy for Peter.
I was there a couple of weeks ago, actually.
Yeah, Peter McKay can do that for anybody, absolutely.
Yeah, no problem. And Glen Eagles, you're very welcome. Come and join.
Yeah. Dick Trickle, brilliant. Does humidity and dew point play any point in tyre wear? As it's abnormally dry for Florida today, just 22% humidity and a 38-degree dew point. It's a really good point.
That's one for our Michelin technician.
I was just about to say that. I've noted that down. I don't honestly know.
I haven't a clue.
41 Celsius on the track. The track temperature, Peter, is starting to fall. Still 27 in the air. So we saw the temperature hovering around 21, 22 Celsius. Now up to 27, and has been for a while. The track temperature is starting to come down as the sun isn't as high in the air. It's gone past its zenith. I mean, the sun doesn't move, obviously. We're rotating as we're moving around the sun, but you know what I mean. It's lower in the sky. So that's something to keep an eye on. Let's hear from Alex Quinn. I don't think we've heard from Alex during the race so far, and that gives the opportunity for a chat with Ryan Murray.
I don't think we've heard from him either, so let's rectify that now. You just got out of the crowd strike by APR number 04 in LMP2. You were leading at the time on a slightly different sequence, though, from the rest of the class. How did you get there? And then do you need to get back on sequence at some point, or if things continued like this, would you be all right?
I think, like you said, not everyone is exactly on the same strategy, let's say, at the moment. But I think, if anything, it's in our favour. We're later in the stop, so that's good. But yeah, our pace is okay. I think it's completely different now. We're just survival mode at the minute. That was our last double stint of tyres, so good to get that out of the way because it wasn't pretty, but. Yeah, happy to get my first double stint, and then, the night is where it matters, so I think our car should come into play there. And like you said, we're in a good place, so, good at the moment. Describe, if you can, for our listeners, just how difficult it is on that second stint of tyres, especially in this Florida heat. Yeah, it's difficult, and, the thing is, we don't set the car up for double stints because we know at the end of the race we'll just be single stint in the tyres and pushing fully. So, we haven't done any testing in these conditions. So, like I said, it's just survive. The grip is very, very low, but it's actually quite enjoyable. The car's moving around a lot, so it keeps you on your toes, that's for sure. If I'm not mistaken, you're going to be with George for the full season this year at IMSA. How exciting is that? Yeah, very exciting, and obviously we started as good as it can get with the win at Daytona, so we need to keep the momentum, and George is a great guy. I think Toby's a really good silver as well, so got a good lineup, a good team. Just need to keep consistent, no mistakes, and hopefully be there near the end of the year. It's Toby Sowery in the car now. They're shown fourth on timing and scoring. Thanks, Alex. Thank you.
Two really important points there. I'll take the second one first, actually, in that they don't set the car up to do double stints because they want it to be sharp at the end of the race. I think that's a brilliant point. We talked about the tyre performance, but what we hadn't thought about was how do you set the car up? Well, you set the car up for the end of the race and for single stints. The other one is they're done with double stinting now. Single stinting for the last 5 hours and 12 minutes. That's really interesting because they come in about every 40 minutes. So they've saved a lot of tyres to go through. So keep an eye on Toby Sowery and watch those lap times. Another set of lap times that you and I have both been watching. The leader in GTD Pro, the number 77, Roxy, subbing for her brother this weekend. Nick Tandy behind the wheel, who hasn't been feeling great. That car's best lap time, a 2:01.146. The last 3 laps, Tandy a 2:01.3, a 2:01.4 and a 2:01.6. Nick Tandy, he might not be feeling well. We haven't heard from him at all this week. He's been staying out of the way. He's driving impeccably at the moment, and he stretched his lead over Ricardo Feller in a similar car to 21 seconds.
Yeah, he's pulling away in this then. This is the Nick Tandy that we know. This is the 4-time winner at this race, 3 times in class, once overall last year, and back him into a corner at your peril. He is one of the feistiest competitors sports car racing has ever seen, and how do we put this? I mean, I'm sure he'll be very disappointed not to be in a prototype this year, having had such a successful year last year, winning at Daytona, winning at Sebring. Okay, the latter part of the season didn't go to plan, but he'll be disappointed not to be in that prototype. But I'm sure that disappointment will very quickly turn into very fiery motivation to come here and keep on winning, which is all that matters to him.
So not only has he won the 3, what you'd normally call the Triple Crown of sports car racing, Daytona 24, the Rolex, Sebring 12 hours here, and Le Mans 24 overall.
Yep.
He's also, add to that, the 24 hours of Spa, which he's won outright as well. Now called the Tandy Slam. He's done all of the big 24-hour races.
24 hours Nürburgring twice.
Yeah.
Yeah.
2 of those as GT races, of course, but he is the only person to have done that.
Yep, 4-time Petite Le Mans winner, Watkins Glen winner, Kyalami 9 hours, you name it, he's won it.
Except Bathurst, he's not been to Bathurst
You know,
yet.
the one thing he doesn't have is an overall IMSA championship. Overall.
Yes, of course.
So, he was in IMSA Michelin Endurance Cup champion last year.
Yeah.
But doesn't have that IMSA title.
Well, that went to the team
overall.
car, didn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, it's, and as we've talked about a few times, the combination of him and Harry King, who is a bit like a young Nick Tandy, actually.
Very much, actually.
Very similar in the way they approach things and the aggression on track. And then put them in a car that looks like a dinosaur. I mean, it's with the big shiny teeth. It's quite the combination.
Yes, but I'm sure Nick's daughter is loving that. Felix Tandy, already a champion in the UK in karting, and I'm sure family Tandy just outside of Bedford in the UK. Tandy often called the Bedfordshire Bullet. I asked him if he minded that. He went, no, not at all. Call me that. That's fine. Very good darts player as well.
Yeah, Harry Tinknell's a good darts player as well, isn't
he? He and Nick actually sometimes play together in a Wednesday night league.
Penalty. Penalty for one of the former front runners in GTD. Heart of Racing, Aston Martin 27. Too many crew over the wall. Considered working on the car. Drive through, which Dudu Barrichello is serving at the moment. He has just served it. And that drops him down to 12th position in GTD. Ouch.
Yes, that is not great. Again, they had that long pit stop. Significant news coming earlier this week, by the way, for the 3rd year in a row. The first major championship to announce 2027 dates at IMSA have beaten everyone else to it again. Go to IMSA.com for all the news of where the championship is going. Big news for the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge is that they won't be going to the West Coast and WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca, but they will be getting another headline event at Lime Rock Park in Connecticut. That I am very much looking forward to. 2-hour race, waiting to hear what the support categories will be. I'm rather hoping that Whelen MX-5 will go up there. That's your iRacing starter, isn't it? MX-5s round Lime Rock Park, absolutely magnificent. I've heard, by the way, that iRacing have already made the changes to the track model of Sebring and put the new backstraight bridge in. Drew Adamson, rest of the team on the event side, we wish you well on what I know will be a big season again. So some great opportunities to go and see IMSA at a track near you in North America, or if you're in Europe and planning, perhaps those dates are out. Don't leave it too late. Start getting 4 different categories going across the line together, 2 prototypes and 2 GTT categories, all going at slightly different speeds down the front straight. Got to love multi-class racing. Check those dates out, see how they fit with your calendar. And don't forget, it's the 75th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Again, this weekend next year. So starting on St. Patrick's Day, 17th of March, and running through for the next 4 days. I mean, Sebring's a party anyway, but add St. Patrick's Day to it, it could get untidy. 0.23 Ferrari. Triasi car gaining on Felipe Fraga in the Ford Mustang. Felipe taking a slightly defensive line there into the hairpin.
Dudu Barrichello has now just served his drive-through penalty in that Heart of Racing Aston Martin number 27. A fight back required now, and with 5 hours 5 minutes to go, there is still plenty of time, but they'll kind of be hoping for a full course yellow or 2 to get them back into the mix. We've had a good long run of green flag running, which has just stretched the field out, and you've seen, particularly in GTD Pro, actually, the Porsches, the 911s have really come strong in the on the longer run.
Just to mention that Onofrio Triasi in the 0.23, looking at the back of the Lars Kern driven it should be the 16 car. Felipe Fraga, isn't it? That's what I put in that car. Myers Riley Motorsport. He is a couple of laps down after some issues, 3 laps down. It'll be very frustrating for the Triasi guys to know that they had a car that is on the pace. Those earlier issues have taken them out of it. At the front of the field, Felipe Nasr by 4 seconds now over Kevin Estra, who's got 9 seconds back to Sheldon van der Linde. Porsche number 7 from Porsche number 6, rocking that throwback livery. IMSA bringing in a throwback weekend livery at WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca next year in 2027.
Wow, so okay. So what would you say, what have we got? We've got Porsche, we've got Cadillac, we've got Acura, Aston Martin.
I think the GTs as well.
GTs as well. So well, even if we start with GTB, I mean the Cadillacs, what would you put on those?
Well, we'll have to think about that.
Yeah, that's...
Well, you think about that while we hear from Albert Costa, who is with Arjuna in the pit lane.
It's been a good fight back from Conquest Racing, but there's always a good smile on Albert's face. How's this Ferrari feeling out on track?
To be honest, I'm so happy because we had a lot of issues after free practice 1 2 days ago. And actually yesterday qualifying was not smooth enough, the car. But the team has worked so much. They were here until 12 o'clock in the night yesterday. So thanks of them, they give me the tools and the car that we can fight back from P15 in qualifying. Also after a drive-through and 1 puncture, 1 Teflon flat tire. So thanks of them, we are in the top 5 now. And yeah, still long race because, you know, steering, it's always special. But so far so good, I'm happy and the car is running smooth.
You're saying you've also got one of the faster laps in GTD. Does the issues in practice mean you're heading into the unknown with the cooler conditions in the night?
Yeah, I mean, when I was in the car making this lap, it was pretty hot out there. And usually in the night is faster. So let's see, I think everybody will improve the lap times in the night because the weather will come for free. But yeah, looking forward, to be honest, it's going to be difficult to win. Of course I want it, but I really want to be in the podium tonight.
How nice is it being back with Conquest Racing this year?
It's nice. It's like my family. Well, I cannot tell you, but I feel so happy to be back. They love me. I love them.
The smile tells me all, John.
Yeah, thank you.
Arjuna Kankapali down the pit where unusual error of judgment by Albert Costa when he drove into the side of someone else and got that incident responsibility, which brought them down the pit lane one more time. IMSA also part of the... Oh, we have got tea. We have got Aston Martin tea. And what looks to be
banana
ginger
bread.
cake. Is that ginger cake? Hang on, let me have a sniff. Not sure, but...
Oh, that's a good cup of tea.
Might be Yorkshire Parkin, actually.
That is an excellent cup of tea.
Well, I'll try mine at moment. Petit Le Mans is the Michelin Raceway Road Atlanta. Sorry, distracted by tea and cake here. And the a new entry road being opened up on the far side. There is a routine, an old route in there that's been redeveloped, and another 1,000 car parking spaces, 1,000 car parking spaces, which will end up actually giving you access just behind turn 10 sort of area. And so that is something else that IMSA announced earlier on this week. So, you're happy with your tea, Peter?
Barry is
and has that,
a master.
Has that also...
He is the Adrian Newey of tea.
Has it also got... However, the big question, has it got the
honey in it? No, but I could go to the catering just now and put a bit of honey in it. But that's do you know what? It's so good. I almost don't want to put honey in it. It's very tasty. Thank you very much to Heart of Racing for keeping us fueled up with some tea. Just as I say that, someone's fueled up Tom Blomqvist because he's just set the fastest lap of the race. Are we? Well, we heard from Alex Quinn in the LMP2 class, the 04 CrowdStrike car, saying they were done on double stinting. Is it the same for GTP? It may well be, actually, because Renger van der Zande has just put in his best lap of the race. Now, that's two Acuras, back-to-back, 149.615 for Blomqvist, 149.879 for van der Zande. I wonder. Now, coming back to that throwback weekend, I think the Acura, you could have a deferring throwback livery. They ran the Acuras in the American Le Mans series. You could have an HRC like the classic Japanese Honda F1, white with the red.
An Andretti one, they ran Acuras.
Yes, they did. Yeah.
What about the old Comptech?
Oh.
What would that have been? A prototype or Camel Lights, I guess, would have been the class at the time. Parker Johnstone.
Yeah.
Won championships in that car. It's cool.
That would be livery. Very cool. Yeah.
Porsche has to be the DHL.
RS Spider.
I think.
Yeah.
Is that old enough? Do you want to go back earlier?
That you could do that, yeah. You could go Dyson Racing, but the original Dyson with the white and the red and the orange. That's pretty cool.
Muscle Milk.
You could go for and further back with Penske. You could have the blue and the yellow
or colours.
Yeah. There's plenty of. I have to say I've got a soft spot for the Martini colours that were on Works Porsches through most of the 1970s. So maybe you go for that. And of course, Martini and Rossi donated the very first bridge to Sebring International Racing at Sunset Corner. There it is. I'm
Peter
off
takes
now.
the points.
Thanks, chaps. I've enjoyed that.
We set ourselves little challenges. That wasn't too badly crowbarred in, to be honest. Peter, you better take that piece of cake as you go as well. Ryan Marine has just added to his not inconsiderable legendary status. Pit lane reporter extraordinaire, booth commentator, radio and TV personality. Erstwhile was what he said. Erstwhile country music DJ, and now bringer of tea and cake.
New delivery service I'm starting up.
Yeah.
I think so. And I learned a lot from Barry about the preparation of tea. He showed me the teapot.
Excellent.
Is connected by Wi-Fi to his phone, and it will alert him when it is the appropriate temperature.
Oh, that is quality.
Yeah, it is. And he also told me that I think he said his first Le Mans he went to was either 1992 or 1993, and he remembers listening to you.
By the way, Laguna Retro is this year, not 2027. Mike Buchan has just made his evening cuppa. Tetley tea bag, water and leave to brew. Add milk after removing tea bag. Red Lobster liveries. Ooh. Now we're talking. Andy Blackmore's going to be very, very busy. Absolutely fantastic. Dave Alcock, we were talking about the Temerario, where they've designed that car to be serviceable as well as quick. Is it fair to say that that trend can be traced all the way back to the Audi R8 with its, in some ways, infamous and regulated away replaceable gearbox with just 8 fasteners? Spot on, though. Surely now every GT3 manufacturer must match Ferrari in their 296 GT3 design, the modular design that they have. Porsche have done it as well. Body panels were the big thing for Porsche, to cut down the number of fastenings on body panels so you could pull off the, make sure you could pull off the rear fenders and things like that.
It's a game changer to be able to do it quickly, and I think the Audi call-out is a good one, although really since time immemorial, teams have been looking for ways to make repairs go quicker. The, total brake package that gets swapped out.
Yes.
That
quick change brake.
Exactly.
Game changer.
100%. So any little shortcut that can be found, I guarantee, as soon as somebody thinks of it, they'll put it into service, and everyone else up and down the pit lane will see that and think, that's a pretty great idea. Let's incorporate that as well.
I think the point that Mark Rushbrook made earlier on about evolutions of cars, you've got to remember that these GT3 cars, great, run at Le Mans, run in the World Championship, run at the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring and throughout IMSA. But there are teams around the world who are running these in national and regional championships that don't have the wherewithal, the amount of team members, etc. So they still have to be able to run the cars and run them efficiently.
Right, that's a huge part of it. That's part of the appeal, of course, of GT3 racing, is that you can buy this package. You can race it at the continental level or even the domestic level, all the way up to the World Championship. Admittedly, there are added layers of complication as you get to a series like IMSA or the World Endurance Championship, specifically the torque sensor, right, which you often or pretty much don't see outside of IMSA and the World Endurance Championship, and that, of course, comes with added cost and added complication. It served its purpose in helping to manage balance of performance, certainly, since its introduction, but that's not something that's going to be viable for just any series globally because of what it does to budgets. So you're right, that there has to be that thought about, is this car something that a couple of bronze drivers who can buy and go out and share and have a good time on a weekend, all the way up to competing in a pro category like you see here in GTD Pro.
I don't know if Barry is still listening to us, but if he is, there are 2 British marshals on turn 17, Dead Squirrel being one of them, saying it is torture listening to you talk about tea. One with milk, one without, please. Hopefully somebody is hearing that and we can get that sorted for them. And the winner, by the way, of the throwback livery, as far as I am concerned, is Greg. I think that would be Cesaroni. Greg has said Leighton House Porsche. Winner, stop there. Don't call anymore, don't phone. We have a winner. In my early years at Le Mans, Leighton House colours were there, and I desperately wanted one of their jackets because I thought that colour, Leighton House Blue as it was called, was so cool. Not dissimilar, funnily enough, to the 912 Porsche that is here, the number 912, which is the first form car. It's got that same sort of colour to it. It was so distinctive at the time. So, Greg, I hope I didn't mangle your surname too much. You are a winner in my eyes. Ricardo Parra, by the way, in that almost Leighton House blue, first form blue for Manthey, chasing down Charlie Eastwood in the Chevy Corvette, the number 36 car, which is a couple of cars ahead of him in terms of the traffic. The DXDT car, it's kind of stealthed its way up there, been there or thereabouts, but it's now been leading the GTD class for a little while. We've gone through another racing hour, so let's do, before the pit stop cycle comes round again, let's do another VP in race update. Felipe Nasr from Kevin Estra by 5.6 seconds as Sheldon van der Linden pulls in from third position, and off for the number 31, Jack Aiken, the Whelen Cadillac. Has he recovered that car? I think he has. He just lost the back end coming through turn 3, almost hitting the Rolex signage on driver's right, but has managed, I think, to get that car going again. Yes, he has. Oh my goodness. In LMP2, it's Johnny Edgar that leads for AO Racing. He's got almost a minute on Toby Sowry for CrowdStrike APR. David Hannemar Hansen's 23 seconds further back for TDS. In GTD Pro, Nick Tandy doing Nick Tandy things, 25 seconds to the good over the similar car. The number 911 Grello of Ricardo Feller. Kyle Kirkwood is in the number 14 Lexus and is another 18 seconds further back. And in GTD, Chevrolet Corvette, Charlie Eastwood leading from the 912 Ricardo Perra. Just a couple of seconds between those two. Scott Andrews holding on to a solid third for Lone Star Racing, 6 seconds further back. That's your VP Racing in race update. Go down to the pit lane for some GTP pit stops before I bring you another guest.
BMW team WRT, the number 24, swaps Sheldon van der Linde for Robin Freund and puts on a set of those sticker Michelins. They were using scrub tires for the majority of the openings part of the day, and maybe that will pay dividends now. Also off goes the Mustang sampling JDC number 5 Porsche. They've been doing great. Caleb Frederick, I think, stayed in that car, and in front of me, one more car. Currently just getting the fuel topped off, the windshield polished as well. It's the Dex Imaging number 40 Wayne Taylor racing car. But one other car, John, that I just want to bring your attention to, which I think has just entered pit lane, is the number 60 Meyershank Acura. I see a little bit of debris at the front as they make their way down pit lane. Hanging off the left front might be one of the diplanes. And so as Tom Bloomquist and Scott Dixon do their driver change, I get the sneaking suspicion there will also be a change at the front here. That left front diplane hanging precariously, and already that front element of the car on the pit wall. First, of course, tires and fuel. They'll do that before they get to work on fixing that damage on the left front of the car.
Arjuna Kankapati down in the pit lane in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Welcome to President of IMSA, John Doonan. I confidently predicted on Tuesday when I got here that we would have a record crowd, because Tuesday looked like Thursday. Tell me we've had a record crowd.
John, I'm pleased to announce to the world that around 340 today, we surpassed last year's event attendance total, which was an all-time record, but not anymore. We just set another one. I can't tell you how happy I am. And by the way, sorry about the weather.
Awful.
Yeah.
Can we have this fixed for next year?
Yes, I'll do my best on that. And
you've just been building up.
Sorry about the racing. Sorry about the action.
Fantastic.
And also the parking and the lines to get in.
Well, this morning we've got a slow moving AMG. No, that's the Winwood car that's picked up again. This morning I was on the local radio network for an hour with Dan and Don. So ESPN Highlands 106.3, Light 107.5, and OJ 99.1, Highlands Best
well
Country. And the traffic guys were saying it was backed up all the way to the high school going back towards the Kenilworth, but it came in very, very quickly. Got to give a shout out to Sebring and the continuous improvement on infrastructure here. There's a bridge now where there was not a bridge. That's allowed more parking over that side. Transformative, John.
Thank you, and it is a shout-out to Matt Muha and the team and all of us at IMSA. We are so fortunate that TireRack.com and Michelin came on board to help us put that in place. And to your point, the ingress and the parking for the race teams, for all the partners, as well as we've developed camping along the Elman Strait. Family camping. There's more to come with electrical and water hookups out there. But the bottom line is we're trying to make the event experience the highest level it can be. And I've heard rave reviews on the bridge. Parking out there has been really, really packed. But look at this place. It's jammed.
But, John, it's 75 next year. 75 Sebring, the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring, 75th running. Are we going to have large shoehorns and liquid soap at all the entry points so we can actually squeeze more people in?
Matt Muha's assured me that we've got plenty of room for parking, whether it's out in the Ullman, whether it's in the infield for the race teams and that type of thing. But to your point, it's going to be really...
And it starts now. That year starts now.
It does. We announced the calendar on Thursday, as you know, for 2027. There is a tent on the Midway where they are renewing tickets for fans for the 27 race today.
Really?
Yes, sir.
All right, so if you're listening to us here on the PA or on 88.7, get over there and get it done and get your tickets for the 75th running of the Sebring 12 Hours, Mobil 1 Sebring 12 Hours. Let's talk about that schedule announcement, John, because this is the third year in a row that IMSA has been able to basically put their flag in the sand and say, we will be the first major series anywhere in the world, as we're starting to get some more pit stops. In comes Jack Aitken from third. We'll keep an eye on that with Arjuna down in the pit lane for that wheeling car. Here's our schedule. Make your plans, basically, is what you say.
100%. The WeatherTech Sports Car Championship, the IMSA Michelin Pilot Challenge, we announced those schedules on Thursday here. That doesn't happen by accident. It happens because of long-term event partner agreements at the racetracks. It happens because of our partnership with NBC and the ability to commit to television windows. But my goal and the goal of our entire staff is give people longer planning runway. People, fans, primarily, that's our big focus, can book their tickets. The race teams, the manufacturers, the corporate partners can plan ahead for their activations on site, their in-market activations and things like that. For us, I think that creates stability and people know roughly when the events are. Now, are we looking at new venues? Yes, we are. We're going back to Lime Rock Park in 27 with Michelin Pilot Challenge as a feature, but we're always looking for other places to keep it fresh. You never know what we'll bring next.
Oh, come on, give us a hint, John. Give us a hint.
Well, there's a lot of venues I'd love to go. I'd love to go to the Pacific Northwest. Of course, people say we should go back to the Circuit of the Americas in Austin. We just got to keep looking. We can't add more to add because the teams have a budget. The corporate partners have a budget for activation. So something would have to give in order to add. But we're continuing to look at it.
I think if it was you and me, we'd be racing pretty much every other weekend.
Absolutely. I think I've said that with you before. I'd go everywhere, every weekend.
Tell me about the Lime Rock decision. They've put a lot of money into that facility, a lot of resources, infrastructure there. Bigger pit lane, I'm hearing.
They have. So, this weekend's an example. There were cars on track from 8 a.m. to almost 8 p.m. every day here when official practice and qualifying started. That's such incredible sports car entertainment, IMSA style for our fans. We're getting to a place where you have enough series and enough sessions that you need to run and not enough time on the clock. So we look to add a weekend to give Michelin Pilot Challenge another spotlight weekend like they have in Mid-Ohio, maybe a single make, maybe our VP Racing Sports Car Challenge, you never know, to have a feature weekend that alleviates some pressure off of other weekends. Michelin Pilot Challenge not going to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca in 27. It helps the teams. That's a long tow out to the West Coast.
I was going to say, I've not heard anybody complain about that. No, I really haven't. No. And the way the schedule runs, deliberately, I presume, John, from Indianapolis up to Connecticut, actually, that's not a bad run.
Not too bad. They race on Saturday at Indianapolis Motor Speedway. They go to Lime Rock Park the next Saturday. I think that's a bit of a nice window for them. we're going to try to keep it fresh. We're going to try to give Lime Rock fans back. They're very passionate up there, as you know, back IMSA weekend.
What's the support going to be for that? Come on.
Well, there's still
you've got to be speaking to your old mates from Mazda. I'm just saying.
Yeah, we're so proud of the Whelen Mazda MX-5 Cup. You never know, but Ford Mustang Challenge, Porsche Carrera Cup North America, obviously Ferrari Challenge runs separate weekends, Lamborghini Super Trofeo. You never know what we're going to bring, but I can guarantee you it's going to be exciting, and it's going to be morning till night entertainment on the track.
The reason I say Whelen Mazda MX-5, John, is because anybody who plays iRacing, that's where you start, isn't it?
Yeah.
You get your MX-5 and you go to Lime Rock Park. Get the guys from iRacing's arm up their back. That could be the iRacing weekend up there. Everything else that you've talked about, many times we've talked about date equity, people understanding. That's great, but you have still got to keep it fresh, and there's a balance to be had there, John, whilst not necessarily increasing the miles, the hours that people are on the track, because that's just more money.
Yeah, it is. And as you know, we added the 6 hour at the Battle of the Bricks at Indianapolis. That, again, in the spirit of keeping it fresh. Now, Motul Sports Car Showcase weekend at Road America is a 6 hour. Indianapolis, iconic place, remains on the calendar for the 2 hour, 40 minutes. You can't, to your point, add more hours, but we're trying to keep it fresh with things like that. Of course, that 6 hour race at Road America will continue in 2027. A lot of anniversaries. 65th running of the Rolex 24. 70 years of WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. 30 years of Motul Petit Le Mans. Can you believe that? I think you've been to every one of them. You probably have called. Bar one. But those, you know, kind of, and of course the 75th anniversary here. It's going to be incredible. We're going to bring back and name the 75 best drivers that have ever run here. We're going to celebrate the cars.
You want to start that argument, Jim?
Yes. It's a long list, but there's probably more than 75, don't you think?
I think probably 750. Anybody who's raced here gets tip of the hat from me. WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca throwback livery weekend as well. We've just been discussing that about, you know, what are we going to do? Can we vote? Hello, Porsche. Can we vote?
Yes.
I mean, for you and I guess for quite a lot of our other fans out there, we're going to debate that all the way up to WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca.
Yeah, for sure. And Mel Harder and the entire team at the Friends of Laguna Seca that operate WeatherTech Raceway, they have put a lot of thought into this. I know a lot of teams have signed up for it. I think Michelin is going to bring back some throwback brand logos that teams can run. So, you know, again,
where
to
did
your
that
point,
idea come from, John?
honestly, Mel Harder,
series,
president and general manager of the track, brought that to Emily Nash and our team, and I think it's exciting. The fans get behind it. There's such a rich history across IMSA and top-level sports car racing, so couldn't be more excited to see, and maybe there'll be some special merch and things like that that we can all take advantage of.
I wish I could have a throwback Hindhoff and lose about another 40 pounds to be I wish it was that easy. Big highlights this year and next year. We've already talked about that. Let's come back to this race right here and now. It must do your heart good to see the kind of week that we've had. You talked about 8 o'clock in the morning, 9:15 at night on Thursday night. That doesn't happen by accident, as you rightly said. Huge activation in terms of YouTube, which has become a really important part of IMSA's portfolio nowadays, both inside and outside the US. What have you got coming down the pipe? What can you tell us? What can you get excited about?
100%. You talk about the racing on track. To have 55 cars entered, to have the action where the prototypes are weaving through the GT cars, that's endurance racing, IMSA style, and we love that. Of course, the YouTube broadcast, and I can't thank all those who have tuned in worldwide to watch the 74th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. That has opened up a huge audience for us. We just crossed over 1.6 million subscribers on YouTube, thanks to the broadcast team, thanks to the call by you and Ryan and Peter and everybody here. Like, this is putting sports car racing right in the living room of so many fans. And, remember, we'd have to wait a week to get a race report when we were kids. And
a week if you were lucky.
Exactly.
Sometimes 2 weeks.
It's putting it live in their hands. We can't thank Michelin enough. They've brought Michelin Pilot commercial-free to those same fans. So we're going to try to continue to do that. I would love to put more of the telemetry and multi-viewing screen opportunities in the hands of our fans. So give us some time. We're working on some exciting things there. You never know how soon we can pull that off.
The thing we get asked about most, John, is more sessions. Now, more sessions does mean more streaming costs. I understand that. We do get most of the sessions thanks to our wonderful crew, production crew at NASCAR Productions, both at the track and up at Concords in North Carolina. Opportunity to do some of the more of the free practice sessions for WeatherTech, maybe the nighttime session that we had here on Thursday. Is that something that we could look at to stream?
Our team is looking at all those options. As you know, we surprised everyone a bit with night practice during the Rolex 24 week. We're constantly talking about how we could do more of that. Stay tuned. I don't mean to be evasive, but we're trying hard to bring more of the sessions as best we can. And, I recall back when I was in my previous life on the OEM side, and those sessions would start, and you all were calling them, and the music and the call. I would love to be able to bring more and more of that to our fans.
I think the key part, John, aside from people asking, can we have a bit more, is people saying thank you for keeping it free and keeping it no subscription. That YouTube available to everybody outside the US for WeatherTech, everybody for the support series. Also, the archives going up so quick. Yesterday's Alan J120 was up last night by the time I got back to where we're staying. So I was able to re-watch the start of that and try and work out what had happened in that 10-car pile-up. Very important to you to keep that. We've often called it the democracy of the broadcasting, keeping it there for people and removing as many barriers as possible. No app, no download required.
Yeah, of course, it's been a transition period in broadcast overall. Linear television is still incredibly important and foundational, but streaming around the world, I used to have to wait, as we discussed earlier, a couple weeks to watch an IMSA race on what was the TNN network back then. Wow. You couldn't even, and one of the fans asked me a few minutes ago, why aren't you broadcasting the whole race? Well, we know we are.
Yes.
And it's through NBC Peacock. Getting a window, as you know, for a 2-hour, 40-minute race on network television is incredibly tough. The networks have so much content that they're wanting to share. Getting a 12-hour or a 10-hour or a 6-hour and a 24-hour is incredibly difficult. So the format of our racing is tough. We're continuing to try to push out content through social media channels, and we'll continue to find ways through YouTube or other streaming to get people as much as we can.
On the positive side of that, though, John, can you imagine, and I think of that from a purely radio side, but also obviously having been part of the World Feed TV for such a long time here on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV, can you imagine if you had to sit down and try and do all the TV deals for all the territories that are now tuned in from South Africa to Australia, New Zealand, all across Europe? We've had people on the socials telling us where. Can you imagine the amount of time that would take? And now that's covered off with a streaming package. I mean, we could never have dreamed of that even maybe 10 years ago.
No, you're 100% correct. And I just, as you know, I'm a deep fan of the sport, and it just makes my hair stand up when we talk about the ability to put this in people's living rooms live, no matter where they are, essentially, in the world.
So I came out of here last night, jumped in the hire car, went to Publix, grabbed some bits and pieces, got back to where we're staying, put the TV on YouTube, perfectly in time to see the formation lap for Porsche Carrera Cup North America. And having been at the track all day, sat down and watched that live. And that's just brilliant. This, again, John, it takes a village.
It does.
Not just here at the track, but back up at Daytona as well. very short winter, few weeks since Daytona. Now we're into the meat of the season. It comes pretty thick and fast now.
It does, and I've said this before, and I'm going to say it again. I have the best group of motorsports professionals to work with. The men and women of IMSA, no matter what discipline they're working in, have dedicated their lives to this sport. It is a lifestyle. It is difficult. We are all on the road a lot, away from families and loved ones, and I can't thank them enough. The same goes for all the promoter partners that put these events on. The reason we're able to, or one of the reasons we're able to announce the schedule as early as we are, is because those folks are committed to IMSA. They want to have the events at their track for a long time to come. And so my heart goes out to them because they've dedicated so much time and energy to make this a reality.
I know you've got other things to do, and we've got racing to talk about here. We've been keeping an eye on it. We'll get updates on the pit stops that have happened. Still 4.5 hours to go. Nothing that's impacted the end of the race so far. I want to fire a few things at you, not necessarily to answer, but I want you to know what the international audience is saying. Dave Alcott from the UK says, we as global fans thank Mr. Dooning and the team for ongoing support of international fans. With all these celebrations, does IMSA have plans for celebratory publications or perhaps posters? There's already plans for the 75th poster for here. I know that. How about this is from Thomas Ricker. Thank you for everything that you're doing. Streaming on YouTube is so good without the ads. Thanks from all the fans. Joseph Jungi, not sure where you are, Joe. Thanks for the great information. I love being able to view the archive race on YouTube so quickly. Thank you to you and your sponsors, Michelin, Mazda, Whelen Engineering, particularly the Mazda MX-5 Cup, everybody's favourite, to be honest. And Citrus, who's been trying to connect to us on a Turkish Airlines flight at 10,000 metres above the ground. He's now in Istanbul Airport, and I have got a picture of him sitting having something to eat in Istanbul Airport, tuned into the race at the moment. Warms my heart. Absolutely, incredibly happy. This is free to watch, especially as a student who wants to enjoy his favourite sport. Actually, that's a really good point, John, because in this day of cord cutting, it's subscription here, subscription there. I don't even think how much I pay a month to have the full Sky package and everything else that's added on. This is something that is not adding to the family budget.
Yeah, and to hear a young person who wants to, they're spending a lot of time on their phones and they want to tune into IMSA. It just warms my heart. As you know, we have a STEM education program. We're bringing the kids to the track. We've got viewers all over the world on airplanes trying to get a feed. But yeah, it's very special to bring the content to them. We hope to continue to be able to do it in a manner that they can tune in anytime.
The Wimwood's number 48 car, which has had a number of problems already, has been back in the paddock. It looks like they're going to bring that car back out again. I would just say as well, the amount of young people that I encounter, people say that young people don't have the attention span for endurance racing. I say nonsense to that, and the amount of young people are here, and also people with families here. It's family friendly, females, absolutely great. And one final thing on the youngsters and the next generation. Yesterday in the Mustang Challenge, North Hart Elementary, 5th grade, were using the Mustang Challenge race to learn about adding and subtracting with decimal places, using the gaps between the cars to the leader. Thanks to Mrs. Hill, who did that. We had a picture of them, we put it into the feed and everything like that. Start them young and you keep them. That's the next generation, isn't it?
Yeah, it is. And that, again, that warms my heart because we want to fill that pipeline with the next generation fans. I can promise you on the grid walk today, someone joked in a meeting we should have a lane for strollers and wagons.
Great idea.
And pets. But thank you all so much for bringing the broadcast to people around the world. Can't wait to see what happens as the sun sets. There'll be beautiful images, but I think the racing is going to get even more intense.
4.5 hours to go. I'll shake your hand, Mr. D.
Thank you,
Thank you very much. Always a pleasure
to the entire
to
broadcast
see you.
team.
Good to see the president and hear the president of IMSA, John Doonan, here. We've had a full run of pit stops in GTP, which looked, Arjuna, all to be pretty routine. Both Porsches came in, the top 9 all still running. and I reckon it's the top 7 that is still on the lead lap. Anything to report from the pit lane in terms of anything other than being regulation stops?
Well, the main story, John, is the GTP Valkyrie. Unfortunately, Alex Riberas, they had brought the car in for what was a scheduled stop, but then the engine wouldn't crank, it wouldn't turn over, and has been sat on pit lane for going on 10 laps now or so as they continue to try and work to debug the issue. Remember, issues for them at Daytona, and I don't think this is what they would have wanted heading back to a track that last year they were 2 seconds slower at. They found speed in the car, maybe still searching for the reliability.
Yeah, very good. Bad news there. Need to top that one up with a hot cup of tea. That's get Barry on the job. He'll get it sorted out. Ryan Marine was keeping watch there while John Doonan. I know there was action going on the track there for our audiences. We have another car that's picked up one of the IMSA WeatherTech boards. This time it's the number 22 United Autosport USA with Rasmus Lind behind the wheel. It's stuck on the right rear end plate. That's definitely a free set of mats for Rasmus's car. We'll have WeatherTech on the phone to him. Not sure how he's going to get rid of that, if I'm honest, because it's fairly well hooked on. I'm guessing it's the edge of turn 1. Yes, it is. Oh, another big wiggle there. And we've seen a number of people hitting that bump. Rasmus riding a bucking bronco of an Orica there as he came through. Not sure it's going to be doing the aero much good on that. Just to go back to the point, I realised there's racing going on. I was keeping an eye on it, and I know there was some action, some close action going on there. But I thought it was important to give Mr. Doonan a fair shout there because there's so much to talk about, and we still have 4 hours and 25 minutes. And I hope you don't mind that I wanted to pass some of your comments on to John as well, whilst we have him only for a short time in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Let's go down to the pit lane, and James Rowe is standing by with Arjuna.
The Lone Star Mercedes being inside of the top 5 for most of the day. James Rowe, you're making your second GTD start. How comfortably have you been feeling around the bumps of Sebring with this Mercedes?
Yeah, it's been great. Loving it. This IMSA's been awesome. We've been competitive both in Daytona and here, so thankfully we've been in the top 3, top 4 all day. So we're just executing, doing our job, and loving every minute of it.
You've tested here a lot, albeit half of the track, the northern end of the track. Of course, IndyCar comes here a lot. How different is it in a GT?
Yeah, it's quite different, but at the end of the day, a race car is a race car, and you got to do the same things, and you got the same pedals and a steering wheel. So it's been fun, and yeah, as I said, just loving every bit of IMSA.
Are different parts of the track more intimidating in a GT car versus an open wheel?
Yeah, certainly. Turn 1 and 17 is pretty quick for a GT car. But again, the car is great, so we're just making the most of what we got.
Whilst that was going on, we have been watching the most incredible footage from the onboard of the Winward number 48, which had just come out from behind the wall in the hands of Jason Hart. And he got as far as turn 7 and then pulled the car off the track on his outlap. And rather than just leave the car there, he's managed to find a way back through the back of the hotel, in through the gates, and then came in over the vehicle bridge at turn 17. I presume he had to show his pass to get back in, and then turned right back into the paddock. I have never seen anything like that before. There is a great piece of footage of somebody going straight on at the old turn 7 when that used to be much closer. 28's gone behind the wall for Spencer Pumpelly in the GTD Porsche, and we've got a puncture on that's the 14 of Kyle Kirkwood, a car that's been running in the top 10. He's losing the wheel. The wheel's come off. The left front wheel has come off that car. There's no locking nut. That'll be a full course yellow, and that is the first full course yellow that we have had for, getting on for 3 hours. 3 hours, 11 minutes. And we are into full course yellow number 6. Kyle Kirkwood, I thought it was just a puncture. It was a loose wheel, and it has disappeared on him.
That car had pitted just over 3.5 minutes ago.
Yeah.
And so it looks like they didn't get that wheel on entirely. That's so frustrating. That car started on pole in class, set the track record in qualifying, and has been there or thereabouts pretty much all day. When the sister car went, well, not out, but certainly out of contention earlier with a gearbox and overheating issue. Did talk to the team about that because one of their concerns is that it might be something that could pop up on the sister car, but last I checked, there was no indication that they had anything to be concerned about with this number 14. I guess the good news is the full course yellow did come out.
The safety car has come out. It's emergency service for Roxy. The number 77 has come in from the lead. Badly timed for Nick Tandy. So he got 5 seconds of fuel, emergency regulations, a little top of a VP energy. He will have to come back in again. Absolutely what he didn't want to see on 2 levels. 1, because he had a substantial lead over Ricardo Fuller, and 2, they didn't want to risk him running out of fuel behind the Sebring Lexus safety car.
That's so frustrating when that happens. Out of your control. They are doing their thing, trying to extend the stint like you normally would, and when the safety car comes out, the pits close. And if we saw this happen to, what car was it out of LMP2? One of the LMP2 front runners early on had this same problem where they were due to come in on that lap, but then, you know, the pits closed. It had to come in or else they would have run out of fuel. Same thing there for Roxy, and that might be the first real hiccup in their day. I know they had some contact in the first couple of hours, but nothing significant. This is the kind of thing that they were dreading when I talked to them.
Arjuna is watching Kyle Kirkwood come to a halt at his pit.
I'm wondering if there's any damage accrued on that splitter as it dragged across the floor into the stall. They are taking a quick look just to make sure that the left front's not taking any extra damage, and now a lengthy blast on the wheel gun to try and tighten the nut. I wonder if that was maybe the cause for the wheel itself coming loose. I know you had mentioned that the car had just come down to pit lane. They're on the radio right now trying to communicate with the team. Oh, and the engine's gone off. I don't think this will be a quick fix potentially, as they now have to try and rip that wheel off. I think, John, potentially the nut has stripped the threads on the bolt potentially, because it is going nowhere.
Yeah, I think you're right. The hub is the issue here. There was no sign of the centre lug nut when the tyre was down and then the wheel fell off. The question for me is, was that as of contact? Was it a nut that hadn't been tightened up properly as he came out the pit, and the wobbling around had caused the tyre to puncture? It's very difficult to know, but this is not going to be an easy fix for the guys at Lexus. They're going to send him, and will he go into the pit lane, into the paddock? I'll wait for Arjuna to shout in my ear. In the meantime, the Valkyrie and Alex Riberas is back in the pit lane, and in fact he's just being held at pit out, and it looks as though the Lexus, having that left front wheel pushed, hammered, tightened, slackened, tightened again, they've said, well, if it isn't coming off with what we're doing, we might as well send it. So they are doing, and they'll have to wait until we get the whole field coming through. IMSA taking the opportunity to do some track sweeping as well. Earlier on we mentioned there's still 4 hours and 18 minutes to go. An awful lot of Michelin rubber on the side of the circuit, and almost on cue. We have our, I was going to say our Michelin man here, but it's not Babendum, it's Raymond. How are you, Raymond?
Good, John. How you doing?
Yeah, very, very well. 4.5 hours to go. how's things from the tyre side of things, first of all?
I mean, from the tire side, it couldn't be any better. I mean, we've seen most of the teams run through their double stints. Interesting, they did it through the heat of the day, and the tires performed great. Really confirms our results from Daytona. I mean, you know, quicker warm-up, longer lasting, and great performance. So, you know, heat of the day, the teams pretty much worked through their double stints, and they should be singles through the evening.
That's the voice of Raymond Cotton, Michelin Motorsports Director, North America. We had a couple of interesting questions earlier on, which I've saved up for you, actually. One is about the recyclable nature, the content of the tyre, which currently is at 50%. You want to go to about 80%. How does that affect the wear rate of the tyre and indeed the marbles that we see at the edge of the track?
Yeah, I mean, if you look at the previous generation GTP to the new tire going from roughly 37 to 50, we increased wear, increased warm-up. You don't have to give up performance, but, boy, you have to do a lot of work. There's a lot of chemical science involved in making that happen.
And what is the recycled content coming from? All tires?
So that is a portion of it. So for sure, recycled carbon black, recycled steel, oils from old tires, for sure, all in there. But it's also renewable and sustainable materials. So think rice husk for silica. So getting silica from rice husk, orange peels and getting oil out of the orange peels.
Stop. Who thought that was possible? These are waste materials. We're not talking about taking anything out of the food chain. These are things that wouldn't normally be used. So peel from oranges that are going for juice, rice husks you don't use. Who came up with that? Who knew that you could use those?
So I would say, you know, one thing that really separates Michelin as a tire company versus other people in the world is great material science, right?
Clearly.
We have a material scientists who are dreaming up what is possible. The interesting thing is racing really allows us to industrialize that. I mean, going from a concept of you could use the oil out of an orange into a tire and then actually moving that into a tire, incredibly difficult process, and racing allows us a lab to do that, and that's how we really use it, as that laboratory.
I know that there's oil in orange peel because I slightly singe my orange zest before I put it in an old-fashioned, but that's what I'm using it for. Pit stop's coming. Let's have a quick look to see what happens. All of the GTP cars, yes, all of the GTP cars come in, so we'll watch. We'll have Arjuna watching this while we continue to talk to Raymond Cotton. Questions that came in. What goes into the tyres in terms of air? Is it all nitrogen nowadays in IMSA, or are you not allowed that?
Yeah, no, the teams are bleeding the tires down. Of course, we mount them with air. We turn them to the team just normal dry air. We use a dryer on the system to make sure it's dry. The teams will then bleed them off, and it takes maybe 3 or 4 cycles with nitrogen just to make sure they're dry and stable. It's really the humidity that you're trying to keep out of the tire, right? The nitrogen itself isn't a big benefactor other than you can guarantee it's dry, right?
So that makes it slightly more inert and then
more stable.
Yes, less likely to change the pressure and therefore the heat of the tyre as well, presumably.
Yeah, I mean, you think about it. Any gas is an ideal gas, and you're going to get pressure rise with temperature, right? But it's that moisture that expands at a much greater rate than the air that you're trying to get out. And the nitrogen just really allows the teams to get really predictable pressure growth, so they know exactly what pressures to start at.
So you talked about humidity in that air. What about the external humidity? It's been particularly dry humidity-wise, down at around about 30% here. How does that... We'd normally expect the air to be a bit fatter round here. We know that the engines like the air a little bit fatter. What about the tyres? Does that affect your wear rate and the dew point as well, particularly?
I mean, it doesn't affect the wear rate. What it does affect is as the night starts cooling off at the tire, if the track's going to go below the dew point, you're going to get some moisture come up on the track, right? So the drier air is going to kind of eliminate that fact, right? But for sure, as the temperature starts cooling off, you know, you could get the track to cross the dew point and get moisture on the track, right? You couldn't see it, but it's certainly there, you know.
So new tyres for GTD, new construction and tyres. We've got the very sexy patterned new tyres for the GTPs. that have had to work here in track temperatures that have been 18 Celsius up to 48 Celsius that I've noticed. One size fits all here. That, you must be delighted about what you've seen.
So on the GTD side, the new tire, where we really focused was increasing wear in some specific cases, and one of them was Sebring. And so to see this heat, to see the tires coming off a stint and a half and looking great, we're ecstatic. I mean, this is the design, the work, the effort's paying off, right? And so that side, it's ecstatic. On the GTP side, super interesting. We are really at the hottest today. We were up the upper limit of the medium tire for where we would say is the perfect window.
I always think when you're getting towards 50 Celsius on the track, that's when I see your guys getting interested.
Yeah, and so for sure we were watching it, but teams double stinted in the heat of the day, right? They did not wait till now or wait till the sun goes down. They went ahead and did it. It really shows the trust of the new product they have in it.
And we're going to get the hard tire through this season at Watkins Glen, is it?
We'll see it at Watkins Glen for sure. I mean, super aggressive track, super hard track.
Got you.
And it's hot up there. You know, you don't think going up north like that would be warm, but it's warm.
Fairly new surface as well, which heats up really quickly.
Yeah, it puts there's a lot of load, so there's a lot of thermal load on the tire. But boy, the surface puts a lot of mechanical wear into the tire too. So that surface is very aggressive. So yeah, for sure we'll see the hard there. Like I said, we were at the upper limit of where the medium should be happy, and the teams were double stinting. So I'm really ecstatic about the results there.
In terms of what's going on in IMSA at the moment, it's a time of great growth, which is great for John Doonan and the rest of the team. But as the Solus tyre supplier for the majority of the series here, does that give you a logistical headache when we had 49 cars in Mission and Pilot Challenge, 55 here? All of the Mustang cars, the 19 Mustangs that we had, and when we get Mazda, they're all running on Michelins as well. How does the logistics work?
Yeah, so first of all, I would say, hats off to the IMSA team and keep creating a great product for the fans, for the racers, et cetera, that bring that car count and bring the amazing fans. So it's challenge accepted, right? And so, I mean, if you look here at this event, we've got over 8,000 tires here. We've got about 80 personnel here. It takes a great team to put it together, and for sure those car counts are demanding, all the series are demanding. But we really have a great team. I mean, a lot of people don't know, but we have engineers down with the teams looking at the tires, gathering the data. They're volunteers. They work for Michelin during the week.
Yeah.
One of them's a plant manager managing a plant.
Wow.
Others are designers. They're engineers, and they have a passion for sports cars, a passion for the tires, and they come out here and make that real.
I love that story. I didn't realize that. That's brilliant. 2027 already got the calendar. A track that we haven't been to for a while is Lime Rock. That is a very punishing on tyres because it's pretty much all right-handers. Will you have to go up there and do some research and have a look to see if you have to produce something specifically for that?
I would say
the reason I asked that, Raymond, sorry, is because the last time we were there with GT cars, we had confidential tyres and 3 different potentially construction and compound, and I know Corvette were using all 3 of them on different corners.
It's a challenging place. Like you said, there's only one turn that goes the other direction, right?
And it's quite short.
I would say what we'll do, and it's really the approach we take. It's interesting because it's an approach we take on street car too. Is we'll start with simulation.
Yeah.
And we'll run the data, and the data will tell us what to do.
Yeah.
And so I would say that would be, they just announced it, so we'll go back. We'll have.
Where does that data come from then? Do you have to go and have at least some kind of scan or something of the track surface and things like that?
So for sure, when we're at tracks, we scan them. We scan them. We get the surface roughness. We do it multiple places. So you have to understand the surface for sure. But we work with the teams. We work with IMSA, and you need the signal off the car. Like, what's the forces the car's seeing?
Yeah.
We combine those 2 things together to really run that from a simulation side. What should we expect? What do we know? What do we not know? Right. Yeah. And then that tells us, do you go test or not?
Yeah. I mean, here has got to be one of the toughest places. And I know you even come and do some road car tyre testing here as well. Had Mike Messina earlier in the week talking to us about Bremborn, how carefully they fine-tune things once they get here. Are you doing the same in terms of your tyre pressures and cambers and casters once you get to a race week for the teams?
Absolutely. The recommendations, we call them pre-codes, but the recommendations the teams would have, different than Daytona.
Oh, yeah.
The track is different, so, you know, you're looking at camber, pressure settings for the tracks, for the tires, etc. But no, this track, like you said, it's super demanding. There's a reason we always come here and test, right? But, you know, one thing that's interesting about this track, especially when it's hot, is even the thermal load in the asphalt is much different than the concrete.
Yeah, and there's several different types of asphalt.
And there's several different types of asphalt. So even for a driver to maintain and manage and trust that the grip is going to be the same and going to be what he needs to be, it's pretty amazing. And that's one thing that makes this track so iconic, is that the variables.
I asked Mike Messina this question. I'll ask it of you as well, because braking and tyre performance almost go hand in hand. All very well when you have your contact patch for your Michelin tyres and it's all working well and the suspension's going well. Turn 17, 2 wheels off the ground, 3 wheels off the ground, sometimes 4 wheels off the ground. How do you simulate that, and what does that do to the data that you're getting?
For sure, it makes it a little dirtier, right? I mean, the data, you know, it muddles things up a little bit. You know, I'd say what that speaks to, though, is you need a product that's really progressive. So you need a product that, when it's sliding, is very controllable, because you're going from fully hooked up to 2 to 4 wheels in the air, and then they've got to come back to the surface, and you've got to regain grip controllably and quickly. And so you really need great peak grip, but you need a broad peak that the driver can utilize, because it's unexpected, right? I mean, this track's a beast of its own with the bumps, and especially turn 17. I think I've raced here a few times, and every time about midway through, you're like, man, I got it. And then you hit a bump, and you're like, oh, I might be in trouble.
I don't quite have it. Thank you very much.
Right.
One thing I want to finish on, because we're just coming to the end of the safety car period, so perfect timing for you to come in. The track sweeping still going on. We're doing the category split at the moment with Raymond Cotton here from Michelin North America. Thank you very much for what you do for the LMP2 tyres, because that's not a category that we typically see all
as well. So it's carnage in the pits on that last pit stop. But Earl Bamber looking very racy on this restart. Is this the pin being pulled for the first time? With 3 hours and 55 minutes to go, we're into the last third of the race. The pole-sitting car, don't forget, the Whelen Engineering Cadillac, right underneath the rear wing of the second place car, the number 6 Porsche.
Big penalty for the DXTT Mason Filippi driven Corvette Z06. That is in 5th position, stopping 60. They ran a red light at the end of the pit lane. Here's the challenge for second, coming across the line right underneath our feet in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Earl Bamber sticks the nose of the Whelen Cadillac out to the left-hand side. Can't quite get alongside through turn 1, but he gets a good run through there.
Fourth running of the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring, and Vantor and Bamber came together, of course, under the full course yellow earlier on in the race. Former teammates. They even had their own t-shirt brand together. Now, of course, very much rivals. One for Porsche Penske Motorsport and one for Whelen Engineering Cadillac.
I think they have some respect, though,
of
for each other.
Of course they do, yes.
As most of
no,
these
friendly
rivals
rivals, friendly rivals,
yes. It's very difficult not to. So many of the teams are eating in Chefs, the Apex Cafe together. It's really hard to continue to hold a grudge week after week after week when you're standing next to the guy you've got the grudge against in the queue for your morning coffee or your pasta. And that's one thing I really like still about this championship, to be able to be standing there and have a chat with people from a number of different teams and watch a number of different teams' personnel talking to each other. You don't read anything into that. That's basically just racing people talking about racing. It's brilliant.
As the tyre temperature and pressure coming up now, the Porsches at the front of the field starting to pull away a little bit. Meanwhile, in GTD, another Porsche, the 912 Manthey first form car, pushing the 21 AF Corsa Ferrari to the line. That is right on the edge of what's acceptable, I'd wager. That is Riccardo Pera, the Italian, really sticking his elbows out there to the 21 of Antonio Fuoco.
Valentin Haas-Clos, possibly the beneficiary there in the Aston Martin number 90. That's allowed Albert Costa, though, to pull away just a little bit. And he's got a second and a half on that battle behind him. I think Race Control might look at that right on the very edge, as Peter said, of leaving space. I'm not sure if there was a car's width on the edge of that. Was it really an overtaking opportunity? Not sure about that either. Sun beginning to sink towards the east of the racetrack, going down beyond turn number 17. That's why it's called Sunset. 7:37 local time tonight is official sunset. By 8 o'clock, 8:05, it will be pitch black. And that is, what, just over an hour away. It's 20 minutes past 6 in the evening or the afternoon here. Great restart and nice and clean. Been very impressed with what we've seen, Peter, so far on the restarts. Pretty much everybody has been playing the game pretty well. That was our 6th intervention from the safety car, and we've had something in the region of an hour and 45, an hour and 50 minutes, 25, 26, 27 laps, 28 laps of yellow. 3 hours and 50 to go. Let's just remind ourselves of the Porsche keys to the race. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Right now, it's all about racing. The traffic is all for position. And for the next couple of laps, even the guys at the front of the field, Peter, have a clear track.
They do, and yet another powertrain parameters warning for a Porsche 911 GT3R. Both of the Manthey cars have got one, and now the 80 Racing Porsche has been given a control powertrain parameter warning. You would think that they're running absolutely full rich now to try and catch up after that little bit of a delay in the previous full course caution. But Alessio Piccarello, of course, winner in this team, in this category last year at this race.
You've got to say that even though Nick Tandy had to come in for emergency service, they've not lost out that much. They are a couple of seconds behind the leader in class, which is the car that was sitting, they were 20-odd seconds behind them, remember, so they lost out with the safety car coming out. Then they lost out at the timing of the safety car, but what they have done is change the front brakes. So that's pink-purple Dragon holding a can of Mobil 1 fully synthetic oil, by the way, as well. One of a number of Mobil 1 tribute liveries for the 74th running of this great race. That's in good shape. That should be a car that can fight Picariello, along with Harry King and Nick Tandy, the UK duo. We'll keep an eye on the action on the track whilst we hear from some of the protagonists down in pit lane with Arjuna.
Sheldon von der Linde, I was just letting him finish his dinner before stealing some of his time. Sheldon, this is a new BMW M Hybrid update compared to last year. Have you seen some improvement in this package around Sebring?
Yeah, we definitely have. I mean, the raceability in the races has taken a step forwards. There's definitely some areas where we still need to improve, where we feel it's slightly weaker, if anything, but raceability in the race is definitely better. We can follow much closer, and we're just closer to make the move now at the end of the race, which here in Sebring will be important.
Hello everyone, Omi back with you here as well on JB Motorsports. I'm with you back all the way till the end of the race. Of course, the actual IMSA stream having some adverts, so just having to interrupt those momentarily. But yes, apologies for the little power cut that we had. my street had a power cut, so there was quite literally nothing we could actually do. But now, breathe. We're into some smoothness. We're into the final 4 hours. Let's bring this one home and get it to the end and crown some incredible winners as well. So it's going to be a lot of fun. It'll be myself for little bits here and there, and of course, the final lap as well. And then we'll be using IMSA radio for the majority, because I'm also sick. So on an endurance race, solo wouldn't be ideal, and also sick at the same time would not be, I don't think, a good combination. So I think it's time that I stop talking and hand it back down over to IMSA radio.
And a couple of laps will be 5 minutes tops, maybe 3 laps. I think that's. I'm pleasantly surprised and impressed at the stint lengths that the GTP cars are getting.
Yeah, really impressive. And well, Porsche Penske Motorsport, they've decided it's time to go. Both the number 6 car in second and the number 7 car in the lead of Lauren Heinrich, with Lawrence Vance right behind, and they both set the best lap of the race for those cars. 149.655 for Heinrich in the lead, 149.728 for Vantor in second. It's just shy of Blomqvist's best that was set about 30 odd laps ago, 149.3. We're still, though, that's about a second off Renger van der Zande's GTP lap record. But I just, you know, with 3 hours and 46 minutes to go, the track is only going to improve, and that lap time will tumble.
We're well into just double figures again on the Fahrenheit scale. 34 Celsius is 93 Fahrenheit. We were up in the high teens before. That's not tumbling, but it's coming down at a reasonable rate. Ironically, or perhaps surprisingly, it would be better to say, the air temperature is still sitting at 27 Celsius. That's not moved for hours.
That's what's bizarre. So we started at 10 past 10 this morning, 79 Fahrenheit. We went as high as 113.
Yeah.
And then now we're dropping down to 93.
Yeah.
But the ambient's been fairly steady. It's one of the mysteries of Sebring, of which there are many.
The humidity, or lack thereof, is the thing that's been very interesting. Just 31%. We've seen that over 50% here and get very sticky. Good driving by Jason Hart in the number 48. Returned to the track after its run round the spectator areas. Indicated to the left-hand side, pulled over and let the number 77, Alessio Picariello, go through. That Porsche then chasing down the leaders. Picariello up to 4th position now. James Collado just up the road a tiny bit. The 2 Porsches at the front of the field. It's the red car from the blue car in terms of the shade bands.
Are they having a race?
Mirrors, they are indeed. I fancy a Milky Way. All of a sudden.
The only thing is, though, James Collado did not pit at the last caution. He's only got 6% of energy left to use, so he will be pitting very, very soon, potentially at the end of this lap. So that then puts the AO Racing Porsche up to effectively net 3rd, but it's still Ricardo Feller who leads the way in at that category. But yeah, at the front of the field, fastest lap of the race, Lauren Heinrich, 149.180. Porsche Penske Motorsport are putting down the pace here. 149.3 for Vantor, that car's best, but still 2/10 shy of his teammate. The number 7 car for Porsche Penske Motorsport, like at Daytona, is the one putting down the big pace.
Hello to Simi Reach in Columbus, Ohio. BOP, balance of pizza. Oh, don't do that. I'm in the booth for the whole time, and don't get to have real
I've
food.
had the balance of pudding, chocolate.
You have the balance of pudding, yeah.
I don't feel very balanced standing up, though, after it.
I noticed that you're swaying a little bit. Yeah, excellent stuff. Heinrich from Lawrence Vantor. Lauren Heinrich from Lawrence Vantor. Then Earl Bamber. 3 names that have all been Porsche drivers in the past. Earl now, of course, with Cadillac, and will be at Imola for the start of the FIA World Endurance Championship with Cadillac Hertz Team Joda. That coming up 14th of May is the prologue, and that weekend we'll have the only live free race coverage of the WEC available globally. Looking forward to that. Just trying to plan a bit of a road trip down there to cover that one and working out what transport might be available. 2 Porsches carving their way through traffic. So what was that, 4 laps? Maybe, after the restart that they got, 3.5. Coming up to the Turner Motorsport BMW. Porsche sliding, bouncing through the final corner. Lauren Heinrich
settles down pretty quick though.
That is remarkable. What's it? Oh, that was a piece of tyre rubber. I thought it was towing something along the surface of the road behind it.
The first skip went and then the car just flattened out and went. It wasn't as if the bounce kept going, which is where the lap time goes. The Porsche, watching earlier in the week, the Porsches looked pretty tight, not at the absolute optimum that the Cadillacs were, but probably second best in terms of the high-speed corners. But they've clearly got those dampers absolutely dialed in, which of course is so critical here at Sebring.
3-car battle coming through the final corner. Ferraris and Porsches. And Ricardo Perez goes to the inside at turn 1. Down the inside, makes the position, goes into second in GTD. That was a late move on Albert Costa. Antonio Fuoco's just a little bit further up the road. That's the red Ferrari going through turn 3 now. Sunshine in the eyes of the drivers as they head on any of the easterly parts of the circuit. Headlights ablaze for Perez in that number 912, almost Leighton House coloured, first form coloured car. Here comes the leading Porsches as well. So this is about to get really tasty as the battle for GTD hots up and the leading cars are coming through the Fangio chicane. Flash of the lights from Lauren Heinrich as he goes first to the left, then to the right. Perez has got Fuoco in his sights at the moment, has to give best to the Porsche prototype, and they almost come together coming through the exit of turn 10, Cunningham corner. Perez does not want to lift off here, Peter, because he knows he's got pressure from Valentin Asclo behind him and Albert Costa as well.
Lauren Heinrich has been in one of these prototype machines for a very, very short period of time, but he looks like he's done this for years.
Veteran.
Being able to just carve through. We know how fast he is, we know how good a driver he is, of course, but carving through traffic in the fastest prototype past the GT cars is a skill that can only be learned over time, and he's skipped about 6 chapters and he's completed it. He's aced the exam and he's off, and he's pulling away from Lawrence Vantor to the tune of, at the moment, it's 2.2 seconds, but he's in this final sector, looks to have got through very cleanly indeed. Lauren Heinrich, he was amazing at Daytona. The pace is still continuing, and you know, Renger van de Zande for the 93 Acura Marshank Racing crew told us that he thought the Porsches were kind of just playing with everybody and had the pace, and at the moment he's been proven correct. It seems once that full course yellow lifted and we went back to green flag racing, Bamber managed to keep the pressure on for a lap or two, and then they just pulled away, and that's got to be pretty demoralising for the rest of the field.
Hearing that it was an alternator issue for the Europol car that took them out of contention. Bijoy Garg is behind the wheel of that car, and he's back out again, isn't it? Yes, it is. But they've lost an awful lot of laps. Well, this is glorious stuff at the front of the field. Clear blue skies all day as Lauren Heinrich, as Peter says, relatively new to prototype sports car racing. He's learned his craft though, and quite a lot of people telling me, drivers telling me, that these GTP era cars, particularly the LMDH rule set within that hypercar and GTP class, they do sort of drive like a larger, more powerful and slightly heavier GT car. So those are transferable skills, a lot of transferable skills from Lauren Heinrich. The point that Peter made, though, I think, as the sun is right in the eyes of everyone going down the Ullman Straight now, I think that the point that Peter makes, though, is very important. It's not just about being able to drive these cars in a way that is efficient, it's the decision making and the confidence with the car that Lauren has after such a short time in terms of racing mileage.
It's remarkable, totally remarkable, but it has gone a little bit back in the favour of his teammate Lawrence Vantor. 151.4 there, so takes 9/10 of a second back from Heinrich, so the traffic playing a little bit more in the favour of the rapid Belgian, multiple champion in this series. And now Renger van de Zande in the Acura for Meyershank number 93 has got past El Bamber,
yes.
so moves up to third. Can van de Zande find something to go after the Porsches?
Well, again, it's been later in the stint, generally speaking, that the Acura has come alive, and with that track temperature dropping, we might just have to see those guys later in the stint trying to go around the outside of the number 77, Alessio Pingarello. That was not a big maneuver, and he pushes Bamber right off. That was almost inevitable there, through the hairpin. You've got to make a decision, and the decision from Van der Zande was to go around the outside of the Porsche GTD car, the number 77 AO racing machine with Picariello at the wheel. He was running out a road all the way through, did not want to lift, got in the dirt at the Fangio chicane, alongside immediately from Earl Bamber, looking for an opportunist manoeuvre to retake that position, and he was ushered gently to the other side of the track and off onto the dirt. I can only imagine that the Kiwi, Earl Bamber, will not be overly pleased about that.
Maybe some choice language going on at the wheel. Perhaps, yeah. I mean, imagine the adrenaline that's rushing through these drivers right now. Playing for the big prize, to win at Sebring is an honour for any driver. Some of them have done it before, and they know they just want to do it again and again. So coming into turn 7, the AO Porsche and GT was on the inside. Van de Zande decides to go round the outside, and there's just no room. He has to back out of it. Bamber spots it. Then as they're approaching the Fangio chicane, Bamber tries to go through, and I have to say, I wonder if Van de Zande, he may have not known if he was there, but he might, if he did, he might have decided to cover the line over. Again, we've said this several times, we wouldn't want to be the ones making that call, and that's what race control have such a difficult job to make the right call, because we want exciting racing, but we want safe and fair racing as well.
How is that any different to what Parker Thompson did?
Quite different in my opinion, but anyway.
Do you think?
Yes.
It could have had the same
Well, for
outcome,
a start, there were other cars around, much smaller part of the racetrack. Parker had half of Florida on the inside and decided to... no, I don't think it's the same incident at all, in my opinion.
He pulled a long way away from the Porsche to block. I don't know.
Like I say, I'm glad we don't have to make these calls.
Exactly.
Yeah.
You will.
We just talk about tea and cake, and
yeah, that's much better. Let's
stick to our lane.
Speaking about Parker Thompson, he's down in the pit lane now with Arjuna.
Parker, let's talk about that bit of contact with Dragon Speed. You're making the step up into a prototype. You're usually in the GT car, but you bullied a GT today.
Yeah, it's totally my fault, and I saw Casper and Giacomo. I've got to go over to the rest of the Dragon Speed guys and apologize, but they were busy putting a car together to get it back on track. It's great to see them back on track. If there was one car you didn't want to hit, it's those guys. You know, I saw what happened at Daytona. It's not what you wanted, and there's no excuse. I mean, I used to be a GT guy. I saw the monstrosities that the LMP2 field has committed on the GT group, but I'm not making an excuse for the P2 guys. You just don't realize how long of a wheelbase that car has, and it caught me out today, and yeah, I'd like to forget about it.
Well, is this experience jumping back and forth between LMP2 and GT3 racing this year, is it going to help your awareness, I guess, in many ways, of what the different classes are going through in the multi-class racing? For
sure. The more time behind the wheel you can get at anything, the more perspective you're going to have, especially here in multi-class racing. You know, it's funny the perspective you take away from it, because there's plenty of GTs that probably deserve to get hit today because they're turning in on us, they're doing bad stuff to us. You know, P2s always take a bad rap, but we don't have ABS, you know. When we choose to brake in a straight line and we fire it in there, we can't move, we don't have ABS to move around or do anything, so it's a game you have to play and everybody has to respect each other, but yeah, on the Dragon Speed guys, that's no fault on their own. It's terrible to see. All I can do is, it's my second race. I can just be better, and hopefully as the class of P2s, you know, as I grow up and mature in P2, just remember that incident and never do it again.
And as you're learning, I've seen that you've just been putting some tape onto your visor. What's that for when you get back into the car?
Well, I've got the famous Sebring Sunset Cruise, and my two bugaboos on that are I tighten my visor, because around this time, 8 hours in, your visor's loosened up and you actually can't put it in the position you want. So I tightened it and I put 2 strips of tape on the bottom of it, because with it fully shut, you still don't have enough blockage of the sun when you're going down into turn 17. So it just gives me a little extra blockage.
Parker Thompson, you absolute star, putting his hand up to that. The incident involving Renger van der Zande and Earl Bamber is under review, as they were both passing the AO number 77 car. Parker.
Big respect. You know, how many times have we seen incidents where it's like, oh well, this happened and that happened, and that's a natural reaction as well. But to be so selfless to say that was totally my fault, I'll do better. Huge respect to him. Yeah.
I know that Arjuna would have said to him before he put on air, are you okay if I ask you about that incident? And Parker must have said, ask me that first.
Yeah.
And that...
Yeah, that's a proper gentleman there, and a proper
racer,
proper sportsman. Even the best drivers, all of the best drivers in the world have all made errors that they would want to forget, and that's what you forget it and you move on. Big respect to Parker, and thank you to him for taking the time to talk to us.
Yeah,
I still don't think it's the same as turn 7 though.
No, but I mean, in terms of drawing a penalty, I don't necessarily it's 5 minutes, but it is, you've put somebody off the track. At that point, that should be all that's being penalised. What happens after that, you don't penalise the consequences. Doesn't matter if you roll the car into a small ball, or you've blocked somebody and put them off the track and cost them 6 seconds. There should be no difference, to my mind at least, in the penalty because of what happened next.
I agree. I think it's if you don't penalise in certain situations, I'm not saying this is going to go either way or not, I'm not at all. But if you don't penalise in some situations, the drivers then go, okay, that's the line, that's the precedent. I can get away with that.
The drivers
and then if you go to get away with that and you step even further, then it's where big problems.
They will push. Of
course they can.
They will push track limit.
From age 55.
There we go. Another quick little mini ad break. Well, everything seems to be settled in. Porsche 1-2 at the front in the GTP class. So, I mean, it's looking good at the moment. Looking like an interesting race. Let us know in the live chat your thoughts so far with 3 hours and 30 minutes to go. It's proving to be quite the intriguing race that is going to go all the way, hopefully, till the checkered flag.
You know?
Absolutely, and they can be terribly, terribly entertaining, even when they're being a little bit naughty. But you're right, race control have to set the parameters so that everyone knows. It's like some people ask me, well, that car ran into that car, they're both out, why are they putting a penalty on one of the cars that's obviously out the race? That's not for those cars, it's for everybody else to say that wasn't acceptable.
Yeah, because it's, you know...
And IMSA are very good at doing it.
They are, and very good at saying what the line is, and of course, things, you know, changed a bit after Road America last year, where it was pretty fractious, and it's maybe trying to find a happy ground between the two of them, really. 3.5 hours to go.
Talking about people pushing the line, by the way, exit of turn 1, there is now a visible trench on the far side of the blue and white curbing. Also at turn 13, tower turn, that's actually really deep there. You could have a small platoon of infantrymen dug in to that one. And it's, again, as I said very, very early on, Peter, it's not the going off, it's the problem. If you come back on over those curbs, you're going up a 2 inches, maybe more there, and the inside shoulder of the tyre is in danger. At that point, if you go off, you're better off just straightening the wheel up and running all the way down and coming back on when the grass comes back later on.
So true. Lauren Heinrich looks... that car looks so hooked up, that number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Have they put the magnets back in that one now, so it sticks to the track?
Seemingly. It looks so planted on one of the bumpiest, if not the bumpiest racetrack in the world. You think about the competencies at Penske. They have incredible rigs that test dampers, and you think the amount of work they've got to do on dampers for their IndyCar project. Surely that kind of know-how has to transfer into a project, and probably no more relevant than here at Sebring.
Will Stevens into the pit lane in the Cadillac, and that seems to be a bit early for me. Will came in with everybody else, so that's one for our pit lane team to have a quick look at. Just 20 laps. Also have another incident. So Ben Barker in the Ford number 64 has been involved with Antonio Fuoco, the AF Corsa Ferrari, which leads the GTD, and that's given him a penalty. That's the leader in GTD, AF Corsa UK. Antonio Fuoco, very quick decision reached there by race control and our stewarding panel. Drive through for Antonio Fuoco, and that will mean Manthey First Form will take the lead in that category with 3 hours and 26 minutes to go. Big news from the stewards' room.
Well, it's been busy in there too. They're still reviewing the incident between the 93 Acura of Renger van der Zande and the 31 Cadillac of Earl Bamber. So they came to the decision very quickly there. Antonio Fuoco, that car's been right up the front the whole way. That drive-through will really, really sting.
Yeah, considering we had over 3 hours of green flag racing up to the last intervention by the Sebring Lexus safety car, if that happens again, we'd be pretty much at the end of the race, and that drive-through will take some regaining. You lose getting on for a third of a lap. It's such a long run, and at the pit lane speed limit, the GTD cars are going past at 150 miles an hour whilst you're doing the pit lane speed limit, Peter.
That's right, yeah, that's right. For Antonio Fuoco, 4 seconds back to Ricardo Pera. Now Fuoco not serving the penalty yet. Now, if there's a black and orange meatball flag, which is the mechanical warning flag, you have to pit at the earliest possible opportunity. You cannot go on. You must pit, whereas with a drive-through, you've got a couple of laps to serve it. So, not really any point in arguing it, to be honest, at this stage. It won't be rescinded, so you might as well just get it out of the way. Yeah,
the only thing is, if you feel as though where you are in a line of traffic, you could benefit by staying out a couple of laps. Maybe get a little bit further into your pit window. You can't obviously fuel the car whilst you're attending to a penalty.
You don't want to get caught with a full course yellow.
No, that is very true. But as you rightly say, a mechanical black flag, or any black flag actually, whether it's a full black flag, come to the pits immediately, you have been a very naughty driver, or the black flag with the orange disc in the middle, mechanical black flag, some kind of mechanical issue with the car, you must come in at the next available opportunity, which really means next time by, and race control take a dim view of people not doing that. The 21 of Antonio Fuoco, the Ferrari, has not yet come to the pit lane, AF Corsa USA. And just as that's happening, double trouble for that team, because Ricardo Pera in the Manthey First Form Porsche in second there has just put that car's fastest lap of the race in, and he's a couple of ticks of the clock away from the fastest GTD lap of the race, currently held by the number 34 Conquest Racing Ferrari at 2 minutes 1:15. There's the Ricardo Pera lap on the screen at 2:01.397. This is starting to get tasty.
Ricardo Pera is an FIA graded silver driver, and he's only 2/10 off Nick Tandy and Harry King in the other Porsche, same car, GT3R, and in fact he's compared to the GTD Pro Manthey car. What does he compare to their best lap? He's a tenth and a half off it as a silver graded driver. quite a performance. What a find for him. I mean, he's raced with Ryan Hardwick with great success. Of course, winning at Le Mans and the World Endurance Championship last year. No wonder.
Fourcourt into the pits now and drops from the lead out of the top 5. He's going to get down as he might drop down to the bottom of the top 10 there, Peter, because it's not that long since we went back green and there's not any big gaps between the top cars in GTD. By the way, the new leader in GTD, Ricardo Pera, for Manthey First Form, is also the leading bronze category car. They are competing for that most precious of things, an entry to the 24 Hours of Le Mans.
I understand they're not a full season entry, they're a Michelin Endurance Cup entry. That possibly could be revised.
I think if there's a Le Mans entry on the go, maybe.
Well, they might already have one if they're competing in the World Endurance Championship again.
True.
So that's one part of it. But yeah, I mean, at Daytona, that crew, they finished 12th at Daytona. So this is quite a return to form for that crew, first form. Have won this race, of course, in GTD back in 2020 when the race was held in November.
Yeah. Good evening at nearly 11 o'clock in the UK to all at the Malvern Hills Hotel. John, Dee, Storm and Bill having adult beverages before they close up and leave, watching the Sebring 12 Hours along with Alan, of course, Lanzarote Camel.
Beautiful part of the world, Malvern Hills. It's gorgeous.
I keep saying I'm going to go across and see them. They do really good food across there as well.
Go to Morgan.
Just trying to, yes, of course. Just trying to find a weekend where that might be possible. Into the pit lane. That is the Ford Mustang.
This is Gradient number 66. Joey Hand put in a mega stint, put in a lot of drive time in. He'll earn his rest tonight, and in goes Jake Walker.
One lap off the lead, by the way. 1 lap off the lead in GTD.
I thought they're on the lead lap, I'm pretty sure, because they were right behind just ahead of Felipe Fraga, excuse me.
Yeah, I know what's happened. They've come and stopped and they haven't crossed the line in the pit lane because their pits are at the front end.
They were about 15 seconds off the lead, which is great. They've had a great day, actually, because they started right at the back.
Yeah.
And they fought their way through, and to still be on the lead lap with 3 hours and 20 minutes to go. Great effort from that crew. Young Jake Walker, really strong.
We did give you the answer to the question of Renger van der Zande versus not a Porsche, but a Porsche driver in the 93. It has been reviewed, no action required. So now Earl Bamber's now going to say, right, well, we know where the line is now.
Yep. Yeah, clear precedent there.
Don't forget, race control have more views of things than we do. They might have taken into consideration, well, Earl Bamber could have backed out of it. Didn't need to put himself there. These are all the kind of decision-making processes that go through. They had a good look at it, they took their time, and that is the decision of the stewarding panel. Paul de Resta in the number 22, third place for United Autosport. In the mostly blue now, Richard Mille sponsored number 22, third position, just 5 seconds away from the front of the field, and Paul's turning up the wick a little bit as well now as he begins to chase down the cars ahead of him. It's been a lean couple of years for United Autosport over here, Peter. Not what they would have hoped.
Well, a Rolex 24 win last year, I think,
well,
would be fairly pleasing.
Year, didn't it?
Well, yeah, and of course they didn't win on the road,
no.
But a win is a win. I mean, last year, win at Watkins Glen as well, so they've won 2 of the big endurance races in the United States.
They don't, but they didn't challenge for the championship, did they?
I can't remember. Do you know? I honestly can't remember.
No,
inconsistency. But if you go and you win Watkins Glen and you win at the Rolex 24, I don't think you can call that a bad season, personally.
But I'll tell you what, Richard Dean by his very high standards. He's not challenging for the race win and winning right the way through the season and challenging for the season championships. He'll not mark that down as a successful year. Lot going on at United as well, of course, as they have given up the McLarens, running the McLarens in the FIA WEC. They are concentrating on the new prototype. James Barclay, the team's principal there, he'll be the conduit between Richard Dean, United, and McLaren themselves. Can't wait to see that car. Cannot wait to see that car. They've been tantalisingly leaving styling concepts and full-size models in the background of some of their videos, just without pointing them out.
Teasing away.
Yeah, absolutely.
Well, two legends of the sport and two legends of the world of Corvette at the moment, running in flying formation as they often are, so professional an outfit. The number 4 Corvette with the black windshield strip sitting in 4th place right now, with the number 3 right behind with the white windshield strip, and Milner and Garcia both taking part in their 20th 12 hours of Sebring with special Mobil 1 liveries on the cars. And you know, Corvette, I'm sure, could have their pick of the GT drivers, but they are renowned for their loyalty to drivers.
Oh yes.
And I was speaking to Stephen from a different manufacturer at dinner time, and we're talking about Garcia and just saying how he never ever puts a foot wrong. Still, after so many years at the top of the sport, just his level hasn't dropped, his pace hasn't dropped.
No, it really hasn't.
He's still there. You know, he was racing Aston Martin DBR9s. He was an Aston Martin works driver. He, you know, won the Rolex 24 in 09 and overall in a Daytona prototype. You know, he's been at it a very, very long time and has the success to show for it. 4 class wins here at the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. Could make it 5 today, but also so could Nick Tandy. If he wins today, he'll have 5 wins at the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring.
Just keeping an eye on what's going on the socials as well. Thank you for staying with us now. Coming up towards 11 o'clock in the UK, midnight in Central Europe. Still plenty of races to go. It's racing to go. Halfway through the 12 hours, the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello as well, and Haas RT with their Audi go into the overnight. Parc Fermé is the leaders there. Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley, Sarah Esser bring you the conclusion of that tomorrow over on our RS1 channel and in Sound and Vision 2. So finish up your weekend with a bit more endurance racing. Why not? Another 6 hours or so of that race to run in the beautiful Italian countryside. More GT3 action there. Driver's side door mirror has gone from the Ferrari. How did that disappear? Side-to-side contact, presumably.
With the 64 Ford, that's why he got the penalty.
Yeah, pushed him off the track. Well, that again. You know, again, where's the difference between that and what Renger van der Zande did to Earl Bamber? I'd say
there was physical contact, maybe.
Well, so is that what you've got to do then? You've got to draw the penalty like basketball and actually keep your car in the spot. I'm not sure. I mean,
oh no,
there's been that many incidents that it's easy to pick up, to pick faults and look for differences between different incidents, and race control are judging them all on their merits. That's what I'll say about that. We'll go down to Arjuna in just a second. Another penalty for the number 21 Ferrari now.
That's Antonio Fiocco. That's another drive-through penalty.
Yeah, that is Lilou Wadou Decellier behind the wheel of the AF Corsa car now. Too many crew over the wall. and that will be another drive-through from leading the race down to well outside the top 10, and they'll do well here to stay on the lead lap of GTD. They've dropped down to 12th already, and Lila Wadu has to come through. Arjuna in the pit lane.
You were wondering, John, why the Wayne Taylor Racing number 10 Cadillac had pitted slightly off sequence. Well, in the last safety car period, they did come to pit lane, but weren't able to put sticker tires on it. They were nursing a few issues, doing some work to the car, and so they just survived as much as they could once the green flag dropped, and once it was a bit too hard to handle the balance of the car into pit lane, and sticker tires go on.
Yeah. 3 hours and 12 minutes to go. Hello to Rai Campbell with a 3-week-old baby girl cheering on Roxy, as well as
another little advert interrupting us as well. But as they're mentioning, there is not long left. Time is ticking, and as we talked about at the start of the show, the greatness and the best from these drivers is going to have to come in the night skies. Who is going to be meeting the fireworks first later on? It's going to be such an interesting and intriguing question. Looking forward to that. But we've still got 3 hours and just under now 12 minutes to go until we can get anywhere near finding out on all of that.
Where everybody's running around 5,000, 10,000 metres, and you used to get people like Kid Kano, Brendan Foster going back in even further, that just shift into a different gear. David Bedford, another famous British runner, when I was doing athletics and being inspired by those people, just be able to do 3, 4, 5 laps at a completely different pace to everybody else. Marc Marquez in MotoGP, being able to just pull the pin and for 4 or 5 laps take 2, 3, 4, 5 tenths of a second, and all of a sudden the gap has gone from 1.5 seconds to 5.5 to 6 seconds now. 11 seconds between Renger van der Sande and the leader, and 6 seconds back to second place. Extraordinary what's just happened in the last 20 minutes.
And exactly the same thing has happened also with a car with a Porsche badge on the front of it. Alessio Piccarello in the 77 AO car, a car that's been flying in GTD Pro all day long. They were a bit unlucky with the time in the last full course yellow, and Piccarello's just gone by Neil Verhagen, winner at Daytona, like he's standing still, and Neil is a quality driver. It's just that Piccarello and Roxy the Porsche are just locked in right now, and Piccarello's got his sights 2 seconds up the road to fellow Porsche 911 GT3R, the Manthey car of Ricardo Feller. Piccarello going for 2 Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring GTD Pro wins in a row, and AO surely have got to be delighted because this is a full season car. It's absolutely locked in it here at Sebring, and usually if you win at Sebring, why not win anywhere else?
Yeah. Piccarello 2.1 seconds behind Grello, pulls out from behind the DXT Chevy Corvette. Mason Filippi behind the wheel. Oh, he chops back in front there of the Pro car. I mean, there's no requirements to pull out of the way. Just breathed out in the middle of the turn 17, and that's given Piccarello the opportunity to go through.
The Porsches have been so good in the fast corners in GTD, and Piccarello was able to hold a much tighter line there and just maintain the corner speed. They were able to do that in practice in turn 1 as well, and he's just moved by. Good, clever driving there from Mason Filippi, though. Just gave only the minimal room he had to, just like you say, open the steering a little bit, lost minimal amount of time, of course running in a different class as well, so not his fight. And Piccarello definitely on the charge here, has lost a little slither of time to Feller, but now with a bit of clear air ahead may well be able to reel that back in.
How anybody sees anything going down into turn 17, Sunset is very aptly named. I mean, even watching the onboards, I've actually got my hand up over my face to try and block it.
Ari Vatanen, Pikes Peak style, yes.
Climb dance.
Going into turn 7 as well, I mean, there at sunset, you can't see a thing going through there either. So this is Sebring Sunset. It's one of the great moments of the motorsport year, I have to say.
Aston Martin Valkyrie back out on track, by the way. A real interesting battle of the walking wounded in 20th and 21st. Both Aston Martin number 23 and the 25 BMW have spent quite some time in the pits. There is a full... there's more laps than I thought, sorry. There's 6 laps between them there now. But Alex Riberas holding down a 10th place at the moment after those issues. Car refused to restart earlier on.
Whoa,
another big
Paul.
swapper coming through turn 1. Paul de Resta somehow holds on to a sideways, almost backwards, bucking 22. Again, that's the second time the 22 has done that for United Autosports. That's the 3rd place car. In fact, actually, it's Rasmus Lind, isn't it, that's behind that. Paul de Resta passed that car over to him a little while ago. Wowee! That car's been so close to the wall. It had the WeatherTech branding stuck on the rear wing. Now it's got a bit of branding on the front dive planes. They're pretty tough front dive planes. It hasn't moved one iota, and it's just basically skewered part of the advertising, Correx.
Wow. Rasmus Lind.
That'd have caught your attention, wouldn't it?
Wow. That, I mean, in an LMP2 car at that point, you're doing about 130 miles an hour, and it's like going over a motocross jump at that point. Toby Sowery said, you know, that is the incident that all of them in LMP2 are scared of, because it's so bumpy there and they're so stiff, those cars. Very easy to get it wrong. And Rasmus Lind, what car control to keep that out the fence.
The 912 first form Manthey car in the pit lane from the lead of GTD, and also leading in the bronze class. The car goes down from its air jacks.
3 hours 6 minutes to go. If we're to go all the way green flag to the end, they need to do fuel saving, and it could be perfect. So if it's got green flag all the way to the end, they will need a little bit of fuel saving on each stint.
Into the pit lane for Rasmus Lind after that moment. We've got Ryan in the pits at the moment. He's waiting for some pit stops from the front of the field. Timon van der Helm has come in the JDC Miller Mustang sampling car. And let's see. We had some yellow at the start of this run. So Timon, actually that was a full green run, and what's that, 54 minutes or 28 laps for Timon on a full green run. The Porsche, the Evo Porsche, has already done 32 laps, albeit 4 of those are under yellow flag, so they're already over an hour and 10 minutes now with that yellow at the front at the start of their current run. Into the pit lane for Renger van der Zande and for Earl Bamber. But let's go to the pit lane. Here's Ryan.
Yeah, I'm set up because Porsche Penske should be bringing both of their cars in here shortly. I've got an obstructed view, I'm afraid, of Renger van der Zande, who's come in. I see tires going on, and it looks like a driver change as well. You'll have to help me out to know who is climbing in that car. We also see the Whelen Engineering Action Express team making a pit stop here. The Porsche Penske's will have to come around if that car is still there in its pit box. Driver change there as well as 4 Michelin tires plus the VP fuel going in to supplement the energy in that Cadillac. We're at the stage in this race, guys, where the double stinting should be done, and it should be fresh tires all the way to the finish if everybody's played their cards right. So far, it's been pretty clean here in the pit lane, and before too much longer, we'll see the two leading Porsches. Both Penske teams are up on the wall.
Under 50 seconds to change 4 tyres and a driver, and then you wait for the energy replenishment. Both of the cars that Ryan mentioned out in glorious golden light, battling from turn 17 as they come to turn 1. Rooftop Ray on camera 1 this weekend at turn 1. His usual spot here. And that's another 1 lap, additional 1 lap done by the two Porsche Penske Motorsports. They started this stint at
it's a lap extra.
56 minutes past the last hour, the previous hour. It's now 07, so that's an hour and 11 minutes they've been out there, albeit with the assistance of 4 yellows.
They're, again, they've got a lap of fuel advantage on the Acuras and the Cadillacs.
It's going to be a driver change, it looks like, in both of the Porsche Penske cars. Julian Andlauer is set to replace Lauren Heinrich. Lawrence Vanthoor also will vacate his car. Interestingly, both of those drivers just set those cars' fastest laps 20-odd laps ago. So the fastest 2 drivers in these 963s to this point now climbing out. Driver changes more or less complete. The driver helpers now just getting the drivers bolted in. Tires are run. It'll be a tear-off the windscreen, at least for the 7. The smoke coming off of the brakes. It is hot down here, guys, that's for sure. Mechanics going around cleaning off the headlights, cleaning up the grille, just waiting on the energy replenishment now. Looks like the 6 pit stop is taking a little bit longer than the 7. Now they close the hatch on the 6. There goes the 7, roaring to life as it leaves the pit lane, and its sister car leaves here as well. And you have to check who got aboard that car.
Julian Andlauer took out the number 7, and as the number 6 comes through, we can tell you it is Lawrence Vanthoor. It was Alex Palou and Frederick Vesti in respectively the Acura number 93 and the Cadillac, the Whelen Cadillac number 31. Again, round about 50 seconds to do the 4 tyres and the driver change. The next 26 seconds is fuel going in. Actually slightly less than that, because that's a whole pit transit time, 76 seconds.
If we stayed full green for the last 3 hours, it's 3 hours and 1 minute to go. That extra lap of fuel that the Porsches seem to be able to take over the Acuras and the Cadillacs could be the difference between an extra pit stop or not, if we go full green, which there's a chance that it might, there's a chance that it might not, but if it does, that could be a totally game-changing advantage. Just that 1 lap per stint.
Heading into the last quarter of the race with 3 hours to go. VP Racing update to come after we've heard from Lauren Heinrich.
Just got out of the leading Porsche 963. Huge congratulations from your Porsche Penske team. All of your crew members just came up to give you a fist bump, give you a pat on the back. Tell me, how has it been? You guys look like you're in control, but still a long way to go.
Yeah, it's a long way to go. I mean, we're here in Sebring, the sun is just setting, and the people who know Sebring race, you know, they know that the second race, the more challenging one, is just starting now when the sun sets and the moon comes up, you know, the fist comes up also. So, yeah, I'm looking forward to see where we end up. So far, it has been running pretty good. Driving the 963 around here is a joy, even in the heat of the day. I mean, it's a lifetime memory I'm making here, and to be part of Porsche Penske Motorsport is a dream come true for me. So let's keep our fingers crossed for a good result today.
I was going to ask, you've done this race before in the GT classes, but now doing it in a prototype. Is it that much different of an experience?
Yeah, it's very different. I mean, just the speed difference, the different dynamics in the traffic. I mean, the good thing is I don't have to look so much into the mirror, right? But the bad thing is it's just so hard to get the power down, you know, yeah, go through the double stints here in the heat of the day, which we didn't have to do in the GT. So that's a big challenge for me to adapt myself and also the car to that situation.
Which of the other manufacturers do you think is most primed to give you a fight at the end?
I mean, the ones who watched Daytona, they saw the caddies at the end, they were flying. So I expect to see the same today. The Acuras have shown great pace as well. And yeah, never count out the BMWs.
Thank you.
Thank you.
So basically everybody is what he's saying there, Ryan Marine, down in the pit lane. I don't think he's wrong, because if we were to come back together for a little sprint to the end, maybe a half an hour, 25-minute sprint, it's not beyond the bounds of possibility here. The top 9 are spread by a minute at the moment, but the top 6 down to Alex Palou are only split by a dozen seconds after those pit stops. Really interesting. And there's plenty of racing still to go. Love Lauren Heinrich. He's just loving life at the moment, being part of this prototype team. Change of driver, Alex Palou, as we mentioned, now in the Phillips 66. Number 93, red, white and black car. Again, backlit across the line in that golden light as he heads down towards turn 1 now. Alex Palou and Kyle Kirkwood and Scott Dixon, all current IndyCar drivers. Once again coming out to play in sports cars. Actually, I say that sounds like I'm making light of it. Coming out to compete in sports cars. Didn't mean to make that sound, that they're just having a bit of fun and having a crack at it. This is really serious for them, and they speak to them all. They all absolutely love it. Fred Vesti is now in the Whelen Cadillac. I wonder if we're going to see battle resumed between those two cars. Earl Bamber pushed off the track with contact by Renger van der Zande. He avoided a penalty for that, which quite a few of you quite clearly are raising social media eyebrow at. At this point, by the way, under 3 hours to go. I want to say hello to the RWEC and the Discord crews. Good to know that you are out there, the Reddit crews as well. Hello to you all. Thank you for your support. We really appreciate it. Keep the comments coming in. I promise you a VP Racing update. I'll try not to disappoint. It's the two Porsches. 6.5 seconds between 7 and 6. Julian Andlar and Matt Campbell, with Colin Brown now in the number 60 Acura. That's the car with the orange and black front end. Then it's Philippe Albuquerque. He's right on the tail of Colin Brown. BMW of Dries Vanthoor, another 2.5 seconds further back. He's got a second on Fred Vesti. He's got 10 seconds on Tymon van der Helm in the Porsche 963, the Mustang sampling car. And Jordan Taylor makes up the top 9. 36 seconds now after the pit stops between the leading cars. In LMP2, Dane Cameron back at the front. I seem to, time I've mentioned Dane's name, that car's been leading. Having said that, the AO Racing number 99, Spike the Dragon, the purple car, has been leading an awful lot, and it has generally been either United or CrowdStrike trying to chase them down. It's United now at a 2.5 seconds under McElrea in the number 2. It's the mostly white car. He's got 10.5 seconds back to Toby Sowery in the 04 CrowdStrike Racing by APR. He's got 2 seconds on Sebastian Alvarez for Tower Motorsport, the number 8 car. David Enemar Hansen is back behind the wheel of the TDS number 11 at about half a minute, and he's got the same sort of gap between himself and Rasmus Lind. The number 22 United car makes up the top 6. In GTD Pro, all just going back out again after a pit stop, but it was Manthey from AO, from Paul Miller from Corvette number 3, so 9:11.77.1 from 3. They were separated by just about a dozen seconds. I'll see where they filter back in. So the next group of cars were James Collard.
Another advert very quickly, and dealt with very quickly by myself. Let's head back over to IMSA Radio.
The next time across the line, that'll sort itself out. GTD has got Lorenzo Patrese behind the wheel of the Conquest Racing Ferrari 296. That's the number 34 car. Lynn Hodenius for Lone Star Racing. They've had a great day so far in the number 80 Mercedes, just 10 seconds further back. Then it's 2.5 seconds back to Manthey first form, and that's Maurice Schering. With Zachary Robichon for Harter Racing Aston, another 4 seconds back in the 27. Tom Sargent, Wright Motorsport, 4.3 seconds in fifth position, the 120. It's the green and yellow Porsche, and Jensen Altsman and Myers Riley Motorsport, another 9 seconds back, but still on the lead lap in the number 16. So that's how it stands. Our VP in race update, 2 hours 53.5 minutes to go, 261 laps down. The lead is 7.2 seconds to the favour of Julian Andlauer and the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car.
Corvette Racing and Tommy Milner, something of a fixture here at Sebring. Tommy, Nico Baroni's in your car right now. What is it, 4th or 5th, something like that on the road, but you were telling me there's a car ahead that's a little bit off sequence, so you're kind of on the cusp of a de facto podium as they run.
Yeah, on the timing of scoring right now, yeah, probably P4, probably based on strategies, things like that, but yeah, it's been an okay day so far for us. The cars felt pretty good generally. Just been behind on pace a little bit to most of our competitors. So really focusing on some strategy options that might get us kind of towards the front at the end here. So yeah, I mean, it's been a relatively low stress event so far. A little banging with wheels with the 77 there for, not sure why he wanted to hit me so hard, but they have fast cars, and maybe I was in his way, I guess.
I guess so. You know, it almost feels like a quintessential Corvette racing race. That's not to say Corvette hasn't gone out and dominated races in the past. They certainly have. But there are so many instances where you just hang around, make the right strategy call, and all of a sudden, out of nowhere, there's a Corvette out front.
I was joking earlier this week, and I said I feel like at Sebring quite often lately, we've been at the front, at the end, there's a safety car, and we get smashed off the racetrack. And I said, it looking like we're going to probably be a little bit further back, and it'll be our turn to smash some cars off the racetrack.
You won't be doing that, though, surely.
Well, I'm not driving anymore, so I can't. So.
All right. Well, I'll close with this. If I got my sums right, this is something like your 21st Sebring or something to that effect. You would have had a really remarkable streak if you hadn't done the World Endurance Championship race on the same weekend instead of the 12-hour a handful of years ago.
That's right, yeah. So this would have been, I was here for the 1,000-kilometer in 2022, the Super Sebring, didn't do the 12 hours. So this is my 20th Sebring, which is crazy to think that basically half my life I've been racing at Sebring, which is very lucky, just no question about it, especially to be driving for teams like Corvette Racing. Like, I've been very fortunate over the years to drive with some great teams. So yeah, super happy to be here. Wish we were a little bit faster, but nonetheless, very, very happy to be here. And there's still a long race to go. So I've seen plenty of Sebrings where we think we have a great car to finish well, and we don't. So anything can happen here.
Still everything to play for with just under 3 hours to go.
Love listening to Tommy Milner, and one of the real stars. He's been around for such a long time. His dad, Tom Milner Sr., with PTG, of course, and those classic BMW colours with the Yokohama tyres back in those days.
Yeah.
Boris said, hands stuck together in there. That was barely any entertainment whatsoever, to be honest, with those two in the car.
And Tommy was a real force. I mean, in the GTLM days, in the C7 particularly, if he came in your mirror in a C7, you were in big trouble in a GTLM battle. Won the championship in 2016. Of course, back in the old American Le Mans Series days in 2012. He's won a couple of times at Le Mans. 3-time winner here at Sebring. He's got himself a Rolex winner's watch. It's been such an accomplished career. Still craving a victory. Hasn't had a win in the GTD Pro era. The last win back on the 10th of October 2021. So you can be sure that he's desperate to get a win. I mean, today I think it's going to be very difficult to beat those GT3Rs of Manthey and AO, but when the dart comes down at Sebring, crazy things happen, and not just in at Green Park. That happens on the racetrack as well.
I said yesterday, didn't I, that, well, was it this morning? Who knows? It's all sort of blending into one. When it gets dark out the back here, it's very dark indeed. And weird things happen, like the dark arts that are practiced in the front row of a rugby union scrum. Probably don't want to talk about it that much, but things can happen out in the darkness. A battle going on down at turn 7 at the moment.
Jensen Altsman, the young Ford Racing junior driver in the Myers Riley Motorsport car. What an experience for a Ford junior to have Bill Riley, part of that legendary Riley family who've been part of Ford Motorsport history since the 60s, but under pressure big time though from the 13 of Matt Bell, the Rolex 24 winner in GTD from last year, and he looks like he's got a bit of an inside line here, and Altsman doesn't fight it too hard. Bell dives up the inside. Can he get it stopped coming out of tower? Yes, he can, and that's a move for 7th place in GTD.
Jensen Altsman, coming from a racing mad family.
He was part of our cabaret in the campsite tour.
He was, yes.
Yeah.
At First Tickets. Hearing that there are 1 or 2 tickets still left at First Tickets if you want to go to Le Mans this year.
Oh, with the big marquee and the bar
brilliant.
and the TV, and you get to hear Johnny Palmer's comedy routine as well.
Yeah, he's very good.
Yeah,
very good indeed. And actually, while we're talking about Ford, if you want to go to Le Mans in style, and I know the responsible adult is listening here, I'll have her give me the race, the website address. You and I commentated on qualifying from the Ford Racing hospitality area on the run to the Ford chicane, and we had a great view. We were well looked after. That was part of the Ford Mustang Invitational. That unit is back this year.
Can we do it again?
Well, I think we should. I think we should do something from the Ford Racing hospitality. What's the? Remind me of the URL, the website for that.
Can we have a glass of white Burgundy as well?
The Pinot Gris was very good. The Grauburgunder was very good indeed.
And the steak.
And some very lovely people there as well. It isn't a cheap way to go to Le Mans, but if you want to do it in style, including having an infield parking pass at Le Mans, it's fordracinglemans.org. So Ford Racing Le Mans, all one word, .org. 2,900 euros sounds a lot, but that's from Thursday onwards.
Whoa, Fred Vesti.
There was a mistake from Fred Vesti last time around at turn 1, Peter.
Right through the gravel. Well, we know that Cadillac's been riding better than anyone through turn 1, but even it has its limits, going through, bounding through the sand, and does manage to keep going, but shows that everyone is pushing to what they've got underneath them and to what the track will give right now. And for Whelen Engineering Cadillac, they on pole, look to be really strong in practice. Is it just starting to unravel a little bit? I'm trying to think, what do the other teams have to do? What do Marchand Acura, what do Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac, what do WRT BMW, or indeed Whelen Engineering Cadillac, what do they have to do? What needs to happen for them to stop this onslaught from the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines at the front?
It's a very good question, Peter. I know it's rhetorical, but it is a good question, and it's the sort of question that has to be asked on a regular basis throughout the race, because things are changing so quickly. Track temperature now well under 90 Fahrenheit, 84 Fahrenheit, 29 Celsius. Air temperature, though, by the way, still 27 Celsius. That's 81 Fahrenheit. So very pleasant. Engines aren't getting the cooler air, but the tyres, the Michelin tyres, are getting the benefit of a cooler track temperature.
Well, throughout race week, it's just got warmer and warmer. Started off actually relatively cool, and in fact, on Tuesday up in Orlando, Arjuna and I played golf at Golden Bear Club, and we were very kindly hosted there. But I must be honest, it did remind me of golfing in the winter at home in Scotland. It was freezing, and a lot of people have had jackets and beanie hats on, which you hardly ever see at Sebring for a 12-hour race week. But slowly but surely, it's just got more and more familiar until today, coming into just the most glorious sunrise and the atmospheric mist in the air. And we've had, Chamber of Commerce weather all day, but we're kind of greedy. We kind of want it all. We want the Chamber of Commerce weather, and we want to see some lap records smashed. And whoa, massive moment a moment ago, though, for the 34 Conquest Ferrari. In the lead of GTD, Lorenzo Petresi sticks a wheel out over the curb, and he's full arms and elbows, paints Michelin rubber all over the tarmac. I am not entirely sure, John, how on earth he kept that one on the same postcode, let alone the same racetrack. Wow.
So the camera that caught that is directly front on to the short straight between turn 1 through the kink of turn 2 and into turn 3. He was so sideways you could easily read the Corsa signage on the side of the car. He bounces over the top, drops the wheel. He didn't actually go into the ditch, but then spins it up, and it starts to get sideways, and somehow he manages to save it and keep it pointing in the right direction. Turn 1, absolutely incredible save. And the car keeps going. He continues to lead. Lorenzo Petresi certainly got the right genes. Philipp Eng has joined us from BMW.
Hello.
It's been one of those days, hasn't it, Philipp? How's it all been going?
Not great. It was a bit of a rough day so far. Unfortunately, we got hit and had rear left suspension damage, which we had to fix, and we lost about, 14, 15 laps. So that's game over around here. But it's still great to be in this race and to be driving around this great circuit, because every lap is a lot of fun.
You were in the car when it happened?
No, it was Marco, actually.
Of course it was, of course it was. Absolutely nothing for him other than to make the decision. It was Brendan Arieb in the Inception at number 70. Fast part of the circuit, you arrive there at great speed. He already had to compromise his entry to the corner, makes the decision, and unfortunately Brendan rolled forward, and that's it. He must have thought he would. Have you spoken to him? I thought he was through.
Me too.
He must have thought he was through.
Yeah, me too. I looked at the footage a few times together with Marco, and I would have done exactly what he did. I would have gone for that gap that was on the inside of the corner. Unfortunately, the Ferrari rolled slightly forward, which was enough to give us the damage, but yeah, that's racing. It's part of the game around here. Nothing we can do.
Why bring the car out? First of all, tremendous work back in the paddock by the WRT crew to get that car back out. And yes, you've dropped laps, but far fewer than I expected, if I'm honest, because the rear left suspension was destroyed. It was hanging on by a thread. So first of all, well done them. Why bring the car back out?
Yeah, the guys did an incredible job. I was surprised how quickly we got back out. So chapeau to them. That was really cool to see. I watched it all. If it was down to me, I would have also, laid underneath the car and helped, but I would have only probably been in the way. And obviously we are continuing to race around here, to run the car and to learn things for the next races. Especially around here, you have so many different types of corners, you have the bumps, so there is a lot to learn about the car, and that's exactly what we're doing.
How much has the Evo, it looks a bit different, the car. What are you feeling in the car that has changed, that is different, that is better? Where are the improvements showing up?
Well, the whole idea of the Evo was not to improve outright pace or outright lap time. The main goal was to open the performance window, to improve consistency, because we're in a 12-hour race and we're going through many different conditions. It was pretty cool in the morning. During the day it was pretty hot. It will be again very cool in the evening when the sun sets. Very cool image every year at Sebring when the sun goes down. And there you actually want to have a car where you that's predictable, and that's exactly what we achieved, and so far so good. The 24 is hanging in there, doing a really good job with Dries behind the wheel at the moment. So let's see where the sister car will end up.
And from your car's point of view, without any further problems, you'll quite easily score some points for probably 11th position, maybe even better if anybody else has a problem. So that you could have left the car in the garage, but you probably wouldn't have got any points. And this could be important towards the end of the season.
100%, especially in this championship. Anything is possible. It's always so close. Every point counts. And yeah, I'm just happy that we got the car back out in a record-breaking time.
When we bumped into each other after free practice 1, Philip, you mentioned that the track was very, very green and very, very slippery. That was actually the weather was relatively cool for Sebring standards, and it's just got gradually warmer. How different is the track you've experienced today compared to that first practice session?
Yeah, it's a completely different animal. It's much easier to get the tires in. The outlaps are much easier. In practice, especially in night practice, it was pretty difficult to get the tires in, and if you looked at them after 10 laps, they looked like they weren't even running and on the car, because the track was so green and they didn't really put any rubber down on the track actually. Now it's very different. The track has gripped up, temperature has gone up. It helped a lot that there is no wind today.
Yeah.
I guess we are more affected by that rather than the GT cars, but yeah, 14, 15, 16 yesterday in quali was a pretty good challenge.
We've got the onboard of your car playing in the Global Broadcast Centre at the moment. Over on the far side of the circuit, come to 13, 14, 15 and 16. You're about to get an eyeful of sunshine as you turn onto the Ullman Straight. Talk us through what's going on here as you go down the back straight, and how the heck do you see your braking point down at the end of the straight? Do you smell it as you go past it?
That was a pretty good challenge. I just got out of the car 10 minutes or 15 minutes ago, and it was very, very difficult to see. At the horizon you didn't see anything because you were just blinded by the sun basically, and you're obviously, you know, trying to see the braking markers, trying to remember the bumps, and I also counted. That's what I sometimes do when it's very wet. I have like a reference, and then I count 21, 22, and then the braking point is hopefully...
With our sprint delivery service, we can get this over to them in as little as 20...
Just another little advert coming into play as well. But yes, 2 hours, 36 minutes on the clock to go. We are quickly and swiftly progressing our way through this race, and what a race it has turned out to be so far as well. 5.4 seconds at the front, separating the Porsches as it stands. The number 7 Porsche is on to win 2 in a row. Can they do it? The answer will come our way in 2 hours and 35 minutes time.
A lot of marbles offline. I noticed that earlier in the week, and we've seen that in the race as well. What's the feeling of the car, particularly as you've had to double stint the cars in the heat of the day?
Well, you don't want to be in the marbles. That's very clear. But sometimes you just need to go, you know, around the outside of GT cars in turn 1, turn 17. Also in some slow speed corners. So it's very difficult to get the rubber or the pickup back off the tires again. But that's the same challenge for everyone. Double stint for me was not a big issue. Degradation in general, I think, was fairly on the low side, because I think Michelin achieved what they wanted to achieve, which is to have less drag and a more durable tire.
Yeah.
So in the past, I had a few moments where I couldn't rely on the degradation as I could today.
They're very clever, aren't they? They're
yeah,
really
I wish I was.
Yeah, but no. Everybody has to have a skill. You have a particular skill.
Exactly.
It's driving racing cars very quickly.
Commentating.
And he's very good in the booth. Philip, thank you very much indeed for coming up. You've just literally got out the car, haven't even really towelled yourself down. Emma, thank you very much for bringing him up. We'll let you go back.
Sure, thanks so much.
And finish off the race with your team. Thanks for coming to see us.
Thank you.
Philip Eng from BMWM and from WRT with us, giving us great insight as always.
He'll be off to Suzuka to commentate on the F1 next week.
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
before we go any further, just some sad news coming in that I'd like to share with you. And this coming in from everyone at IMSA, who are shocked and saddened to hear of the passing of the long-time Grand Prix Association of Long Beach president and CEO, Jim McCallion. Jim was a racer's racer, a dear friend to IMSA and the motorsports community at large. In addition to his excellent stewardship of the Long Beach event, Jim was a frequent competitor in IMSA races over the years. Everyone at IMSA will sorely miss his presence at Long Beach and racetracks everywhere. Obviously, we add our thoughts and prayers to everyone's at IMSA and send best wishes to Jim's family, friends and colleagues. A very big loss for the motorsports family, both in endurance racing, IMSA, and to the motorsport community at large. Our condolences to all involved of the death today of Jim McCallion. 2 hours and a half to go, and Sandy Mitchell has joined us. We'll have a quick chat with him in the moment, and in fact we'll turn the microphone on. See, now one Scotsman's normally enough in the booth. I've now got I'm overrun now.
You're surrounded. Up on you here.
Get back on the other side of the wall, the pair of you. Sandy, how's it going? Temerario, first opportunity to campaign this car. Great for Faf, Frank Pereira in the car at the moment, running 9th. Steady start, is that what you were expecting? Didn't want to pull up tree stumps on this first time out?
Yeah, I mean, of course, you know, naturally you want to be fighting for the podium, but we knew that was going to be a tall order with the, you know, first ever race for the car. But it's feeling good out there. We're learning so much, and you know, to still be running without major issues at this point in the race is absolutely fantastic. So yeah, just real credit to the team at Lamborghini Squadra Corsa and FAF so far, and hopefully we can keep going and get in the top 10.
Top 3 in your class coming to the line now, the 2 Porsches and the BMW of Paul Miller Racing. Cracking battling in this GTD Pro class, and indeed the GTDs themselves. It's a real shark pool out there. It's a big step for Lamborghini. This is their first complete in-house design and developed GT3 car. That's a lot to take on when you're going up against people like Porsche, Ferrari, BMW, who've been doing it for a long time. What do you think that this Temerario brings that can challenge these guys? And where is the difference between that and the Huracan, which is proven itself in close quarters competition?
Yeah, absolutely. It's yeah, still very early days, so I'm sure we're going to make pretty quick progress in the next few weeks and into the next couple of rounds at Long Beach and Laguna Seca. And yeah, the car's feeling good. There's definitely some positive points that we're seeing as an advantage already. Going to the turbo power twin turbo V8 over the naturally aspirated V10 is something that I think will come good for us. Even small things like driving the car, it's a bit more comfortable, the airflow's a lot better. So yeah, we're feeling good in the car and making good progress.
Just saw there Alessio Picariello actually getting balked by an LMP2 car that was going by them, and now we're going to have a 4-car battle for the lead because Nico Varone is catching the leading trio. Good run here by the BMW down the back straight. What's he going to do here then? Talk us through what's going through the minds of both of these drivers.
I think the Porsche should be looking to cover the inside because there's a massive bump kind of offline on if you're trying to go around the outside here at the last corner. Obviously it's a bumpy corner at the best of times, but being slightly offline on the left is even worse. So you can see the BM was a bit patient there, and now he's got an even better run off the corner.
Can you do the outside pass into turn 1? Looks like he's going to try it in that number 1 car. Max Hesse knows that car well.
And he can't do it. Can't do it round the outside. Great battle now beginning to develop on the circuit as we head towards sunset pretty much. I mean, we've, I think, gone through golden hour. It's the last few moments of golden hour. And as we approach the final 2 hours, it is very much into the darkness. And here comes Verone now. Of course, the driver who's coming in to the Formula 2 Championship this year. But he is a successful driver when it comes to endurance racing. A 24-hour of Le Mans winner. He knows exactly what he is doing. And it's going to be an exciting battle this that is beginning to develop. There is still 2 hours and 28 minutes to go. But these semi-battles can really shape out how the overall picture of the race will come by the time the checkered flag hits later on. So this is going to be interesting then. It's very much game on in the GTD Pro. And it appears like when it comes to the front of the field, they're all really just bunched together. They're all bunched together and it's turning out to be quite an interesting battle for them. And Hesse still trying to get close as well. Backler just doing enough at the moment. Great fighting this. And Verone will be getting the chance as well. Some of the faster traffic. The LMP2s, the GTPs will all be trying to navigate their way through this kind of mess, should we just describe it? Because, you know, they're battling amongst themselves. And then you've got the drivers in the higher classes just looking to try and get on with their race and move on by. Pretty much as well. And it's defended. It's defended there by Backler in the Porsche. You've got a Porsche 1-2 in the GTD Pro. That's how the advantage currently lies and stands at the moment. But this is really exciting to watch as we come over the line. Is there a chance? Inside line into turn 1? No. Waiting in behind. And this is going to be an interesting story then to watch over the next few laps. It's very close between second, third. And the race leader is in sight as well ahead. And if they look in the mirrors, P4, Nicholas Verone, is also in the mix as well.
Come on, guys.
It would be pretty nice, but yeah, through the Audi Volkswagen group, we do get sorted out a little bit.
Good.
But no, there's no Huracan or Urus or Temerario on the driveway at the moment.
This battle is showing, I think, perfectly why you're here with us, Shandy, why we love GT GT3 racing all the way around the world. It is so closely balanced. I know people talk about BOP. I'm not asking you to do that because I know you're not allowed to, but how else are we going to get Porsche versus BMW versus Corvette versus Lamborghini versus Ford? They're all different shapes and sizes of cars. They all have slightly different strengths and weaknesses. When you're in the car, are you having to weigh up where you are better than the people in front of you?
Yeah, absolutely. Like you say, the cars all have different strengths, and when you're following, you know, like the BM, for example, it's quite big in comparison. And
quite big,
yeah,
yes.
Especially the Mustang as well. So yeah, you feel like you disappear when you're in the slipstream of them.
Does that affect where you can see your braking points and things like that?
A little bit, yeah. And even things like on the race starts, you know, if you're tucked right up behind one of these big cars, it can be quite hard to see the lights and things like that. So you're kind of relying on what else is around you and the team in your ear as well. So yeah, there's a lot going on, and like you said, GT3 racing is just fantastic all throughout the world. You know, not much better than here in IMSA. So it's fantastic to see more and more cars.
That sounds like me when I'm stuck in traffic on the M25 or something like that. I never want to have a transit van right in front of me because I can't see how things are moving in front of me. Great to have you for the programme for the whole year. All fantastic circuits, but is there one track, one event that you're looking forward to more than any other? Where are you good? Where have you been good in the past?
I was pretty quick Super Trofeo in VIR, and I like that track. It's quite like the British style tracks of very little runoff, you know, small exit curbs straight onto the grass. And I like the American circuits for that style of racing compared to some of the European Grand Prix circuits where you have to respect the track and build up to the outright pace. There's no room for error.
One of our former colleagues, Jim Roller, once made a comment about VIR years ago when I think we first went there as IMSA, and he said consequences without catastrophe at VIR, because you lose time as soon as you go too wide. There's no such thing as track limits at VIR. We don't have to call it. It's self-policing. But drivers like you love that because you guys can then make a big difference by being precise and fast.
Absolutely. I think it's the same when we go to Brands GP when we race in the European Championship. It's such a great track, and you know, just being in the drivers briefing of the European Championship, like you hear the drivers from Europe who don't get to drive that track at all apart from maybe once a year, and they're all discussing how much they like the track. And you know, we're lucky that we get to use it in British GT as well for the last few years. So yeah, I think these kind of old school circuits have got a lot of character, and the drivers really respond well to that.
Finally, the #1 BMW of Max Hesse has got by the Grello 911.
Got roughed up big time by the GTPs.
Yes. How difficult is that then? We always talk about sort of the skill of passing and being passed. Oh yeah, he got a real thump there.
It's the Mustang sampling number 5, I think.
Yes, it was. With Timon van der Helme. We know there's a skill to being to pass, and every race director says the faster car has to be the one to pass, stay on the line as a slower car, try not to be inconsistent, etc., etc. But there's a skill to being passed as well, to being the car that's being passed, so that you can breathe out of a throttle somewhere and not ruin your own race.
Yeah, absolutely. I think I've been learning a lot from that today as well. You know, racing in IMSA with all the LMP2s and the GTPs is something that I've not done quite as much of as racing just around other GT3 cars. So yeah, you know, you could see there that's affected the Porsche's race massively, and allowed the #1 BMW to get ahead. So yeah, of course the Porsche will be feeling like they've been pushed out the way, but as you say, you know, maybe you can work together in a slightly better way to allow the overtake to happen a bit smoother and try and not lose too much time. But it's super tough out there because it's pretty narrow, especially in the section that we're seeing on the screen now, and coming into this kink left here. It's you know, you really have to work together and kind of make it obvious where you're going to be so that the GTP cars are able to get around you.
Yeah, that's the far side of the circuit going into, what, 13, 14, 15.
Yeah.
And it's really fast through there.
Yeah, super quick.
As well. And the other thing I know about Sebring, is this your first time in the Big Show team?
Yeah, first time racing at Sebring.
Oh, right,
I've
okay.
only tested here at the end of last year. So
right.
Yeah.
I come once a year, normally. The bumps don't stay in the same places. They move. Some of them get better, some of them get a heck of a lot worse. And it looks to me as though 13, 14, 15 in particular have got a little bit worse. And we've seen a number of the prototype cars getting the swappers on, going through there. Also, curbs here. How important is doing a proper track work and working out which ones you can use, which ones you can't? And how does that change during the race with the sandy soil behind the curbs?
Yeah, I mean, I think I'm still, you know, wiping some sand off my face here and out of my eyes, because yeah, when you're following in the GT battle so close like that, it's it's definitely coming into the cockpit. But no, the curbs are quite aggressive, and with the sand, it tends to kind of create a rut on the exit just behind the curb. So I was getting some information from the spotter that was becoming quite a lot worse, which was good info to have, so that you definitely make sure you don't want to be dropping a wheel at turn 1, because that can quite quickly end your race if that goes wrong.
And it's fast through there.
Yeah,
committed through there. Yeah,
it's very unique here. You know, two of the fast corners, the last corner and the first corner, super bumpy, like some of the bumpiest corners that you'll have all season. So yeah, it takes a lot of commitment, and you know, the car setup can be slightly different here because of that as well.
Is it consistent lap to lap? Because it seems to me sometimes the car will, for no reason, jump 6 to 8 inches one way or the other without really being on any kind of different line.
Yeah, it feels like that, certainly. I guess it's just very small margins, you know, being a few centimetres either side, and the bump can be slightly different, and then all of a sudden you're having to breathe out the throttle to make sure that you're not going wide. And yeah, especially on cold tyres, you know, in the braking zones and things like that, it becomes very tricky. So yeah, you just have to work up to the limit on the first couple of laps, and yeah, another reason to respect the track and build up the speed.
The Mustang sampling, Timon van der Helme and Grello 911 Porsche incident under review there. There was contact, and it did cost the 911 some time, so that's gone upstairs to the stewards' room. Being looked at. Sandy Mitchell's been with us Sandy, thank you very much indeed. You got any more driving to do? Is that you done now?
I think that's going to be me done. So yeah, Frank Pereira in just now, and then Andrea's going to be in at the end of the race, and yeah, hopefully bring it home, get some good points on the board, which would be a fantastic way to finish our debut weekend in the Temerario.
Perhaps a daft question to ask, but a lot of pressure on here. The Huracan won first time out. Everything was talked down from that, I think, rather wisely. Different days now from when the Huracan came on the scene. Have you enjoyed today?
Yeah, it's been, you know, I've always wanted to be part of these, you know, big endurance races around the world. And yeah, of course, you know, we've got a bit of work to do with the new car, but there's a lot of positives to take away. And, you know, if we can get to the end of this race while, you know, we're pretty much still developing the car, it would be a fantastic achievement for everyone involved.
And by the way, those who are watching and listening, Sani wasn't kidding. There's still so slow.
I told you I was.
Quick little advert, everyone. So as that plays, you'll hear more of me for a few seconds, but yes, I'll begin to come a bit more in. Of course, we'll still have a bit of radio here and there, but I'll begin to come a little bit more in as we approach the final stages of this race as well. Because, well, we're entering the, well, should I say business hour? Well, we've got 2 hours still to go. Business hour will absolutely be the final hour. But we're getting into the interesting bit where it is all on the line. In the LMP2 class, it is 3.5 tenths of a second for the lead. In the GTD Pro, it's 9.5 tenths of a second. It's 2.8 seconds in the GTP. And of course, we've not mentioned the GTD, but they've got 9.1 seconds, and that's a gap. All gaps, really, across this field can absolutely be slendered and brought to absolutely nothing, or they can increase. It's endurance racing. Absolutely everything is unknown. Also, cautions. How will that go? Are we going to be running clean all the way till the end? Or will there be some caution interruptions? Usually, with about 30 minutes or 25 minutes, there's always something that comes and happens. At the end of the day, it is the Sebring 12-hour. It's a tough challenge for all these drivers, and we're only moments away from getting something going majorly wrong for any one of these drivers. We will hope that is not the case, because we're in currently a very much in a good race so far, and we've got some good momentum going as darkness continues to hit this circuit. Photographers, this is the perfect time to get some images. We've still got some golden hour bits around some of this circuit at the moment. This is what we love. The transition period, and the transition period to the conditions which we will be ending this race.
And
don't do it again, basically.
Yeah, it'll be being watched.
Yeah,
now.
Very true.
And I know that each individual decision is looked at very much as a single event.
But that has been, not only has it, I mean, it seriously disadvantaged the number 911 Manthey car, but it seriously advantaged the number 1 Paul Miller BMW of Max Hesse, who's now going after Alessio Piccarello, and he's closing him down. He's less than a second to the leader now in GTD Pro.
Let's go down to the pit lane, hear from some more of the drivers. Here is Ryan Marine.
Well, Jermaine DePeter's comments a moment ago. Let's hear from Neil Verhagen, who is part of the Paul Miller team, and the car made its way up to second just a little bit ago. Max Hesse just did the car's best lap a few laps ago. Sun's coming down, temperatures are coming down, kind of similar to the conditions we saw in night practice earlier this week.
Yeah, for sure. And that was obviously the goal in night practice, was to get the car as dialed as possible for the end of the race here. Yeah, car's feeling great right now and looking pretty good for us right now.
The Porsches looked really strong early on. Anybody else that you saw in your time out on track that you think you'll have to be battling with to come away with a win?
Yeah, I mean, for sure the Porsches are very strong right now. It looked like the a Manthey car got a little bit of contact with somebody. That's how he slipped by. Corvette seems to have came alive at the end right now as well too. So yeah, we're looking forward to the last little bit and seeing what everyone's got.
With the 55 cars entered, it should be pretty busy out there, right? Just how bad was the traffic, or how difficult was it?
Yeah, for sure. Obviously now all the pros are in the LMP2s, and obviously the GTP cars are at a very high rate of speed around here. So the traffic is starting to pick up. The intensity is definitely starting to pick up, and yeah, we're gonna just try to keep our nose clean and and do this race as good as we can.
Do you still have some driving to do, or are you done?
I'm all done, so it's all up to Connor and Max now.
All right, do your best to try and enjoy it along with us, okay?
Thank you.
Probably off to watch the replay of his mate Dan Harbour at the Nürburgring. Dan in the red and white Rover Racing BMW at the Nürburgring Nordschleife for 4 hours. Round 2, didn't have round 1, so effectively it was the opening of the 50th season of the long distance series at the Nürburgring. That was earlier today. I won't tell you too much about what went on. However, if you have got the time to watch it, I would suggest you do. Thoroughly enjoying. Great commentary by Peter Snowden and Bruce Jones as well for the world feed by RSL. And we'll be at all of those races, bringing you that English language world feed coverage, as well as extended coverage and additional sessions from the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring, which is in May this year, weekend after Spa WEC. So another run of endurance racing to come. Very much looking forward to that trip again down to the Eifel Mountains. Peter Mackay here with me in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre, and also Arjuna Kankapati will be part of that team.
Jealous I'm not going to be with you on the trip, but I suppose I've got a fair excuse.
You have?
Yes.
Yes. Welcoming a new addition to the Mackay household.
Mini P Mac.
Mini P. Not Mini Me, Mini P. Mini Mac. Mini Mac then. And right around that time, actually. And we had a good trip though last year. We went straight from Le Mans there, and I took you via Reims and Rasque. You crawled all over that, and then you took us to one of your old haunts in Luxembourg.
That's right.
Some very, very keenly priced petrol, and also we stocked up on some adult beverages for the week at the Eiffel, did we not?
That we did, yeah. That we did. We stocked right up, yeah, the Bohe petrol station in Luxembourg.
It was hardly a detour at all, actually.
No,
it was worth it. It was worth it.
And then the drive from there over to the Nürburgring was a nice little drive. Yeah,
beautiful drive. Mine, we had some good equipment. Nice Mazda CX 80s and a Range Rover autobiography. That's a nice bit of travel.
I was following you the whole way. I was quite jealous of you in the Range Rover, I'll be honest.
The Rangy is a very nice place to be.
Yeah.
Can't wait to see what we get from our manufacturer friends for Le Mans this year. Already in discussions for some things that are a little bit different for this year. Coming down to the last 2 hours here, Peter. 10 hours has rattled through. And still the two Porsches, 7 from 6. But now only 6/10 between them. They've got nearly 20 seconds on the rest of the field, which is now led by the Acura number 93, the red, white and black car of Alex Palau, as Nico Peña pits and comes back out again in the number 5 Porsche. A reminder again, that Porsche, number 1, run by JDC Miller Motorsports, and the JC is John Church, and John won't mind me saying they do not have the resources that Porsche Penske Motorsport do, to the point that in fact there's been a rules change to allow that car to run in its previous spec, so that John didn't have to put the investment in it to upgrade to the Evo package, if you like. And obviously there's still a balance of performance, so there's a slightly different balance of performance for that car against the newer specification cars. But again, in terms of sensible applications of the rules, I think that's absolutely the right choice for IMSA. And once again, John Church has found a couple of young drivers who are really impressing us this weekend.
He does know how to find them, doesn't he? Yeah, very true. And former winner, of course, of this race, that team JDC. It was their last win actually in 2021 overall, anyway, for JDC Miller. And yeah, great to see the Mustang sampling colours back again.
Nico Verone and Max Hesse have come together. And that's already under review. I think they've both...
And Klaus Bachler's got back past Max Hesse.
Correct.
Oh, there's been a right old schmozzle there. That's a big shuffle.
Yeah, so that's 2 Porsches back to being first and second with 3 seconds between them. Nico Verone now in third. Max Hesse, who was chasing down the leader, Alessio Picariello, is back down to fourth. And Antonio Garcia is only another 5 seconds behind, but that's a big loss of time for Max Hesse and Nico Verone, who have come together out in the darkness.
Yeah, out in the darkness indeed. And, well, we knew that it was really... We knew it was all beginning to really happen. Let's take a look at a replay. So what's happened between the pair of them? Let's see. So they're battling away. And and there's contact. And it appears like that actually. So we had a spin then that came in. So Verone and Hesse both dropped down, and then I think they also got into someone. So okay, that was quite interesting. Out there on the circuit. I'm with the World Feed. I can hear they're saying that they don't know how to call it. I don't really know how to call it. I don't know really how to view that incident, but yeah. Dramatic, big. And we'll see. We will see what the stewards will do about that. And yeah, so it's Verone sending it up the inside. And then he hits round his rival there. Okay. So that's, I guess, a bit more of a better understanding and a better view of it. As Pelot comes into the pit lane. And it appears like Verone has been given a drive-through. Okay, so, I mean, in terms of race control, immediately having an idea of what they want to do. Alex Pelot's come in. He's brought the number 93 in right now at the moment.
So he's answered that drive-through that we mentioned straight away. I think I might be having a word and saying, hang on a second, that BMW was all 4 wheels off the track before he turned in on the left-hand side. And, you know...
Not sure.
He's given up the corner at that point. I'm slightly playing devil's advocate, but anyway...
well, that is a very wide entry corner at Le Mans Curve.
Yeah.
Very wide entry.
Let's go down to Arjuna, who's just watched the number 93 Alex Pelot pit stop.
Out of the car jumps Alex Pelot. In gets Nick Yellowly as they prepare to charge to the end. John, I'm expecting maybe a lap or 2 more before the Porsche Penske's dive down to pit lane. They continue as we march into the night, show their strength that we saw in free practice 1 and 2, and maybe not so much in qualifying as they continue to soar up front.
It's typical of the Porsche Penske Motorsport cars that they have gone a lap at least longer, and that of course begins to stretch, Peter, doesn't it? Because 1 lap at the end of one stint becomes 2 laps longer at the end of the next. This has been an all green flag stint, and the Porsches are already on 31 laps.
Yeah, they'll be in at the end of this lap, I would suspect.
Do you think?
Yeah, they've got 5% of energy left. They're only in Sector 2 right now, so you'd be really risking it unnecessarily, I would say, to go right to the very edge. I don't actually think they need to. I mean, remember about, I don't know, 40 minutes ago or so, we asked, what do the other teams need to do to stop this express train of Porsche Penske Motorsport cars at the front? Well, you can actually flip it around the other way. What do Porsche Penske Motorsport need to avoid doing to not chuck this away? Because right now, it is in their hands to chuck away.
It's going to be about a 56-minute stint for both Julian Adler and Matt Campbell. 31 laps of all green running. And remember, there was a point in this stint, Peter, where the hammer went down. The pin was pulled, and we saw fastest lap after fastest lap for the cars individually, and indeed Julian Landler.
That was Heinrich, the previous stint.
Correct, but they put the 49-1 in. Yeah, on lap 234.
No wonder he got such a good reception from the team when he got out of the car. He's going to the very, very top.
The sky is alight, looking scarlet at the moment, not just a bright Etruscan orange. Absolutely phenomenal as we're coming up to the end of the hour. I thought they would.
Oh, this is tight.
I thought they would. They're going to go again. They'll go to pretty much exactly the hour.
Julian Andler has 3% of his usable energy. Matt Campbell has 4%. So
what happens if they get to 0? They get a penalty.
Yeah.
The car doesn't ground to a halt on the circuit, dear viewer and listener. So clear tonight. You can already see the stars out. It's barely a moon to talk about. The moon is in Taurus at the moment, and it's a waxing crescent, so only 1% light from the moon. So we're not going to get any help from that.
Well, yeah. Let's keep an eye on this situation. So, yeah, it doesn't work like that if you just run out of battery, that you basically just start coming to a halt. Formula E viewers, you probably are more used to it, where I wouldn't say you come to a halt, but like you start drastically slowing down. You're not really gonna have that much of an effect. But what it gets punished as is through a penalty, basically. So they've got 2%, 1% now for Andlauer. 1% now for Andlauer. I don't understand why they've gone round. I would have thought they would have just come in that time by, and you know, of course, you've got both of them that are continuing on. They've got time to lift off, don't they? This is gonna be close. And Lauer's got 0.8. It's going down to 0.7. 0.6. This is going to be close. This is very dramatic. As well, I think they've just made it. I think they just made it. I think it was 0.4. I think it was 0.4 when they got in. They have just made it. So Andlauer survives, Campbell survives, and it was a bit of a scare. But don't worry, the Porsche Penske team knew what they were doing. Both cars are in, and it looks like they'll avoid any form of anything of the description of a penalty. Let's go down to pit road.
We'll jump into the number 6, and it's in unison as they slot into their pit stalls. It's going to be the dance of the pit crew as the driver change gets done. A little bit quicker from the number 6 to get the driver actually into the car, and now just waiting for the final bits of fuel to be loaded in as the tires all done. Windshield tear-off gets ripped off the car, and now already the 6 is being aligned to try and slingshot potentially into the race lead. Battle of the pit crews here as we get the final stages of the pit stop sequence done. Seconds tick away as the fuelers watch the screen in front of them, telling them when they can release the car. The 6 releases momentarily in front. We've got a change for the lead.
Change for the lead indeed. And it is now the number 6 who leads the way out of the pit lane. And we've got a new overall leader with 2 hours to go. It's the number 6 with the advantage. And as Arjuna said, it was a battle of the pit crews. And it's the 6 that works basically works it all out to perfection. And it's gone in their favour. Absolutely thrilling stuff. And now it's the 6 ahead of the 7 with 2 hours to go. Let's see whether that will be the order. Will it stay that way? Estre now in the number 6. NASA in the number 7.
Because, huge lock-up by the number 6 down at the corner, at the hairpin, and he's gone off the track. Felipe has...
This is so
Wow, as we get to an advert, but it was all going off. It was all going off on the circuit. And, you know, they're all heavy again. And the 2 Porsches are very close together. Estre just ahead of NASA. And it is game on with 2 hours to go. Estre looking to hang on. NASA's in the mix. And, you know, they all want to get their number to the top. It might be the same outfit. But they're going to push it all. Maybe not as dramatically at this phase. But till later on. So this will be very much interesting to see how this dynamic is going to play out. But Estre making a slight mistake, running in deep, giving NASA the chance to try come at him. And they're kind of back to formation and neutralised in.
To do a splash. That's the only thing that I would say, looking at the energy level.
I think, though, if you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, with just, they came out, you know, what are we talking, just over the 2-hour mark, they actually need to, they can't afford to go flat out to fight each other. They don't need to. They need to think about the fuel number. This is all about fuel number now. They don't want to take an extra stop. If this goes green all the way, they do not want to get caught with their metaphorical pants down. They need to be able to have just one more pit stop before the end of the race. If it stays green, they have to assume it will. If there's full course yellows, then you reassess. But they have to go easy on the fuel and keep that advantage that they've been getting stint by stint. They went an extra lap longer on that stint there.
Yes, please. Let's have more jeopardy. Let's take a final look at our Brembo brake facts for the Mobil 112s out of Sebring. The data tells us that this is a 5 out of 5 difficulty rated circuit. 3,000 times that brake pedal is being mashed during this race, and that's assuming somebody doesn't pull up sharply in front of you. You shed some 120 miles an hour in a GTP car into turn 7. That is the hardest braking area, and that is a G-force of almost 3G, 2.7 G in a GTP. The GTDs, by the way, with their ABS, they're still pulling 2.3 Gs, and we peak our brake temperatures at 1600 Fahrenheit. That'd get your pizza done quickly, wouldn't it? So that's our Brembo brake facts. Thanks to Mike Messina and the rest of the crew. You can download, by the way, the chat that Mike Messina and I had on Midweek Motorsport. Go to imsaradio.com, listen on demand or download that. Mike giving us a cracking explanation of why Sebring is so special and so revered by people like Brembo and Michelin, and why it's such a challenge, but why they relish that challenge of coming to Sebring International Raceway. Let's take a VP Racing in-race update as the number 59 RLL McLaren, the bright orange car, is in the pit lane. It is the two Porsches leading with 291 laps completed. There's 1.5 seconds between them. Another 13 seconds further back is Sheldon von der Linde for BMW. Then Tom Blomqvist in the number 60. That's the first of the Acuras. Then Fred Vresti and Philippe Albuquerque for two Cadillacs, the Whelan car and the Whelan car, and the number 10 is the first of the Wayne Taylor Racing cars. Nick Yellerly is next up in 7th with a lot of energy in that car, but I'm not sure he can get to the end on just one more stop without some help.
He can't. No, without full course yellow, not at all.
I agree.
The only cars that can actually get there, and they'll need to fuel save as well, the only cars are those two leading Porsches if it stays green.
It's still tight for them.
It's still tight, oh no doubt. They need to really flaunt that efficiency advantage. They cannot afford to push maximum. They need to work together, actually, and I'm sure they've been under control for the last 6 hours, so I don't see that changing.
EO Racing and Johnny Edgar lead in LMP2. The number 99 car has 4.3 seconds on Hunter McElrea, who is pushing them really hard. The McElrea car has got the fastest lap of the race in LMP2 with a 150.6. They're lapping around 2 seconds slower than that at the moment. Toby Sowery is behind the wheel of the CrowdStrike 04, the Algarve Pro Racing run car. That's another 4 seconds or so behind, but has 6, and should make that 5 seconds on Tristan Vautier, Tower Motorsport. And that number 8 car has 23 seconds on Charles Malaysi for TDS, the number 11. Rasmus Lind for United, the number 22 car. United with 2 cars in the top 6. He's another 45 seconds further back. GTD Pro has been astoundingly good, and it's really coming together quite nicely. There's going to be a set of pit stops in a moment. Klaus Bachler will peel off from 2nd place. In fact, he does that right now, and he was around about 3-4 seconds behind Alessio Pacariello, with Max Hesser in there as well. And the top everybody bar Picariello in the top 5 have just come in the pits, because Alexander Sims for Corvette number 3 and Dennis Olsen for Ford Racing, they've just gone in and out. The top 6, Riccardo Agostini for Triazzi Competizione. And in GTD, Tom Gamble's behind the wheel of the Hartner Racing Aston Martin. I think it's the first time I've mentioned Tom's name today. It's not the first time he's been in the car. Lorenzo Patrese is 49 seconds behind in the Conquest number 34 GTD Ferrari 296. Lynn Hodenis for the Lone Star Racing Mercedes, doing what they've been doing, another dozen seconds further back. And the top 6 made up by Manthey First Form, who leads the bronze class. That's the 912. Marcus Schuring behind, sorry, Morris Schuring behind the wheel of that. He's got about 4 seconds on another bronze class car. Matt Bell has just left the pit lane for 13 Autosport. The top 6 completed by Tom Sargent and Wright Motorsport in the 120, the dark green car. That's your VP Racing update. There are under 2 hours to go. Call it 1:54 to go. 293 laps completed now by Kevin Estre. He leads the motor race from his teammate by 1 second. The drama continues, Peter Mackay, because the 6th place car in GTD is going to have to come through, because they were working on the car from behind the wall. Pit penalties today.
That's a very unright motorsport thing to do.
Yeah, agreed.
They're a really well polished outfit.
Let's go through our Porsche keys to the race. It is now dark. This is where you've got to be good. Traffic giveth, traffic taketh away. Yes, that will continue, possibly even more so right now. New rubber at the end. Everybody's done the hard yards in the middle now. Everybody who needs new rubber to the end have got it. Penalties may yet decide major positions here, including the lead in GTD Pro, because there's a little shuffle going on. The 2nd and 3rd position cars in GTD Pro have just left, and Arjuna has got Roxy in the pit lane. I think they've covered it all off with the fueling, but it was not the smoothest of stops on the left rear at least.
Plenty of fuel though needs to go into that car as Harry King takes over. Thomas Preining has already jumped into the Manthey Grello 911, and Conor De Filippi's taken over the Paul Miller BMW as they try to win the 36 Hours of Florida. Remember though, John, go back to about 6 hours into this race when Nick Tandy got out of the car during got into pit lane rather during the safety car period, and they had to drop to the field after taking emergency service. They changed the brake pads, they changed the rotors, and what a fight back it's been for them.
Emergency service because they were running out of fuel. It almost looked like it was perfect timing for the Lexus Sebring safety car to come out. In fact, it worked against them, but my goodness, Peter, that 911's got pace, whoever's been driving it. Thomas Preining, now the Austrian, trying to close them down, but Harry King, what a star he's been, and Nick Tandy did his part as well. He may be feeling under the weather and has hardly done any driving in the early part of the week, but those times that he put in were absolutely outstanding, consistent and consistently fast.
Is Tandy back to his vintage best, I have to say, and you know, there's one man who was quite a big part of his early part of his Porsche career in Super Cup was Franz Conrad, and Franz Conrad loved to call him Crocodile Tandy because he was just such an aggressive driver and got the job done, so determined, and even while feeling under the weather, he did it. You're right, he did his job, and he did it in the heat of the day as well. He loves racing over here in America, and I'm no doubt that Harry King, his teammate, is at the beginning of a wonderful journey here in North America, because he just suits that style of racing that we have here in IMSA, in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. But they're going to have to hold off. I mean, the Kings, the almost in-house team, it's as close to a works team as you'll possibly get. Oh, wheel loose on the track. That surely is an LMP2 has shed a wheel.
Yeah. There's a wheel
it
loose.
may well be the 52.
And I think that's going to cause the
Harry Tinknell, no.
Yes, yeah.
full course yellow.
There we go.
That's a dream for AO
It's
Racing.
car 2. It's Hunter McElrea. It's worse. It's one of the top runners. It's Hunter McElrea. So not a car that's just come out of the pits. No, he speeded up again. My apologies. I took what was on the timing screen there. Orica 52 is what we're being told in the darkness, and Peter's eyes
Yep, it is.
says that. Absolutely it is, Peter. Great spot. Right rear tyre. That car has just come out of the pit lane. Looks in sparkling condition from the left-hand side, the Brian Herder Autosport machine. Well, you absolutely cannot.
They had more fuel on board than everyone else. They wanted it to go green to the end, in my opinion.
So right, okay, so in that case, they were going to be tight to get to 54, 55 minutes. We know with a little bit of help from full course yellow, they can do it.
Just different rules.
Yeah. Closed pit entry for Harry Tinknell, but that was without a wheel, so they are allowed to replace the wheel and then send him. He hasn't gone out yet. Take this opportunity, we've been talking about it for a little while, that on Thursday, the 2027 season schedule, what's left this year, we've already done the Rolex 24 Daytona, and we're nearly through the Mobil 1. 12 hours of Sebring. They're the first 2 rounds of the Michelin Endurance. Then in April we'll be at Long Beach for the Grand Prix of Long Beach. Not the full grid, of course. May, first weekend in May, WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca for the Monterey Sports Car Championship. Another 2 hour and 40 minute. Long Beach, by the way, it's a 100-minute race. 2 hours and 40 minutes for WeatherTech Raceway Laguna Seca. Detroit on the streets. With the Indy cars there as well for the Chevrolet Grand Prix. That's at the end of sailing 6 hours of the Glen, Watkins Glen International, and from there up to Canadian Tire Motorsport Park, back to 2040. LMP2s are the headline act at the Chevrolet Grand Prix. End of July, Road America, Motul Sport Car Endurance Grand Prix. Which is a 6-hour event. Reviving memories of the old 500-mile race up there at Road America. That's the fourth round of the Michelin Endurance Cup. Virginia International Raceway, the 21st to 23rd of August. That's a GT-owned 40-minute race.
but we'll see.
GTD, the Manthey 912 stayed out, as did the Aston Martin in second. The number 27 Heart of Racing, Tom Gamble. Matt Bell. That's looking like a decent result for 13 Autosports, as did the BMW Robbie Foley. Turner Motorsport back in the conversation as well there. Everybody behind them pitted. It's a question of tyres here, as the pits are open now for all cars, and we commence the strategy pit. Let's take some.
Okay, we are back. Apologies. We really are being screwed over by these cautions. It's really affecting the systems in a bad way, unfortunately, at the moment. But hopefully it will just hold on till the end of the race.
Yeah, let's see how it will be. The Grello looks as quick as us, I think, so it will be a dogfight until the end.
I know for Porsche as a whole, Daytona wasn't easy. How cool is it to have two Porsches fighting at the front here?
It's mega, and I mean, Sebring is such a special place, and after winning last year, to be again in the game, it's unreal. I really enjoy my stint, and now, yeah, hopefully we will see a nice fight between the two most famous Porsche.
You've just jumped out of the car. This is when the car has to be at its best. Is it at its best?
Well, while I was driving in the last stint, it was getting better and better. But I guess it's the same for everyone. So let's see. But the car seems in the window. The car seems fast. So yeah, I'm finger crossed.
Alessio Picariello, and when he says the two most famous Porsches, he's talking about the liveries there. Roxy and Grello. You can add a few more into those down through the years. Fred Verviche has just pitted. The Lamborghini is still in the pit lane. Andrea Caldarelli brought that car in. There may be a bit of an issue there. Also some stragglers coming in as well from LMP2 as they come in to the pit lane. We've been monitoring the radios, and it's been suggested to me by those who have been listening that the two Porsches will trade places on the race start. That the 7 will go through.
Makes sense if you got the new tyres on.
Yeah.
But, well, maybe not straight away, because if you think about it...
He'll hold them up on the colder tyres.
Exactly, yeah. Yeah. So I think you've got to let NASA go until the number 6 of Kevin Estre has actually got the temperature and pressure into the tyres. Watching free practice 1 at pit exit, nobody was more exciting coming out of pit exit than Estre. He's been practicing it all the way. Every time he came out of pit lane, absolutely bang straight on it, even on cold tyres. But he's sliding the car like a touring car at the rear, trying to generate as much temperature and pressure as he can.
You do that in karting and use your backside and your weight to heat that up.
He's sliding the tail around behind the...
From our journalists, we're going green.
You were wondering about the Temerario. They were just bleeding the brake system, and so they're encountering one small issue here as we head to the closing stages of this race.
Out of turn number 17, a big sideways slide by Felipe Nasr. Kevin Estre's under pressure from Fred Fresti on the restart. We said that the non-Porsches have to get into them. Down the inside by Vestri, then goes to the outside at turn 1. That was a big power move by the Cadillac driver in the wheel and machine, but he couldn't intimidate Kevin Estre. He tried to get Estre to go to the wall and then go around the outside. Trail braking through turn number 3, trying to get heat in the brakes, in the tyres, the new Michelin tyres on that number 6 car in second position. Out down towards turn number 7, a good restart by Felipe Nasr. He absolutely pitched that number 7 car through turn 17 and got it sliding sideways, but somehow still got forward momentum, Peter, and it was actually Kevin Estre who was having to fight his corner against Jack Aitken.
We know the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines have great pace. Now is when they need to use it. They don't need to worry so much about conservation now. Now it's flaunting the pace. Nazar on not brand new tyres, but not old either, but they've got temperature in them, whereas Kevin Estra's got newer tyres, but they don't have the temperature in them. But still, they're pulling away from the 31 Cadillac in third of Jack Aitken like they're standing still.
The captain has been on the radio to his two drivers. He wants the 6 back in front of the 5. Meantime, a penalty, and this is going to be costly for the 4th place car, Peter.
Nick Yellowly.
And momentarily an advert hits. But yes, I believe we are all okay. Because we're now under green, the system might take about a few more minutes to get back to normal. But we should be all okay. And let's hope that, number one, we don't get any more cautions. If we do, it doesn't have an effect on the systems. But for now, it is time to hand back over to some radio.
Heard and understands the message from Roger Penske himself. Well, perhaps a chink of light for the Acuras, and all of a sudden, Peter, it's been extinguished by their own hand.
Disaster, total disaster for Acura. It's been a tricky race week, but they've kept in the fight, they've dug in, but that is... Oh, now we've got a big problem now. It's full course yellow again. Is this a Ford Mustang?
That's a
GTD?
great shout. That's a
silhouette.
great shout, Peter. Yeah.
Oh no, it's the Myers-Riley car. Oh, is it Felipe Fraga? Number 16,
It's a turn one.
Jensen Altsman. No.
Yeah, it is the 16 car, Jensen Altsman, who is inside the top 10. It's turn 1. It's a big incident. The front end of the car's been ripped off. The back end's got damaged. The pits will not open right now because we've just had a full course yellow. This is not going to be the work of a moment. What's happened, I think it's that classic drop the wheel off on the far side of the track and then spear across to the other side. It's gone in forwards, then backwards. AMR safety crew are with the driver now. Jason and Ali will be watching that. And Jensen's parents, good friends. To everyone, he's moving, he's unfastened his safety belts and he's getting out under his own auspices. That's great news. He'll be checked over, I'm sure, but for the moment, Jason, Ali, you don't have and it was just that bump again, that same bump. Cold tyres, just as I said, this is the first a few centimetres sometimes, and just the way you catch the edge of a bump, a rise or a fall completely changes the attitude of the cars in the corner. Incredible, this circuit. We'll split the classes immediately to get back to where we were, but there's still some remedial work to do on the side of the circuits in terms of the safety barriers, and also on picking up Jensen Holtzman's car. Well, nobody, I tell you what, nobody leaving with an hour and 23 minutes to go, Peter.
No, definitely
and why
not.
would you?
Definitely
why would
not.
you?
No.
Confirmed by IMSA President John Doonan earlier on that this is a new record, resetting the high water mark that we had here last year. We don't get numbers here, and so don't ask us for them, but I don't think there's any way you could argue with it. The amount of people that I've seen, the amount of extra cars that they are parked in that new parking area over the far side of the Ullman Straight, the amount of foot traffic I've seen coming across the new TireRack.com Michelin Bridge on the Alec Ullman Straight. My goodness, what an event. And after some long green flag running, we've had a couple of full course yellows back to back. We're now up to 8 full course yellows. We did have a 3 hour in the middle of the race where we ran, then another 2 hours, and now a couple of cautions back to back. Felipe Nasser, as far as we're aware, has still not acknowledged the radio message. Kevin Estre sits in second. Well, we saw Jack Aitken making his presence felt, and what we said, Peter, is if you're going to have a chance against these two Porsche Penske 963s, you've got to rattle their cage early, and certainly Jack Aitken tried to do that. Nick Yellerly, of course, is in the fight right now, but both the fourth place Acura and the 6th place car need to come into the pits. They can't do it during this full course yellow, so they will have to do it when we go back to green.
Well,
and I should say they have to come back to the pit lane for a drive-through, not for any service requirements. What have we got? 81 minutes to go. The Porsches need to get about another 30 minutes to their final pit stop. They'll do that very easily on the 88% of their energy that they have remaining. It's bizarre, isn't it? They've already equalised, as they all came in at the same time, of course, they've already equalised their energy.
Yeah, they're all exactly the same, and that was the thing is Porsche had before that
an energy
advantage. Not the one we're on now, but the previous they definitely had an energy advantage to the rest of the field. They were in control, and they needed the status quo at that point. Now we must be going back to green fairly soon, because Felipe Nasser has gone from tiptoeing behind the pace car to big acceleration, big braking, big acceleration, big braking. Why? Because he's trying to get heat back into the tyre, but of course that uses exactly. So that means that of course uses a lot more fuel.
Can I just say, how quick was that clean-up?
Remarkable, and good to see Jensen's all right after that. That was a big hit, and cars can be replaced, but it's a shame for Myers Riley. They're putting a huge amount of effort behind that program, and the first 2 rounds have been cruel to them, unfortunately, and they were in a place to get a good result there. Not fighting for a top 5 in GTD, but they'll be back.
Now, hearing from the pit lane that Joey Hand, what's Joey Hand got in the 66? Where is he?
9th in GTD.
Yeah, 9th in GTD with 91.5%. They're going to try and go to the end. Gradient are saying they're going to need help.
They'll need full course yellow. Yes,
they're going to need help.
But
that, I mean, roll the dice. That's how they'll get a finish.
They've got, I mean, the car ahead, Antonio Fuoco's got 88%, Albert Costa 87 ahead of them for Conquest. Wright Motorsport 86.7, 86.2 Flynn Hodness. I don't think they have any glaring advantage compared to those around them, I'll be honest. So maybe they're all on the fuel save bus together. Green flag.
Green flag, an hour and 20 minutes to go. 80 minutes of racing. Cars weaving on the run down to the first corner. The two Porsches almost come together through turn one, and Estra had to back out of it. They still haven't swapped their positions, as we are led to believe they have been asked to do. And here comes Jack Aitken. Does he smell blood? Smell perhaps some indecision? Car 6 has been called for a penalty for blocking and has been given a warning.
That must have been turn one.
That must have been, well, was it the previous?
Yeah, the previous restart.
Yeah, the
turn
previous
one.
restart.
Yeah,
absolutely.
It was pretty aggressive.
Fred Vervish into the pit lane in the number 65 Ford Mustang. Can't go to the end from there. He'll give up positions in 8th. So is that a problem for Fred Vervish?
I mean, for them, they don't necessarily have the pace to fight for a win, but if they fill up now and then they get some full course yellow, they might be able to make it to the end. We should remember Pfaff Motorsport in 2023, I think it was, 22, sorry, when the first year of the... no, it was 23. It was right the first time. The first year of the 992 GT3R, and they didn't necessarily have the pace, but Patrick Pilet made fuel on board that car, and it was like an hour and 40 minutes or something ridiculous, albeit with full course yellow, but that won them the race very unexpectedly. So it can be done, and I like that actually from Ford Racing to just, why not, throw the dice.
Yeah. We've seen also in Pilot Challenge, Robin Liddell do marvellous things on fuel state, on fuel save. Down in the pit lane, we have both of our pit lane reporters towards the end of this race, and let's get an update on that Fred Vervish pit stop from Ryan Marine.
Yeah, Arjuna's gone off to have his last break. I just poked my head into the Ford Racing tent and asked, hey, was that about trying to get to the end, maybe with a little bit of help? And they kind of shrugged and said, it's a secret.
So yes, that is the answer.
That sounds like a yes to me.
Yeah, that sounds like a definite maybe. Through the pit lane to answer the penalty, Tom Blomqvist driving over equipment. Oh no, that was not centred in his box, wasn't it, for that? We've still got to wait for the 93 Nick Yellowlead to come in. That was the driving over equipment one. NASA by 0.6 of a second. They are pulling away gently from Jack Aitken. I mean, fractions of a second.
I think if a swap is happening, and that isn't, that can be the...
Why would you do that?
Well,
because they swapped over in the pits? Was there some kind of gentleman's agreement?
And there was a difference in strategy. Of course, the number 7 didn't put tyres on, which then regained them the lead. And also the number 7 gets the first pit stall as well, which don't underestimate that. But if you're going to do it, you better make sure you've got a very good advantage behind you before you execute it. And it seems that in clean air, the Porsches are just pulling away from everybody. So
who did better? Who did better at Daytona?
The number 7 of Felipe Nasr.
Yeah.
And Julian Andler and Lauren Heinrich.
Yeah.
Kevin Estra's never won an IMSA race before. Yeah, I mean, who knows what's going on those radios right now? But again, it's an embarrassment of riches, and the one thing about it, you don't want to be embarrassed by them. They need to keep, and also, Roger Penske has been such a successful team owner for a reason, and he'll know, he'll been in this position so many times of how to control drivers when the pressure is on.
Charles Malaysia at TDS and Tristan Vautier for Tower Motorsport, a couple of Frenchmen there getting together, and that incident is under review.
Well, Vautier's gone forward and Malaysia's gone backwards. That might lead a clue.
Both Acuras now have completed their penalties for that last pit stop sequence. Porsche keys to the race. Penalties. Bad. penalties with an hour and a bit to go. Very bad, Peter. Very bad indeed. Particularly when they'd worked their way. That number 93 car was right in the fight in 4th position.
They are praying to the full course yellow gods now to try and get that. Just a warning for, in fact it was the other way around, just a warning for TDS Charmalaise for the incident with Tristan Vautier. So Vautier hasn't been perturbed by it, and he made a power move on Paul Di Resta going into turn 1 a lap ago to move up into 2nd. Now, Tower Motorsports were so close to winning this race last year and had heartbreak and fell at the last possible moment. They won Daytona on the road last year and were disqualified because of a technical infraction. A win for that crew would be a massive boost. Of course, they've lost Sebastian Bourdais from their driver lineup, replaced with Tristan Vautier. A lot of, what should we say, turbulence. A win would make a big, big change.
So let me just put some meat on the bones of this position swap request. Dallas Goodrich said, if I'm the 7 car, I'm not giving this spot back. I'd rather get fired Monday morning knowing I had a shot to win the race than not. Easier to ask for forgiveness. Yes and no, because remember, they swapped those cars around so the number 7 could get into its pit easier, being the pit that was closer to pit out. They were told to give that back during the previous green. The team was on the radio to Felipe Nasr, telling he had plenty of room to give the spot back. He's not answered the radio. They've just radioed again. He's not answered them at all. The pit sequence is the key to that, Peter. That was done. Nasr was given the opportunity to come in first, and he's not given that back. Interesting. Very, very interesting. You could say that they were playing 2 different games because the tyres went on to...
They were splitting strategy, of course they were.
Yeah, but once you've both got out in your 1st and 2nd, if you've helped that number 7 car to get in and out of its pit easier, then...
And the thing is, if this goes green to the end, Kevin Estre doesn't necessarily have to change tyres, whereas Nasr might have to. And that might then switch the advantage back the way.
Well, I don't think so, because you can do tyres...
there it is, there's your swap.
It's happening right now on the circuit. And Estre goes through into turn 17. Now not sunset, but moonlight. It has happened. The message has got through.
Estre wasn't far away from the exit wall there.
No.
He's pushing really hard.
Well, he's got 8-lap younger tyres. So his Michelin's now up to temperature and pressure. This is the opportunity to go forward. They're building that gap back up again. Already 3 seconds between the 2 Porsches and Jack Aitken. He's got 2 seconds on Sheldon von der Linde. That number 24 BMW just quietly going about its business. The 2 Wayne Taylor Cadillacs in lockstep, half a second between them. Ricky Taylor and Louis Delatraz in the 10 and 40 respectively, 5th and 6th. One of the performances of the race for me, JDC Miller Motorsports and that number 5 GTP car. Whoever's been in that car has been quick, but particularly when the youngsters have been in there. Nico Piro's done a great job as well.
They're all youngsters.
Well, I was going to say, yeah, they're all. It is probably the youngest GTP team, isn't it?
Oh, yeah.
And they're only 2 seconds away from Louis Delatraz and lapping roughly the same. Yellowly and Blomqvist, after their indiscretions in the pit lane, have dropped 23 seconds away from the back of the pack.
Through sector 1, that's just turn 1, Estre was 2/10 quicker than Nasr in that one corner alone, but Nasr's getting his head back down again and has brought a 10th back through sector 2. Now you've allowed the pass, you've listened to the order from the team owner, team boss. Now Nasr said, am I clear to fight for it?
Yeah.
That's good time to ask.
Traffic.
Can I go for it? But first bit of this car just ahead coming out of sunset for the Porsche Penske Motorsport machines is the number 64 Ford, which of course has fueled hope to the end, hoping that they get full course yellow to go to the end and get themselves into the mix.
Through turn 1, the 2 Porsches, slightly tighter line by Felipe Nasr in 2nd place. He's got about a 1% energy advantage. He's getting a hole in the air punched for him by his teammate at the moment.
They're not the quickest on track, far from it. In fact, they were the slowest in the GTP category that lap by. Everyone behind them quicker than the Porsches. So, you know, Jack Aitken, half a second quicker than the two Porsches last time by. Then Sheldon van der Linde, another 2/10 even quicker than that. And then Ricky Taylor, another 3/10 quicker than that. Ricky Taylor on the last lap in the number 10 Wayne Taylor Racing Cadillac was a second quicker than the Porsches at the front.
An hour and 10 minutes to go. We'll have the checkered flag to end the competition, but that only starts the conversation. Michelin Post Race Tech, hashtag Michelin PRT to @IMSA Radio. Your questions, points arising, will shape that programme. We'll have additional interviews after we have closed down the World Feed TV, exclusively available for you on RS2 IMSA Radio. Go to imsaradio.com, hit the listen live button, and then it's RS2, and we'll have that for you at the conclusion of the race. Quick thank you to all of our syndications, particularly around the Highlands region, as we've once again been given access to Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 206 across North America. Stay with us for that Michelin Post Race Tech. Get some of the answers to the questions. Triasi 033 and the Corvette number 4 under investigation at the moment. They were battling for position a couple of laps ago. Dennis Olsen's got between them now, so something again has gone on in the darkness. That's there.
Nicky Katzberg and Miguel Molina.
Yeah, well, neither of those are going to give up positions without getting the elbows out. Two Porsches closer than ever again, Peter. Fantastic to watch this battle in the darkness. It's been that contact reviewed, deemed incidental. There will be NFA, no further action.
In the GTD Pro category, Thomas Preining is absolutely flying in the leading car, the 911 Manthey Porsche, the only driver in GTD to go under 2 minutes 1 second. He's in the 2 flats now and improving and pulling away from Harry King to the tune of nearly 4 seconds. So Manthey pulling the pin here, looking for a big win here at Sebring.
New fastest lap of the race from that car.
And again,
2 minutes, .788. That's just taken the fastest lap of the way.
Here comes Nazar.
From Triasi competition, and the Ferrari. The two Porsches, meantime, are almost side by side into turn 17. A clever move from Clever Nestra, who just started to drift out in the middle of the corner. Once again, there's traffic in front of them, and that's the GT Pro battle that they're going through at the moment. So those are cars that are battling themselves, and they will not want to give up too much space at all.
Nazar half a second quicker on the previous lap, so he's all over Estra. But the one thing about Kevin Estra is he's usually very strong through traffic, but Nazar's all over the back of him as they come through Gurney Bend down towards the hairpin. This is a point where you can be vulnerable on the brakes. Nazar's going to have a look as he switches to the outside. Now remember, Estra's been warned for blocking, so he's got to be careful here. Race controller watching, has a wiggle on the exit of turn 7. Nazar all over the back of him. There must be no nails left. They're all chewed away already, I'm sure, at Porsche Penske Motorsport.
You wouldn't think that the lead car has an 8-lap tyre advantage at the moment, and now it's prototype traffic that's ahead of them, and this may be just a little more difficult for both of these drivers, as in the darkness they're all closing down together. And here comes Jack Aitken and Sheldon van der Linde. The Porsches battling are bringing the Cadillac number 31 and Sheldon van der Linde in the 24 BMW back into it. They still can't get past the traffic as they come into the fast Jean de Bian S's right off the track on the left hand side to try and get the exit onto the Ullman Straight. and they will power past that traffic. And this time, Estre perhaps with a little bit of breathing space. How hard are they pushing?
Here comes Nasser.
Nasser down the inside. A late move. Can he hold on to it? Yes, he can. He'll drift out. But there's again a big wobble from Estre's car. It really doesn't look like that he is the one with the better tyres. And here comes Jack Aitken's headlights right behind him in the Cadillac, number 31. That was decisive and incisive by Felipe Nasser. Came from a long way back, but he made his intentions known there, Peter Mackay. There was not going to be any stopping, and Nasser goes through to the lead. Estre knew he couldn't block him again, knew he couldn't risk another manoeuvre to block that pass.
He just doesn't seem to have any grip for him at all. Seems like Nasser's got that car hooked up much better, and Estre not able to respond. Now Jack Aitken in the Cadillac is right there. So we pontificated, what do the other teams need to do to stop that Porsche Penske Express train? Well, we asked, what do Porsche Penske have to avoid today? Well, fighting back and forth has brought other rivals into the picture. Aitken now in the Whelen Cadillac is right there. And as you said, John, Van der Linde in the BMW there all of a sudden.
It's not even that far back to Sheldon Van der Linde, to Louis Delatraz behind that. Hearing that Felipe Nasser was very insistent on the radio before that pass that the team had to make their mind up. He said, am I free to race? As Estre goes off the track, almost hitting the back. He is off the track. He'll come back on again at turn 15. Now he'll get warned for that because he shortcutted part of the circuit, but he didn't gain any advantage. Going back to Nasser on the radio with the Porsche Penske team, he said, I will sit in second, but if I do, we will lose this race. Am I free to race? And clearly he's been let off the leash. He's retaken the lead. He's pulled out half a second and more, but Jack Aitken at the moment is the man most likely. What is going on with Kevin Estre's car? Maybe just that extra heat cycle, Peter. They didn't get the tyres right up to temperature.
It's Daytona. It's Daytona all over again. The Porsches were dominant, but the 6th number Penske car of Vantor, Estre and Campbell, just for whatever reason, when it matters, not able to fight with the number 7 machine. And that was very, very close there. Estre taking the risk to go round the outside of the 80 Lone Star Mercedes, going into Jean de Bienne, and got away with it just, but that could have gone badly wrong. But now Estre's fighting back round the outside of the DXDT Corvette, sneaking by with no room at all left as they're coming around down towards Cunningham now, is it?
Yeah.
Oh, it's hard to spot in the dark.
Yeah, no, you're spot on.
Yeah.
Absolutely spot on. Traffic.
Estre,
you said it. Estre is so good through traffic, but so is Jack Aitken. And remember, that big engined Cadillac, the biggest on the grid, bar the Valkyrie, of course, that's got a huge amount of torque.
And they've just gone past the GTD battle led by the Heart of Racing Aston of Tom Gamble. They've had issues, but they've fought back, and he's got more assuring underneath his rear wing, so that is playing for keeps there as well.
And then Antonio Fuoco's right there as well, just another second further back. How about Matthew Bell for 13 Autosports in 4th position? Now, we are hearing from race control that the number 6 has to go, Kevin Estre has to go behind the Jack Aitken number 31 for the shortcut at turn 15. I'm not sure about that.
Well, he's got to do it now, do it quickly, and get it out of the way. Still one pit stop to go, remember. This is not necessarily a straight shootout for the flag yet. Yes, you can get advantage, of course, but there's still a pit stop to come. So for Estre, he's got to let that go now and then try and repass if he can.
When he went off the track, he lost the better part of a second to the car he was racing. He did not gain an advantage. I am going to say I disagree with that one. We've seen more egregious incidents that have had warnings there.
And you could argue that, I think the AMG of Lone Star was just following its normal line.
Yes, I agree with that.
So that was always going to close, and I think it might have been more that he floored it once he was off the track and tried to regain. He rejoined right in front of the Mercedes, so actually overtook the Mercedes off the track. even though it's in a different class. I think that's where they're going with that. But I don't know.
No, you've persuaded me.
Give me this job over race control every day of the week.
Your submission. I don't think we've seen more egregious things that have been waved off with the yellow card, as it were.
Jack Aitken's gone through then. Yeah. So Estra's got big problems now because he's got Van der Linde right behind him in the BMW, and now has to try and find a way back through on Aitken as Aitken stuffs it up the inside of Harry King in the GTD Pro Roxy Porsche. And here comes Estra. Here comes Estra, shows it and bangs wheels with Aitken's. Whoa! But here comes Van der Linde. Oh.
Van der Linden making it 3 wide as they go down the back straight. This is incredible racing from these guys. Somebody's going to have to give. Something's got to give. Or they're all going to end up in black bin liners with carbon fibre all over the place. Estra goes back through. Now, how will that be seen by race control?
Christmas Day for Felipe Nasr. That gap is going to... Oh, 5 seconds already.
5 seconds. But it's 1-2 again for Porsche. Wow, that was some racing there, Peter.
Wow.
Is that the racing we want to see? Was it too robust? Was it robust enough?
Well, it's this is the thing, what makes the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship so special. It's raw, it's gritty, it's exciting. Do you race on tracks like Sebring International Raceway anywhere else in the world? Not really. Estra, a great move, very instinctive, classic Estra actually. There was a car length there, a bit of contact there with Aitken. Aitken does straighten the wheel and allows the room by, and Van der Linde's got the move, but Van der Linde's already off the track himself. He's now fully, he put himself there, in my opinion.
Agreed.
But, you know.
And he can't make the pass from there.
Nope.
A, because he's all 4 wheels over the white line, and B, because it's really filthy out there.
He must have a load of pickup on the tyres now as well.
It was a forceful move at turn 16 by
Put
Kevin
yourself in these guys' driving seat. What's going through their mind right now? The adrenaline
they're loving it.
Must be coursing through every fibre of their body.
Louis Delatraz had the best view of all of that in the number 40 Cadillac next in line. He's got the right rear lights out on that car. He's okay whilst the left ones stay on. Meantime, Felipe Nasr, 5.555 seconds up the road. 18 laps into the stint, so he's got probably another 10 laps, maybe 12 to go. That will take him to round about 40 minutes if he wants to. The window will open, I think, next time around for them to go to the end with a full service stop. But at that point, Nasr has to have tyres. I don't think they'll send him on another set of tyres. That's not a time thing. It will be the fuel that determines it. In GTD Pro, Conor De Filippi comes in the BMW of Paul Miller Racing. Alexander Sims is in as well. And Ryan Marine is watching those key final stops.
Yeah, the window is certainly open in the GT classes. Here's Conor De Filippi. What a start to the season this would be if they were able to pull off another result here to back up the way the season began in Daytona. Final stop, and it'll be fresh tires to the checkered flag for Conor. By the way, just a couple of laps ago in GTP, Meyer Shank called Nick Yellowly in. The window maybe was cracked open. They're trying to squeeze through it, trying to do something after those penalties. Meanwhile, De Filippi is down and away. And we also see Corvette Racing pitting a couple of their cars. The second Shank car also in the pits for the final time.
As reported there by Ryan, these are all final pit stops, final scheduled pit stops for these cars. Well in the window there. When do Porsche, Penske Motorsport pull the trigger on their lap stop? Tom Blomqvist has come into the pits. He's 50 seconds away from the lead as he rejoins, but he's made his final pit stop. Nick Yellowly's already down to 93%, 92.5 now, and there's still 55 minutes to go. I don't think he can go full rich from there. That's too much to ask.
They're rolling the dice.
He's hoping for some kind of assistance from the Lexus Sebring safety car.
Meyer Shank Racing putting on two similar bets but not the same bet. Blomqvist He has. Did they fill that car up 100%?
Yeah,
yes, they
pretty much,
did. So
yeah.
he probably can with some fuel save. But Yellerly can. Yellerly needs full course yellow, but they're putting 2 bets on with those 2 cars. That's all they can do. Leader in GTD Pro.
Yeah, number 911 for Thomas Preining, followed in by Harry King and Nicky Katzberg. The top 3 are in 7/8 tenths of a second gained back on the leader by Kevin Estre that time around. Let's go down for these GTD Pro pit stops.
Keeping an eye on the Manthey team. It will be fresh tires as well for them. No driver changes here. That's what you would expect. Trying to keep your drivers that are in their rhythm in the car for this final dash to the checkers. The Manthey car, though, is going to have to come around the number 4 Corvette, which is in for its final service. It's a little bit of a hesitation for the 911. 911 coming out of the pits, but he's able to clear that traffic. We also see Roxy service complete and exiting the pit lane now.
They came in at 9:11, 77, 1 and 3. I think Connor De Filippi, I think, has just jumped them as he's gone through. That might be a change in GTD Pro. Need to see them on the track there, Peter, because Nicky Katzberg's come out, but I think Connor De Filippi I can't have, surely.
Well, Connor De Filippi right now is coming out. He has jumped them.
Yeah.
No, he has jumped the Corvettes, but he has not jumped the Porsches.
Right.
So he's split the Corvettes and the Porsches. So I'm thinking he's in 3rd right now in GTD Pro.
I'd agree
that
with
number
that.
1 Paul Miller racing car. Oh my. Now, if you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, do you split your strategy as in comes the Whelen Engineering Cadillac?
Yeah,
you have to cover this off, at least with one of your cars if you're Porsche Penske Motorsport, surely.
Yeah, that is Jack Aitken for his final stop at 52 minutes. That's right in there. It's going to be a new set and a brand new set of Michelin medium rubber. That's all going well. The determining factor will be the energy that is being added. Jack came in with about 36, 37. It's a big, fantastic wheel spin getting away from Jack Aitken.
100%. They filled it to the brim. Full rich for Jack Aitken.
The team have just said to Jack Aitken, you need the outlap of your life. They are expecting Porsche and Penske to jump next time around. Now, they will come in the right order here. So,
are they both going to come in, though?
Yeah. If you don't, you risk what is called the undercut, which is not a term I like, but you risk Jack Aitken getting those Michelins up to temperature and pressure, having a performance advantage, and splitting them at the very least.
I think if you've got 2 cars, you've got to place 2 bets.
Okay.
If you both put them on the same bet and it's wrong, how...
Seven has stayed out. Estre has stayed out. He's got to cross the line. Here comes Kevin Estre. Nasser has stayed out. Estre has got to come in, and he has come in. Van der Linde goes through in 2nd position. Let's go down to the pit lane for this crucial pit stop for Porsche Penske Motorsport.
Execution needs to be perfect. Roger Penske, the Grand Marshal, earlier today gave the command to start engines, looking for a second win to start this IMSA campaign. They will split the strategy at least by 1 lap. We're going to put the tires on the number 6, going around to the other side, just waiting on the fuel here. What a great way this would be if they were able to hang on to start the 60th anniversary season for Team Penske. Got the win at the Rolex 24. 2 cars running up toward the front here at Sebring, but still work to be done in the final hour. The fuel is in. Out goes the number 6, and the 7 should be in this time by.
Sticker tires.
Yeah, they took off 18 lap old tyres and put on brand new tyres. 100% of fuel, their brim filled it, so that is saying to Kevin Estre, turn it up to the max, let's go and hunt down the victory. Sheldon van der Linde is...
He's beaten Jack Aitken out as well.
Has he?
Has Estre, but Aitken will be on warmer tyres.
Right. Van der Linde is 10 seconds behind the leader. Felipe Nasser then, a 150 0.9 last time around. He's in traffic. That might have been a smart move, you know, by the number 6 crew, Peter, because they were just catching the traffic that the leader has got now, and they've pulled out the line. Nasser must come in this time around and does so. The headlights go off, the purple marker lights on the front of the car as he rolls down the pit lane on lap 319 towards Ryan Marine. He clicks over to complete lap 320. This again is it's a pressure moment for the team. This is where teamwork comes in.
The team was poised on the wall. You can see they were thinking through the task ahead. The Michelin tires getting slammed on to this Porsche 963 Fueler, poised as ever, letting that fuel go in. It is a set of sticker tires, we should confirm, a tear off as well to make sure Felipe Nasr has a clean view to the finish. Tire change complete. It's just about the energy, and in just a few short moments we'll hear that 963 peel out of the pit lane. First on electric power, there's the engine roaring to life.
Coming to the end of the pit lane, left, right wiggle, as the TDS Orica is going to have to come down the pit lane. Tyre without crew in the pit lane. He's out, and he's out with a reasonable lead there, Peter. No sign of the second place car. Here it comes now into turn 1 and through. That is the lead held by Felipe Nasr.
But Jack Aitken is going with Kevin Estre here again on 1 lap warmer tyres, if you like, than Estre. And of course Estre has 1 lap warmer tyres than Nasr. So can Felipe Nasr get those tyres up to temperature and pressure in time and hold off the charge from Estre and maybe even from Jack Aitken, the pole sitter? Don't forget about that.
And just point out what's going on in GT Daytona, by the way.
Oh, my.
From dead last to first, gradient, Joey Hand with a 26-second lead and just under 50 minutes to go. They have to fuel save like mad or get another yellow. But they have had an extra yellow from before. There's a story brewing there. It might come to nothing.
They need a huge yellow. Huge yellow. But it can happen. It can happen. But I think also on pace, the Ferrari of Fuoco has been rapid all day in that category, and likewise the Heart of Racing Aston with factory driver Tom Gamble on board. And don't write off 13 Autosport with their Corvette either.
No,
Matt
that's
Bell,
a good run.
He's rapid.
Yeah, I agree with all of that. We are looking for our BDO Nose Strategy Award, 1 for GT and 1 for Prototype. My goodness me, with 46 minutes still to go, have we actually seen it? Contact there with the number 2 United Autosport car squeezing past. Was that its teammate?
It's inter-team battle for the win. Number 2 is the Nuvi car with the white tail. The number 22 is the Richard Mille car with the blue and red. Mikko Jensen versus Paul de Resta.
Get the popcorn.
Get the popcorn out. Pour yourself a beverage of choice and enjoy.
Yeah, and that was very tight indeed, as de Resta has to pick his way through the traffic. Looks like one of the GTD Porsches that he's going through. I don't even know where to start for the BDO Nose Strategy Awards.
Oh. And don't write off Tower. Tower right there. Tristan Vote, former winner of this race overall, in that new addition to that Tower Motorsport lineup. So coming in for Seb Bourdais, who left the program after Daytona, and what a win would mean for them. And a first Sebring 12-hour win for United on the cards here. They did win the 1,000 miles in WEC, but never the 12 hours.
Sheldon van der Linde in and out. He was scored as the leader last time around, of course, after the pit stops from Porsche Penske Motorsport, but we knew he had to come into the pit lane. So it is the number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport Felipe Nasr driven car, fueled to the end with 2 seconds on Kevin Estre, his teammate. There's been a bit of back and forth on the radio between Nasr and the team. Jack Aitken in 3rd place for Cadillac Whelan. A cracking battle as the leaders come in. Top 3 now in from LMP2.
That's too long.
I don't think they can make 45 minutes. We'll come back to our VP Racing updates in a moment. We've also got the Liquid Molly Turner Motorsport car. Let's go down to the pit lane.
Whether or not they can make it, they pretty much had to come in here. This was already a 55-minute stint for the cars that have just come in, and it was extended, of course, by those yellows for the number 22, which pitted from second place. Looks like they're going to change the rear wing on that car, in addition to putting a set of sticker tires on the machine. Sitting in the pit lane waiting on all of this is Paul DiResta. You guys talked about the fact it was an intra-team battle. Those two very close on track together, Jensen and DiResta. They're going to have to make a really quick wing change or risk losing ground in the pit lane, and it's not fast enough. The sister car is out, and it looks like the 8 will also get there. Plus, the 22 is trailing what looks like tape or some kind of debris behind it as well.
Well, let's hope it's not equipment, because that will get them a drive through. Changing the rear wing can only mean one thing. There was damage from that side-by-side contact, Peter, earlier on. Oh, no. Huge amount of something behind Paul DiResta's car. That's not the part of the fuel hose, is it? Let's hope not.
Oh, I hope not. Well, it's come off.
And I think it's just wrapped itself forward. Some of it's still on the right rear wing end plate. Well, but the bulk of it has indeed disappeared, Peter.
That car has taken half of Florida with it in this race. It's had advertising boards, it's had whatever this mystery item is wrapped around it, and still they carry on. But as Brian chronicled, the number 8 Tower car has split the two United machines after that stop.
Let's have our VP in race update, our final one of the Sebring 12 hours, Mobil 1 Sebring 12 hours. Let's start in GTD. Best of the bronze and leading from last on the grid, Joey Hand, but needs a huge amount of help. He's got a 14-second gap to Antonio Fuoco in the 296 Ferrari, the number 21 AF Corsa USA. Harter Racing in third for Aston Martin, another second further back. Matt Bell, 12 seconds back in fourth position. Then Albert Costa in the Conquest Ferrari, another second further back in the top 6. Lone Star Racing, been there or thereabouts all day. Scott Andrews will finish the race in the number 80 car. Meantime, drama for Johnny Edgar as the front clip and front wing coming off the number 99 in the pit lane.
Fuel's still going in, though.
Fuel still going in. They're covering this with the fuel. Let's get down to Ryan.
I think that was actually pretty slick work. I don't think they lost any time changing the front clip. It was side plane damage on the left front that necessitated that change, and it was a driver change as well. Edgar out, Dane Cameron into the end, and they should be right on the fringe on fuel. I think they'll be all right.
It's going to be tight for some of the GT Pro runners. Dennis Olsen, remember, they rolled the dice early in that number 64 Ford. The gap is not... Oh, let me see what have they got as they come across the line on the Thomas Preining car. But they are trying to hold out for some kind of miracle. The 911 and the 77 Porsches from Manthey and AO Racing, Thomas Preining. They've got 3.7 seconds behind them. Dennis Olsen's lead, 36 seconds over the two chasing Porsches. Then Conor De Filippi another 2 seconds back in fourth position. In LMP2, all change at the front as in from the lead comes Era Racing and Ferdinand Habsburg. Ferdy in for his final stop. Mikkel Jensen, number 8 Tristan Vautier, the number 99 Dane Cameron. They're all in the mix, as are the two United cars as well. And at the front of the field, Felipe Nasr by exactly 2 seconds now. The number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport car from the number 6. And then Jack Aitken still trying to put pressure on. 40 minutes to go, 324 laps completed. That's our final VP in race update. Phew-ee.
Oh, my.
Phew-ee. I've had to take a little breath there, Peter. Let's remind everybody that it is Michelin Post-Race Tech. I think we've got a lot to talk about. And off at the final call. That's the Triazi car. Has gone around. That's the 033. And that's
Miguel
at turn
Molina.
13, rather, not at the final corner. Miguel Molina, who was in 7th position.
That's at Tower.
Tower, turn 13. And who got into him? And there's cars side by side in the dust as well, going through that area of the field. I can't even tell you who that is because it's so dark over there, but there was 2 prototypes pretty much rubbing side by side. Molina gets back on the track, drags a whole load of crud on with him. He will be steaming. I think he got a tap there.
Well, a first IMSA win for Miguel Molina just got a lot more difficult. I think
he
you're
did
right.
get a tap.
And up the inside comes another Ferrari. I don't believe it, it's his factory teammate, the number 21 there of Antonio Fuoco.
Oh my goodness me.
What?
Second
They're
place.
not even in the same class.
Second place. And that's a huge free kick for Gradient. That's the closest car to Gradient.
The Gradient are not going to make it without a huge amount of full course yellow.
What happened after that as well in the darkness?
That was the Tower car, I think. Yeah, it was. The 8 Tower car at Vautier went wide at turn 1, as so many have, and bounded through the sand, and that allowed De Resta in the 22 United car to go by. But I tell you, who's in a good spot in LMP2 fuel-wise is Ferdi Habsburg in that era motorsport. He doesn't have the track position right now, but Jensen in the number 2 United car leading, De Resta in the 22 United behind him, and the 8 machine of Vautier, and throw in the 04 CrowdStrike car of Alex Quinn. They're all very marginal, if not too tight on fuel, whereas the car with the most fuel on board right now in LMP2 is that era motorsport car.
They were the last to stop closest to that window. Pounding the pit lane as the first form Manthey car is in the pits for Ricardo Pera, and that is not a regular stop. They've had the bonnet, the hood open. Let's go down to Ryan in the pit lane, who's been checking out the fuel situation for LMP2.
Yeah, I mean, Peter's right. The cars he mentioned are definitely better on fuel than some of the others, but I checked with United, which is the 2 and the 22 that run first and second. They pitted about 6 minutes ago, a couple of laps before some of the others. I was told with fuel save, they should be good to go to the end. They did not seem terribly concerned, and I would imagine that would put Tower in the same position because they pitted on the same lap.
Fuoco's got the drive-through for the incident with the other Ferrari. So the 21 car will drop out of the battle for GTD. They were in prime position
Porsche
to take
keys to
the
the race.
win. Porsche keys to the race. Penalties, bad.
They've been at the car, they've been actually at points streets ahead of the rest in GTD. They're the only ones to blame for chucking this race away.
Yeah.
Too aggressive. And you think that's with a car that's not even in your class.
Yeah.
What's the point?
Spin out on the far side of the circuit.
Van der Linde.
That's Van der Linde from 4th place. That was coming out of turn 1, going up through 2 to 3. And the BMW has damage to the left front. There's been contact either with another car or the side of the circuit. Oh, my goodness, all the odd things that happened. 36 minutes to go. What is that that's sticking up at the front part of the bodywork on the left front of that car?
The metaphorical sofa has been lit on fire 36 minutes early.
Absolutely correct. They were in with a chance of a podium. Just going back to that GTD battle, Fuoco has not come in yet. Tom Gamble will make up a position, so would Matthew Bell. It's gonna take that number 21 EF Corsa right out of it. It gives Joey Hand another 8 seconds to play with.
But he doesn't have enough fuel.
I know that.
Nowhere near enough.
I know.
Van der Linde lost it on his own.
Van der Linde lost it on his own.
Strange one. That quite low speed as well, between 3, 4, 5. It just broke away from him. That's very odd.
And actually, there's not damage on the front of that car. That was from the following car behind him.
Jack Aitken's got a drippy wiper.
He has. Well, we saw that earlier on, didn't we? It was a T-piece rather than a wiper, and now it's fallen down completely. So Aitken takes over 3rd position. Louis Delatraz, Ricky Taylor goes up into 4th. Looked like some kind of overheating issue for the first four Manthey car, and Arjuna can tell us the full story.
Confirmation, John. It's a similar issue to what they were dealing with at Daytona. They came in, cleaned off the radiator, and sent it out to finish the race.
There was a lot of water on the ground when they pulled away, a lot of coolant, should I say. In then Antonio Fuoco and out, but he will lose a whole heap of real estate. Live from Sebring International Raceway, the last 35 minutes of the 74th running of the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. IMSA Radio, part of the Radio Show Limited network of audio and visual channels, broadcasting around the circuit on 88.7, around the region on Highlands ESPN 106.3 FM, Sirius XM 106, and around the world on RS2, as well as our video presentations.
Porsche 912 has stopped, full course yellow. This could be a dream for Gradient.
This is what Gradient needed. Oh, it's got going again, but that's
full course yellow though.
Let's go straight down to the pit lane and Ryan.
I just got done talking to Andrew Slavens, who owns and runs the Gradient Racing team, and he told me this is a total Hail Mary. We did not have the pace. This is the only way we're going to get a result, but realistically, they need about 15 minutes of yellow to feel comfortable making it the rest of the way. So just because they got the yellow doesn't mean they're home free.
Well, also, it's just wiped out a 30-second advantage that they had, so Joey Hand can't keep going 2 seconds slower than everybody else. Great move by Ricardo Perret to get the car off the track quickly, so this will not take a lot of time out of the race.
This gives a huge opportunity.
Peter, we're just over 30 minutes. If we'd been 2 minutes later, then it would have been a short yellow with half an hour to go.
So now, well, this we'll be watching pit lane very closely, but this is going to give a great opportunity to those in GTP. The Porsches were away again to the tune of 8 seconds. Estra was, the gap was sort of flowing back and forward to sort of 1.3, then 2. The last timing point, it was 2.6. So actually, this is probably pretty good news for Kevin Estra in second place also. And of course, while we're on the Ford theme, this could also help the number 64 in GTD Pro for Ford Racing. But
correct. I think they're closer.
No, but they've only got 9.9%, so I think they're done either way.
Yeah.
And the Gradient car is 25%, which is 15 minutes of fuel. So this is very, very
I'll tell you who it does help, Peter. In GTP, the two Acuras. Because they weren't going to make it.
Huge.
I don't think they're going to make it.
I think the 60 might have.
I think you bring at least one of those in, put a new set of tyres on if you've got them, fill it as far as you think you need to fill it, which I'm guessing is going to be somewhere near 70%, maybe 75%. Actually, it doesn't matter because it's a free pit stop. You come out in exactly the same
they're at the
place.
back anyway.
Yeah,
and
exactly. Yeah.
And a determined Tom Blomqvist, arguably one of the quickest drivers there is in a sports prototype anywhere on earth.
Yeah.
He's proven that on plenty of occasions, and when it matters in a dogfight, he is mighty. But he's surrounded by other guys you could say the same thing about. Felipe Nasr, Kevin Estra, Jack Aitken. Wow.
Joey Hand is going to have the widest Ford Mustang.
Well, Sandy Mitchell did say it was big.
Yeah, he did. The moon is up. It's in the constellation of Taurus, just at 1%, the waxing crescent. A little smiley face in the sky.
Do you know who's that's let off the hook enormously? Antonio Fuoco, again.
Yeah.
Antonio Fuoco in the 21. This could maybe set a record for a potential win with the most amount of drive-through penalties.
Yeah.
I mean, to take out a car not in your class and one of your Ferrari factory colleagues, while leading, he's got away with this big time. Pratt Miller bringing their 73 LMP2 in for a splash.
Yeah, that's emergency service for Pietro Fittipaldi. With 30 minutes to go, they entered the closed pit out of 8th position. fabulous day, fabulous evening. Air temperature down at 22 now, finally. The heat of the day is gone. Track temperature 24 Celsius, 75 Fahrenheit, 72 in the air. And still, the drama continues to ramp up. This is just
it's bonkers, isn't it?
Absolutely bonkersly brilliant. Pass around starts.
Only at Sebring.
Well, actually, yes and no.
Or Petit. Or the Rolex.
Exactly. Only in the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship.
Yeah, that's a better, more accurate statement.
I absolutely know that there'll be people in certain parts of the world that say, what about this procedure behind the safety car? You have to do the pass-arounds. You've got to do the reset, because the reset of the classes is for safety reasons. The pass-around and the wave-bys is so that you don't ruin another class of racing's event by them getting caught in between the safety car, the leader and their class leader. So you have to do it. Otherwise you get a lap here, 2 laps there, 3 laps there. And that, to me, that's even worse. It does mean there's a finite time. The guys will do this as quickly as possible and try to get it turned around within a lap. We're now under 30 minutes to go. Peter Mackay alongside me, John Hindhaugh, in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre.
This benefits massively the 2 United cars, the number 2 and the 22 that lead LMP2 right now.
They were too early.
They're fine now.
I think they were 3 or 4 minutes too early, but I think
they were tighter
okay.
than they wanted to let on.
Yeah.
And then the number 8 of the Tower car of Tristan Vautier. It also brings the 04 CrowdStrike car of Alex Quinn back in the mix, who'll also be fine on fuel. Ferdy Habsburg in the 18 for Era Motorsport. Then you've got Dane Cameron. I mean, any of those guys, Malaysia in the CDS car, all of a sudden they're all going to be bunched together, and you're going to have a 7-car punch-up in LMP2.
Well, Peter was talking about the fact that this yellow really helps out United. Dan Goldberg, driver of the 22. Certainly your car is in one of those positions. Now you don't have to think about fuel anymore, right? It's just trying to survive to the end?
Well, I mean, the 2 and the 22 were on similar strategy before, both saving fuel and both turning the same laps. You know, it was looking like a 1-2 for us. Now it's going to be a little more exciting, I guess.
You were reminiscing with your team about something that happened last year?
Yeah, well, last year Paul was in front of Mikkel on a restart like this right at the end, and there was a little contact, and we didn't make out so well. So I don't think there's, well, we're teammates this year. We'll just hope it's a little different.
When I talked to you earlier, it had been at the end of kind of a frustrating period of time. You had a drive-through you had to serve. But even then you said, hey, long race, a lot of things can happen. How do you stay focused in this situation?
Well, me, I just stay glued to all the cameras because I got my time done a while ago. But, you know, yeah, it's tough to follow every detail, so we just pay attention to it all, every bit, lap time, sector times, and stay glued to the cameras.
Good luck.
Thank you.
It's Acura Meyer Shank, the 93 followed in by the 60 as they put their Michelin tyres on. Not seeing any fuel going in, quite interestingly, though. And now the 93's got an issue going back up on the air jacks as they try to get the left rear fitted. It's not worked out properly for them. The 60 is going to go off in the way. Sheldon von der Linde's got a fresh set of Michelins as well. And finally, the 93 is able to leave the stall.
They let it go too early, and that will be a penalty, I think, for that car. Another pit lane penalty for that number 93. Van der Linde was out quickly. Blomqvist got out full service there.
Busy. Oh, my word.
It's
all calm at Porsche Penske Motorsport. Travis Law, one of the race engineers who's been with that crew, started as a mechanic on the RS Spider program. He's right there talking to the drivers right now. I can't remember if he's on the 6 or the 7, actually. But
yeah, those three at the back of the GTP field, basically thinking we can't be any worse than we are, so let's put some fuel in and then send them. they didn't actually fill the cars, not by a long chalk. There's smoke drifting past our window at the moment. Do we have a conflagration in the pit lane? I'm not smelling it. 66% for the Sheldon von der Linde BMW. That's just a little bit less, actually, than Felipe Nasr at the front. 65% for Nick Yellerly. Only 55.5 on the way out for Tom Blomqvist. Oh, that's a bit tight. That didn't need to be that tight, surely, when you're going to close up on the back of the field anyway.
No, I think they're okay for fuel. I think they're fine. Yeah, 55%, we're going to be about 20 minutes to go, I would say, so they're fine.
Another warning.
Gradient, I think, are going to need a very quick full course yellow straight after this one, if they have any chance. They've got 22% of fuel left, and
no, they need one right at the end.
Yeah. Well, I think they need one almost instantly, actually, because to try and give them at least some chance of fighting, because where they are, they've not got a hope in terms of pace, but they need a full course yellow again, I think.
Guess what, Peter?
What?
The fastest car in GTD with a 2 minutes .880 has been the AF Corsa USA car. It's had penalty after penalty. It's just had a warning for powertrain parameters as well. That's the car that I think has had the most calls on the penalty screen.
Reigning champions in Michelin Endurance Cup. We're in a really strong position in this race last year, but like many of the Ferraris did, they had technical problems, which took them out of the race last year. Those seem to have been put right. Well, we've seen quite a bit of the Lexus safety car here at Sebring.
Yeah, they're very pretty.
It's a lovely car.
Yeah, love it. Let's go down to Ryan for a note before we go to the final wave by.
A couple of cars that didn't have track position in GTD have come in, Turner Motorsport among them. They're just going to go ahead and throw a set of sticker tires at that BMW and hope for the best. I also have a Mustang, one of the factory ones, parked at pit
64.
in, seemingly recycling the electronics.
65, that is. Fred Verbeek.
Yeah. Exactly right. He now has continued on and will make his way toward his pit box. Final note, I did ask Anders Levens, is this enough? And Peter was right, it's not quite yet. So one more yellow maybe, and that gets them to the finish.
Poor Nick Yellerly didn't know whether he's punched.
It's not been, I doubt this is going to be the favourite week of his career, unless Blake can pull off a miracle here.
No, he didn't know whether he's punched board or countersunk there. He was told, stop, go, stop, go.
Like the Vicar of Dibley. Yeah, no. Yes.
Meantime, Dennis Olsen has come in and gone out in the Ford Mustang. I'm going to say right now, in GT, my nomination for BDO No Strategy is, whatever happens at this point, Joey Hans, Anders Levens and the 66 Gradient crew. They've come from last to first. They did that at Motul Petit Le Mans a couple of seasons ago when they won with the NSX.
Yeah.
They started last as well. I don't think it's going to work out for them, but I love the chutzpah of what they've done. And
it was the only card they had left to play, so
correct.
Why not play it?
Correct. Absolutely
why
right.
not play it?
I love that.
And
I absolutely love it.
You've also got to consider Joey Hand and Jake Walker have had to do some seriously heavy lifting through this race. They've had to put in a lot of drive time and drag that along. Of course, Joey's been a big part of the Ford family for a long time. He's part of the Ford GT program and has put in a lot of hard yards at the development of this car, and being there with a customer team right there, yeah, like I say, he's going to need a quick full course yellow, but we're still talking about them.
Yeah, absolutely. I think my vote in the prototype classes might be Era, actually.
I'll go with that.
As it stands right now, I think Ferdy Habsburg, he's going to be better. I think he'll finish better than fifth. I'll say that right now. But I think it might be Era. They've been around the sharp end all day, but undoubtedly their strategic nous has kept them in this. He'll will be disappointed if they're finished down in 6th with the car that they've had today. Crowdstrike in 4th, Alex Quinn behind the wheel. He'll probably try and go forward. Tower have played a good game as well. It hasn't gone perfectly well for them. And in fact, both of the United cars, it hasn't gone perfectly well for them.
But they've had quick race cars. They are where they should be on pace.
Now, hang on a second. There's a large piece of tyre debris on the front straight. We might not be going back to green quite as quickly as you might have expected. The pits are open for all cars. Let's see if that gets cleaned off.
Right at this exact moment, according to IMSA telemetry, you can look at it on. You go on to your favourite search engine, IMSA telemetry. Right now, Gradient Racing and GTD, Joey Hand has 21% of energy. What does that equate to? Well, 10% of the energy would be about 6 minutes. So he's got approximately 12 minutes of fuel left on board that car. Now, there's 18 and a half minutes left on the clock.
Lights are out on the safety car. We've still got safety workers on the front straight, but they are only at... They're only at turn 7 at the moment. So the lights are out on the safety car. They're at turn 7. Work is still in front of us here on the front straight. The two Porsches, Estra in second, NASA leading, trying to get heat into their Michelin tyres. There's all kinds of shenanigans going on at the front here, speeding up and slowing down. Estra almost running into the back. NASA almost running into the back of the safety car. Speeding up and slowing down. You're not supposed to do that. You're supposed to hold your speed behind the safety car. And quite clearly that's not happening. Estra slows down again. NASA had backed right off the safety car and then sped up again. Estra doing it again, coming through.
Aitken likewise.
And
I don't think you can't give them all a penalty. This has been happening all race long.
Yeah, Nick Yellerly has not done it. So, yeah, this is...
Well, he found out the hard way in practice that a lack of tyre temperature is not good for that Acura. And we're getting cooler and cooler, of course, as we approach. Just coming up for 10 o'clock local time. Track temperature right now, 75 Fahrenheit. That's lower than it was at the start of the race. It was as high as 113. Oh, my.
Oh, my goodness. Travis Law telling the drivers of the two Penskes, get a gap and then listen to me and we'll tell you what to do. So, as it stands right now, is this a swap of positions again from the 6th and the 7th? We've got 16 3/4 minutes to go in the 74th running of the Mobil 1. 12 hours of Sebring. Porsche first and second. NASA weaving around on the front straight. Jack Aitken didn't get a good start. Coming through further back is the BMW of Sheldon van der Linde on Nico Peña, but he can't get that done. So the two Porsches being told to get the hammer down at the front of the field, and then Travis Law, the senior engineer, will be talking to the drivers. This is even more drama to come. Absolutely incredible. Slow car on track as well, as the number 28 car, I think it was, that was going slowly.
Drive-through penalty for the Valkyrie, for Aston Martin, for Heart of Racing. They're down in 10th in class at the moment. A drive-through penalty not been their day, unfortunately.
LMP2, first, second and third. Blomqvist up the inside, tries to have a look. Oh my goodness,
that was the move on the number 5 JDC car to go into 6th place.
Yeah. That means he's already got past Sheldon van der Linde, or has van der Linde already got past Nico as well?
Van der Linde's gone as well.
Yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. Just watching the lead, Mikkel Jensen, Paul de Resta and Tristan Vautier all having a scrap as well.
Vautier was slow off the restart, lost a lot of car lengths, and two United cars were right on it.
Jan Halen was the car reported as going slowly, but that car's picked up pace again and off for the 65 Mustang and rejoins. That's at the exit of turn 11, I think. So difficult to see in the darkness.
Has he got a tyre down at the right-hand side?
I think he might have.
On the rear?
There was damage there, certainly, Peter.
Well.
Also, we've had Miguel Molina with a problem in the 033 Ferrari. 6th place in GTD Pro. I can't believe this. So much still happening with 15 minutes to go.
So in GTD then, Gamble has got past Joey Hahn for the lead. So how can Joey Hahn hang on? They're praying for that full course yellow right now, but they're dropping like a stone. Unfortunately, not enough fuel on board, but they've got to see it through to the end as best they can.
Yeah. They're not going to make it, is the answer to that question. With just 35% of their fuel. No, what's he got there? Number 66.
No, he's way less than that now.
Yeah,
he's way less than that now.
15%.
GTD, the number 96, Turner BMW making great moves forward. Robbie Foley on board, but what happened to the Mustang? I think it got together with the Triarzi car, the 033. Oh my word, Frederick Vervies just drills into the back of Molina. Oh my goodness.
That was why Molina was going slow.
And then one of the other cars, the other Mustang, oh dear, both Mustangs involved, one having to take evasive action. That was the 65, so it must have been the 64 then that drilled into the back. So
I think it was the 65.
No, the 64... No, 65 took evasive action, and the 64 hit the back of the Triarzi.
Good for you. Yeah.
Oh, my word.
Well, he's going to get a penalty for that. Dennis Olsen.
Not like him.
Because he kept his foot in there when he was engaged with the car. Nasser across the line, 2.2 seconds. The lead to his teammate. Make that 3.2. It's going to be very difficult now to change these cars back if that is what Penske wants to do. 2 Porsches, 2 Cadillacs, a BMW, a Cadillac, 2 Acuras, and then the number 5 Porsche. What a shame for JDC Miller Motorsport. That car's been competitive, but coming off that last restart, just absolutely no forward motion at all from Nico Pino, and he's dropped all the way down to 9th position.
Fuoco up to 2nd already in GTD. How many drive-through penalties have they had? And yet Fuoco just charging forward. He has been by far and away, with him on board, that car has been so much faster than everybody else, but he's made so many mistakes as well. But it might not matter. He might be in line to win another Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring in GTD, because he is hunting Tom Gamble down, and Gamble in that Heart of Racing Aston Martin has got to hold him off for 12 minutes.
Radio traffic from Penske pit wall to the 2 cars. Felipe Nasser being told, take it home from here, and Nasser saying, that's what I want to hear. He's got plenty in hand in terms of energy, fuel. He can go 49.3 last time from Nasser. That's only 3/10 away from that car's fastest lap of the race. He's easing away from the field. Without any further intervention, it's going to be the number 7 that will win this, because no one else has got the pace, not even his teammate. The question now, Peter, is can Kevin Estre hold off Jack Aitken? Can Jack Aitken hold off Ricky Taylor, who's less than a second behind him? There's still battles to be had there, and Tom Blomqvist has caught Louis Delatraz as well, albeit for 6th place, but that's 4 points.
Switch for the podium. Ricky Taylor has got past Jack Aitken. This is big for Wayne Taylor Racing. For the last season and a bit, they have had to give best to the number 31 crew. They've been scratching their heads, but slowly but surely they've been getting on top of this Cadillac GTP package, and if they can get on the podium and be the top Cadillac, that is a big step in the right direction for that team.
Yeah, that's huge. 10 minutes left to go. Let's have a look at what else is happening. McLaren number 59 still running as well. It's been a good run from them. They're sitting down in 9th position, though, not what they really wanted. Had more pace than that. Arjuna and Ryan down in the pit lane. Let's have your nominations, please, for BDO Nose Strategy. Let's take GT first. Arjuna, let's have your nomination for GT and the BDO Nose Strategy Award.
I think you have to, we don't often like to give it to our winners, but the fight back from Heart of Racing to be pegged back about halfway through the race, to put themselves back in this position, I think that's one that we would want to talk about. Maybe the other one, though, John, is Turner Motorsports. Remember, they had a bent rim all the way at the start of this race. Clever strategy calls, good timing of their pit stop, staying out of trouble, and the Taco Turner crew on for another top 5 finish in the BMW M4 GT3 Evo.
What about the prototypes for you then, Arjuna?
Oh, I mean, I have to think about the call from the number 7 crew to not take tyres when their sister car did, and that's what flipped the order around, put the 7 back in the front as we headed into the closing stages of the race.
Ryan, GT, BDO No Strategy Award.
I like the Turner call, actually, because remember, they came in at the end of that yellow and just threw tires at it. They didn't have track position, and they've been able to race their way up inside the top 5, maybe even further still with a few laps left. I think that's a pretty good shout.
That prototype?
That's a tougher one. Maybe something for United, because they stretched their fuel a little bit, and we were unsure if they were going to be in the window or not. They caught the yellow. They needed to make it a clear run home without any fuel save, and they're running 1-2.
Peter, GT.
GT is really tough. I mean, great points about the Heart of Racing. I'm going to go Heart of Racing, actually, with my vote, because with the number 27, because they've had a sensor issue. They had a longer pit stop. Yes, they've had a fast race car, but they've had to be on it. And to hold off that 21 Ferrari, which just refuses to go away despite all of its troubles. It's now, the gap's now down to 1.8 seconds, by the way. It's now 1.1. Fuoco's getting closer. Oh, my. So, it's hard. Yeah, my vote would be for Heart of Racing. Prototype, that's tough. That's very, very tough. I think you've got to put Tower in there.
I
think Tower, the number 8, Tower Motorsport. Yeah. They have a turbulent time the last little while. I think they haven't necessarily had the absolute front-running pace through practice that United and CrowdStrike have had, and indeed AO have had. I think they've maximised their opportunity, and I guess that's what BDO No Strategy is all about. But hard to call.
I'm still keeping an eye on Era Motorsport. Ferdy Habsburg's right with Alex Quinn now, but I like the Tower call in prototype. I'm torn between the two teams that you guys have mentioned, 27 Aston, Heart of Racing, and the 96 Turner BMW. I kind of want to throw a curveball in here as well. Honourable mention's got to go to Wright Motorsport for me, with Callum Eilert sitting in 5th position, but they've had their ups and downs today. If I go for the 96, that means that's 2 each, and we'll need a deciding vote. So let's leave it at that for the time being. 6.5 minutes to go.
Let's see if Heart of Racing get the win. That might take it. If they win it, then it has strategy in itself, but if they're going to have to try and hold off Antonio Fuoco, who's charging right now in that 21 AF Corsa Ferrari.
And Robbie Foley is half a second away from a podium finish as well. By the way, Joey Hand has done his pit stop, come back out, fueled to the end, and he's only come out in 8th place, and he's 1 second behind the 13 Autosports car of Matthew Bell, who looked like they were on for a better result than 7th earlier on in GTD. And that is a battle for the GTD bronze. Up to Joey hasn't done his pit stop. He's just coming in now. My apologies.
Fuoco's getting closer. It's now just 0.8 of a second with 5 minutes and 40 seconds to go. This is your battle for the win in GTD. Heart of Racing trying to hang on, but no one has been able to stop Fuoco in that Ferrari today. The only person been able to stop him is him.
Yeah. Our Porsche keys to the race. Do your best work in the dark. Stay away from the penalties. Well, they haven't.
Nope.
Tyres have not been as much of a factor as I thought they might be. Well done to Raymond Cotton and the rest of the Michelin crew here. Traffic has been a factor, but again, not as much as I thought. really interesting race. A lot of good, clean racing. Had 2 long tranches of green flag, which in total was almost half of the race.
Heart of Racing have never won at Sebring before. They are trying to get a historic victory, for they've won so much in this amazing event, but they have never won here at Sebring. And for Dudu Barrichello, who stuffed that pole on that car on pole, amazing lap for the young Brazilian. He's never been here before. What a win that would be. But he's going to have to hold off Fuoco. 4 minutes, 11 seconds on the clock, and now Fuoco's all over the back. Don't need a timing screen now.
Can I just say, Albert Costa, who is another 4 seconds further back, he can't see this at the moment. He might become the unwitting beneficiary, because I can't see either of those drivers, Tonio Fuoco or Tom Gamble, I can't see either of them wanting to give up the position. And I can't see anything but potential issues coming to this. Fuoco's right with the Heart of Racing Aston.
He's going to go for it, surely.
Of course he is.
He's close to. He's going to play for keeps here. For United Autosport in LMP2, they have won in the Sebring 1,000 miles in the World Endurance Championship, but never at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. Bear in mind, we went back to green about 15 minutes ago. The number 2 of Mikko Jensen and the number 22 of De Resta, both for United, have pulled 8 seconds on the Tower Motorsport car. 8 seconds. That's how good a car United Autosports have brought to this race.
Yeah, Habsburg's not been able to get past Alex Quinn dropping away from Tristan Vautier. Vautier not able to hold on to those 2 leaders. As you say, 3/4 of a second between Mikkel Jensen and Paul De Resta, and then an 8-second gap at the front of the field. It's 2.5 seconds between the 2 Porsche Penske 963s, then the 2 Cadillacs. But now, Wayne Taylor Racing, who are ahead. My goodness.
Just takes one slip in traffic, though. One clip with a GT car and a penalty, and it's all gone wrong. But for Felipe Nasr, for Lauren Heinrich, welcome to IMSA WeatherTech at the top level. Of course, GTD Pro champion in the past, and he's proven himself. Julian Andler as well. This crew, amazing. The number 7 Porsche Penske Motorsport machine, of course. It was the number 7 that won in 2008 with the RS Spider overall.
Here comes the pass for the lead in GTD, I think, Peter, as Fuoco's going to try and use the traffic here. He's closing right up on the back of the Aston Martin towards turn 3. This is his big opportunity. He's got to be right underneath the rear wing of the British GT car run by the American team, with Tom Gamble behind the wheel. There's nothing in it here. It's one of the Works Mustangs that's right ahead of them. Can the Aston get through down into turn 7? If he does, that will be the race for me. But he hasn't been able to. He's Fuoco. He's closing right up as they come through the Fangio chicane. More traffic ahead, including one of the BMWs as well. Oh, this is very tight indeed, Conor De Filippi.
Nothing wrong with the straight line speed of that Aston V8. It just gallops, as now the leader overall in the race is blocked behind the Ferrari. Fuoco lets Felipe Nasr go by. The gap at the front is down to 1.6 seconds. Where's Estra? Estra can't be far behind.
Yeah, he's got to get with him as the leader goes through. No, Estra is not in sight.
No, there he is, just behind Fuoco.
Even if we didn't think he was going to win, Nasser's just won the race there in the way he got through those 4 GT cars.
Big moment for Fuoco there. Just a wiggle going through the S's, and Estra dives through. That might win Gamble the race in GTD for Heart of Racing.
They're going to get another lap after this one, though. It's white flag next time by the start-finish line for our leader, Felipe Nasr. We promised you the 74th running of the Sebring 12 hours, the Mobil 1 12 hours of Sebring. is going to go into effectively overtime because time has literally run out as the cars went across the line, and we start the final lap. We promise you 12 hours of action. It's going to be about 12 hours and 2 minutes. And Felipe Nasser goes on to lap 343 with a 2.2 second lead. Ricky Taylor is safe-ish in second. Jack Aitken, though, is not giving up, and it was only half a second between them as they went across the line. In LMP2, 0.2 of a second. Mikkel Jensen and Paul de Rest are the teammates, and Paul de Rest has just put his fastest first sector in of the race. Incredible stuff. In GTD Pro, a second and a half between the two Porsches, and in GTD it's about 0.8 of a second. Is Fuoco going to have a go? I don't think he's close enough.
Blomqvist is all over the back of Aitken for 4th place as well.
Well, there's 3 cars within a second
everywhere.
there. Ricky Taylor.
Here
Jack
comes
Aitken.
Fuoco. He's passed.
He's gone through. He sneaked through. Came from so far back. That's the lead in GTD. Incredible. That came from nowhere in the S's.
And Fuoco's gone. He's but one corner and he's gone.
And then we've got 2 of the almost a touch behind them as they came through to Jean de Bian. Oh, that such a late move, but a clean move from Fuoco that has taken the lead at the last gap. Not even half a lap, maybe 1.5 miles from home. The second round of the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship is won by Porsche Penske Motorsports, and the number 7 car comes through to take it from their teammates. A second and a half behind, it's Ricky Taylor. Some redemption for Wayne Taylor Racing in the number 10 Cadillac. Jack Aitken holds off Tom Blomqvist and Sheldon von der Linde at the line. Nick Yellerly brings the Acura home in 7th. 8th is Louis Delatraz. Nico Peño in 9th for JDC Miller. And it's the 2 United cars that take the victory. 1st and 2nd, the 2 and 22. Fortier bringing the Tower car home in 3rd. And in GTD Pro, 2 Porsches and ahead of that field as well, with Manthey and the Grello ahead of the AO Racing 77, the best of the Corvettes. Hey, how about the Corvettes, by the way? No pace all week. Pick up a 3rd and a 4th, Peter, at the end of the race. And in GTD, a dramatic last lap pass from Antonio Fuoco on Tom Gamble's Aston Martin gives the win to AF Corsa USA ahead of Heart of Racing. And Callum Eilert on the podium for Wright Motorsport in 3rd place, ahead of the Lone Star Mercedes AMG. Our BDO awards then. Tower Motorsport are going to get it in LMP2 for their 3rd position. Ferdy Habsburg, by the way, did get 4th position for ERA. That was my choice. I thought it maybe just another 5 minutes there could have done better, but it's Tower and the number 8 in the prototype ranks. And in GTD, well, can we put a late nom in for Corvette? Where did the lead change then? It was a mistake. The Aston went wide coming through that Tower turn on the last lap. Lost the front end a little bit, and that was all that needed to be seen. Actually, it was, I think, turn 13. And that was all that needed. Let's head straight down to the pit lane and to our overall winners. Here is Ryan Murray.
Actually, it's the LMP2 winners. United Autosport, a 1-2. We'll start with Phil Fayer. You, sir, are a Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring class winner.
Crazy. I would have never thought it if you told me that yesterday. But what a great day. Team made all the right calls. We had a little bumpy start. We took a penalty that unfortunately we had to work our way back on, but gained back our lap and moved our way forward. I'm so proud of these guys. What a great team effort today.
Great team, great drivers. Mikkel brought it home. Hunter McElrea, you had a big part to play. You were nipping at the lead or at the heels of the leader for a good part of one of your last stints in the car. Did you know the car was strong enough for Mikkel to go for the win?
Yeah, I mean, we just put ourselves in position. Obviously, it was a rough start, like Phil said, but we just executed after that, and we were hitting fuel numbers, putting ourselves in the right spot at the end, and the car was mega, you know. So I was shocked with the fuel numbers we were needing to do, how fast we were, and that we were fighting for the lead. So, yeah, pretty stoked with this one. First Sebring 12-hour win, and doesn't get too much better.
Did your teammate make you a little bit nervous there at the end, Phil?
Did he ever? Where are we going?
You're going to victory lane. Enjoy it.
Porsche Penske Motorsports are victorious here in the Sebring 12 hours. Lauren Heinrich, Julian Andau join Felipe Nasser as overall 36 hours of Florida winners. Lauren, you're showing a lot of maturity in this prototype, even with a little experience.
Yeah, I mean, that's the expectation, right? Since I've been called up to this role, into this program, I knew that I'm here to perform. You know, Porsche Penske Motorsport is so successful, and today we had another chance to prove it once again. You know, it's incredible to not only win Daytona, but now also Sebring. At my first shot at the overall victory, same as Daytona. It takes time until it settles in, you know, but the crew has done a perfect job. Also, congrats to the 6 car. You know, a 1-2 result. It's a perfect day for Team Penske and Porsche Motorsport, you know, clinching the overall honors here.
Was it a nervy race at the start and the end? Was the tension quite high?
I mean, the tension was high, you know. Going through the heat of the day is hard through the double stints. Then I think we all saw the end, you know. The fist really came up. So thanks to Felipe for once again executing there at the end. And yeah, I mean, I'm speechless. You know, it's incredible to achieve this at such a young age for me, and hopefully the first of many. Congrats. Thank you.
Well, that's our two leaders, our BDO No Strategy Award prototype, as we said, going to Tower Motorsport for their excellent third place. Possibly didn't have quite the outright pace of the United cars and some of them around them. Honourable mention has to go to ERA. And in the GT category, even though they only got second place, I think it has to go to the Aston Martin Hartner Racing team. They dealt the cards, they played the cards rather, that they were dealt rather splendidly. You can say the same for Tower as well. And strategically, they were pretty impressive. Didn't quite have the overall speed at the end. Tom Gamble being very, very fair. Antonio Fuoco hunted them down, but those are our two BDO GT and prototype No Strategy winners. Back to Arjuna for more from the winners.
I'm here with Ricardo Fella. Grello succeeds in their second outing in 2026. What a hard-fought win after the disappointment of Daytona. How are you feeling now?
Yeah, I'm super happy. Obviously, first victory for the Grello in the US. Very, very proud of the whole team. We had a great car, perfect race, and yeah, now it's time to celebrate.
How are you going to celebrate tonight? What's the plans?
I don't know. I'm not from here, so I don't know where's the place to go, but let's see. For sure, we will have a drink with the boys later. Enjoy. Thank you.
Conquest and Turner both losing places at the end. Albert Costa coming home in 7th place. The BMW of Robbie Foley dropping down to 5th. So clearly, again, something happened in the darkness there, Peter. We'll go to Michelin Post Race Tech in a moment. Hashtag Michelin PRT, please, to @IMSA Radio. We'll get some more interviews from the guys who are moving their way towards victory lane now, as are the class winners. Your thoughts here before we wind up on the worldwide TV feed. A classic. I certainly think it was a really good race. We had a little, perhaps too much intervention from the safety car at the end. No choice, you can't help but do that. But there was some cracking racing throughout there, particularly in the 3 and a bit and 2 and a bit hour green flag that we had, where you really saw the strengths and weaknesses of the individual manufacturers and teams.
It was a real thriller, and arguably one of Porsche's greatest days here at the Sebring International Raceway. This is now their 20th win in the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring. No other manufacturer comes close. But to also score a GT class victory as well. Yeah. Now, in the past, they almost had the GT class to themselves. Those days are long gone.
Yeah.
And they've had to, and they finished 1-2, of course, overall and in GTD Pro. Yeah, great day for Porsche. And
got a Porsche on the podium in GTD as well. So in terms of podium positions, take out LMP2 because they're not in there. There are 9 podium positions, of which Porsche have filled 5 of them. Incredible.
Yeah. And also, can anyone stop Porsche Penske Motorsport? That's the question, but...
Other than Porsche Penske Motorsport?
Specifically, can anyone stop Felipe Nasr? He is relentless. When it really comes down to it, nobody can touch him right now.
Not even Kevin Estre.
Not even one of the greatest we've ever seen.
Unofficial results then of the WeatherTech Sports Car Championship Round 2 for 2026 at the Mobil 1 12 Hours of Sebring sees Porsche Penske Motorsport with the first 2 positions, with Felipe Nasr, Julian Andler and Lauren Heinrich taking the win ahead of their teammates Kevin Estre, Lawrence Vantour and Matt Campbell. The same winning trio as we had at the Rolex 24 Hours of Daytona. Back-to-back long distance victories then for the 7 crew. First of the Cadillacs was the number 10, Ricky Taylor, brought that one home. As we go into the LMP2s, 10th position for the number 2 LMP2 from United Autosport, 2nd for United Autosport, 3rd for Tower, the number 8 car. That was a decent scrap all day long as well, with ups and downs for everyone. As we move outside the top 20, the GTD Pro winners, the 911 Manthey team for Thomas Preining, Klaus Bachler and Ricardo Fuller. AO Racing pushed them hard, led a lot of race laps as well with Harry King, Nick Tandy and Alessio Picariello. And how about Corvette coming home on the podium at the very end there? 3rd and 4th position for the 4 and 3 cars. Best beat of the BMWs in that category coming home. That's the Paul Miller Racing team in 5th position in class. For GTD, a battle that swapped on the last half lap of the race. Leila Wadu, Simon Mann and Antonio Fuoco pipping Tom Campbell, Tito Baricello and Zachary Robichon, with a Porsche in 3rd place, Callum Eilert, Adam Adelson and Tom Sargent. Lone Star Racing were in the conversation all day. Turner Motorsport dropped some positions at the end there. 13 Autosport, Matt Bell might have hoped for more than that with Thori Fidani and Lars Kern. Below that, people who had problems getting down to the 40s. Saw Jan Halen putting in some good times towards the end, but their race was run earlier on. Inter Europol had problems as well. And Winward Racing out early on. Lamborghini was withdrawn by Wayne Taylor Racing after problems. Inception had that issue with Brendan Areeb, and then he drove into the side of one of the BMW prototypes. Reese out in a nasty accident at the final corner when they spun and then got picked up by the 57 Winward car. Stay tuned or tune over to imsaradio.com and to RS2. Thank you very much to all of our syndications, to all of our technicians here at the track, at Concord and back in London. It's Michelin post-race tech next, and we go to a 100-minute race next time out for the Michelin, for the WeatherTech IMSA Championship. And that is on the streets of Long Beach. We'll have that for you coming up in a few weeks' time. Michelin Post-Race Tech next on RS2. I'm John Hindhaugh for the team and the international TV feed. Thanks for watching. We'll see you on the West Coast.
The checkered flag ends the race, but it's only the start of the conversation. Michelin Post-Race Tech on imsaradio.com. Have your say. Ask the experts. Make your point. Michelin Post-Race Tag. The end of the race is only the beginning.
Michelin post-race tech. We'll talk about that race in more detail in a moment. Let's get straight down to Arjuna, who has just grabbed Felipe Nasser out of the winning Porsche.
Lauren Heinrich's just come up to congratulate Felipe, and they've had a really great moment. But what history, John? Both Team Penske and Felipe Nasser making history. The first driver and team to win the overall 36 hours of Sebring back-to-back. Felipe, I mean, let's go back to the start of the race. Plenty of contact between you and the Acura, but you've come all the way through 12 hours on top. How crazy was the first hour of this race, let alone the 11 that followed?
Yeah, the first hour was rough. I just wanted to get clean through the start, but all the competitors had a different idea, and I mean, it's 12 hours to go. I just wanted to keep the car in one piece because the last hours is what it really matters. So we got through the day. My teammates did a phenomenal work, no mistakes, kept the car in one piece. It was fast all day. And winning for that guy, that's what I'm here for.
An emotional moment. He's going to go over to congratulate Roger Penske. But what does this mean to have this bond between you and Roger and to have this sort of success with him as well? Give him a moment. He's celebrating right now. First hugging Julian Andelauer. Now celebrating with Mr. Penske himself in what is a historic year for Penske Racing. And, of course, in their special Mobil 1 livery as well. 30 years of celebration here. John, they're grabbing all their photos, so I'm going to head over to Ryan and see who else we can catch up with.
Well, how about the hero of the GTD class? Antonio Fuoco was working on Tom Gamble at the Heart of Racing Aston for, 10-15 minutes. On the last lap, you finally got the move made. How'd you do it?
Yeah, I think it was one of the most chaotic races I've done so far, but yeah, I think it was really tough because we got the drive-through half an hour to go, so we dropped back to P8 and we really keep pushing until the end. I want to thank all the team because they did an amazing job. Lilu, Simon, they pushed since the beginning, so this win is really for all of them. And yeah, for the last lap, I was trying to put a bit of pressure to Tom in front, and he made a small mistake. I saw the opportunity, and I mean, it was last lap. I try everything.
When you had the drive-through with 30 minutes to go, did you think you'd be standing here 30 minutes later?
I mean, I was saying on the radio, never give up, and then the safety came, and we knew, I mean, we had a good pace today through all the race, so I think it was, I mean, here and then, you know, it's difficult to overtake, but we put everything together and we managed to win this race.
How are you and the A, of course, the crew going to celebrate this one?
Yeah, I mean, as I said, it's really to all the team because they did an amazing job, so we're going to go to celebrate later.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Well, Tom Gamble will be a bit disappointed, I'm sure. An absolutely clean pass by Antonio Fuoco to take the lead, Peter. Some questionable driving. He got penalised for it. That was what the drive-through was for. It didn't come out of nowhere. He drilled the side of another Works Ferrari driver. Dropped down to 8th, but that was a fast car all day, that number 21 AF Corsa USA.
Streets ahead. Totally streets ahead, particularly with Antonio in it. Now, is Antonio...
I thought Simon Mann did a really good job of it, to be honest.
I was just about to say that, is that Antonio is absolutely right to mention Lilo Badou and Simon Mann. Saw Simon sitting with his dad at the at breakfast, who's got a great heritage with motor racing, that family, and put a lot into it, and they've been rewarded with a Sebring win. And, I mean, for them as big Ferrari fans, to have a works driver like Antonio Fuoco in their corner, and the magic he was able to create. He created quite a lot of chaos as well, but he was creating so much magic that it didn't matter in the end.
Let's go to Arjuna with the other side of that story. Tom Gamble is with him now, and then we'll go to the third place car in GTD, the Porsche of Wright Motorsport. Arjuna?
Tom, what a race. Started on pole, yes, he fell back. Did you think you'd be fighting for the podium a couple of hours from the end of that race?
Yeah, I think so. We had a very quick car. Yeah, it was a very back and forth race, to the front, to the back, to the front, to the back, and then, yeah, looking strong in the end, and then I thought I had enough of a gap, and then all of a sudden this Ferrari kind of appears very quickly like a missile in the mirrors, And yeah, I just over pushing, trying to keep him behind, and made a small mistake, got caught out by the rear of the car. And yeah, obviously dropped a second. So a bit disappointing really to have the win so close and then to balls it up. But yeah, nevertheless, massive thank you to my teammates, the team. They did an amazing job. Just a bit gutted I couldn't sort of repay them with a win today. I felt like it was kind of there for the taking, and obviously a mistake on my behalf ruined it. So yeah, we'll be back next time. But you know, still a third and second to start the season is very, very good points. So taking the positives and all that. But yeah, obviously a bit disappointed, but yeah, it might take a while to get over that one.
Try not to be too disappointed. Great effort, and hopefully we'll see you back next time out.
Thank you, mate. Cheers.
It's a third-place finish for Adam Adelson in Wright Motorsports. You've won a lot of big races before, but for the last year, you've been the owner of Wright Motorsports. To be on the podium as driver and owner at a race as historic as this one, is this about as special as it gets?
Yeah, I mean, especially considering how Daytona went and, you know, unfortunately just a pretty considerable lack of what we consider good results for ourselves over the past year. This is everything, you know. Callum, first time participating in a GT race in IMSA, and, you know, closing at night at Sebring. That's an insanely tough place to be, and he did an amazing job. Tom did an incredible job as well. You know, I'm super happy with the way I got back on the horse after Daytona, and we needed this one. We've had a lot of bad luck, and I'm really happy that some luck finally went our way.
We certainly are happy for you as well. So congratulations, enjoy this one, and we'll see you down the road.
Perfect, thank you.
Tommy Milner makes his 20th Sebring 12-hour start. I know that's a stat that maybe he wishes I didn't bring up too many times, but Tommy, up and down weekend for Corvette, but on the podium, is this something you thought you'd see on Wednesday when you hit the track for the first time?
I don't think that we expected to be on the podium, but as always with this team, with Corvette Racing and Pratt Miller, you know, even if we don't have the fastest cars, we try to find ways to make things happen. And we knew outright pace wasn't probably going to be our strong suit. Even so, at the end of the race, the car was quick, not fast enough to catch the Porsches there at the end. But we did everything right today. You know, the guys in the pits had perfect pit stops. I mean, in reality, we gained a spot under yellow there because the one car was sleeping a little bit on the class split. So, you know, you take passes however you can get them. And when you don't have the fastest car, we'll take them like that. So, I mean, Nikki and Nico did an amazing job today. Nikki at the end. Sebring's always so messy. We've seen it from year after year here at the end. It wasn't too bad this year. But it's a super high-pressure moment there to be in the car with 30 minutes to go after a safety car when everybody's tensions are high. And he played it perfectly and did a great job.
Third and fourth for the team. So even though this wasn't the best of weekends, you can take plenty of momentum as we roll on to the next of our races and head into the sprint part of the season.
Yeah, certainly. I mean, we talked about at the start of the year that this year we needed to sort of focus on scoring points and not going for Hail Marys sometimes, going for race wins. And I started to try to push the team a little bit into a Hail Mary at the end, and I'm glad they didn't listen to me, thankfully. So yeah, that's kind of been our mentality, is trying to think about points so much, you know, more often. And when you do that, I feel like you put yourself in a better position to have good results. And when it falls your way, great, get wins that way. But if it's a third place, you know, certainly we'll take that, obviously. So very, very happy, super happy for the Corvette Racing, the Pratt Miller guys. Good day for us.
Good points on the board. Thanks, Tommy.
Yeah, thank you.
An amazing story. 0 practice laps for Nick Tandy, who's been under the weather all week, and a podium result in class in GTD Pro for AO Racing. Ever been a part of a podium quite like this one?
No. I don't think I've ever started a race without having any practice laps since I was little, racing, you know, stock cars. So when we'd be too late at the circuit to miss the practice laps. I mean, you only get 3, but so go straight out in the race. But I mean, luckily I didn't have to do the whole race by myself, and I got some awesome teammates who set the car up, you know, during practice. I kind of watched on from my hotel room, following on the intercom remotely and watching the live timing. But yeah, the car was mega. In the end, it was a great race. You know, how we kind of went through Daytona was such a disappointment. You know, we were never in the fight there at all, and it's just refreshing for everyone in the team to come here and be competitive and fight at the front.
Very competitive, because the car had the fastest lap of the race in class. That would have been inconceivable a couple, 6 weeks ago in Daytona, right?
Yeah, exactly. And, you know, the team and they've done a lot of work, honestly, you know, a lot of work. It's not nice when you put in so much work during the winter and you turn up and you have 2 weeks of kind of watching the others drive away from you. But, yeah, it's... you know, everyone wants a chance to go racing, and you know, today was a real good race, and there was, you know, lots of cars. In the end, it turned into a Porsche on Porsche battle. But it's because those two cars were fast, and honestly, Manthey did a flawless race, and so did we. So yeah, I think both cars deserve to be in the front two.
This puts you in good stead for the rest of the season?
Yeah, exactly. Good championship points for, you know, full season entry cars. So yeah, real good momentum to build on. Looking forward to Laguna.
All right, we'll see you there. Enjoy the cold one and hope you feel better.
Thanks, buddy.
Yeah, the point that's been made there, not all of the classes going to Long Beach, of course, and the West Coast swing coming up before we head to Le Mans for the break. Thanks to our reporters. We'll listen out just in case they manage to grab anybody else down there. So GTD then, with the Ferrari, the Aston and the Porsche, I thought a good point made by Adam Adelson there. Callum Eilert, absolutely brilliant at the end there. Bit of a stealth run for that number 120. It's a car that always looks fabulous. It was in the top half of the field. I'm not sure I would have put money on it for a podium. I'll come back to that thought in a moment as Ricky Taylor joins us down in the media scrum by the victory circle.
Well, 2025 was a building year, let's say, and building to a podium here in the Sebring 12 Hours. Ricky Taylor, how are you feeling?
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. It feels like everything's kind of coming together. We had a great off-season. The relationship between Cadillac and Wayne Taylor Racing goes back a long way. But coming to the GT Pre program, it was like starting fresh again. A lot of new people, very different car, a lot for us as a team to learn, and I feel like we're really gelling, not just as a 10-car or Wayne Taylor Racing, but with everybody. My teammates, everybody just had a really great weekend working together, and I think the team made all the right decisions with the car setup, despite, you know, us trying to steer them in a different direction. They made all the right calls, and I feel like this is the best result we could hope for, and just great to have a result for the team to motivate the guys to stick with it and keep pushing that we're on the right track.
And how motivating is it to be the best Cadillac, to have come out on top in a fight against the Cadillac Whelen team in the closing stages of the race?
Yeah, they're an amazing team, and really gracious with how everybody's working together within the three Cadillac stable, and if you can be head-to-head against the Whelen Action Express car, you're doing something right, and I can say we're kind of back to where we'd like to be. Coming into the race events for the second time with this car, it makes a whole world of difference, and just really excited to get to Long Beach with Philippe and all the guys.
See you there.
See you there. Thanks.
Team Penske President Jonathan Duguid backstage celebrating and debriefing moments ago with his drivers. On a day, Jonathan, that started with Roger Penske serving as the Grand Marshal, it ends with a 1-2 finish for Porsche Penske. About as Penske perfect as you could ask for?
Yeah, we didn't get the pole, so that's the one thing we didn't check off this weekend. But no, in general, the race was extremely smooth, and you know, RP wouldn't miss the Sebring 12 Hours at all. He loves being here. He loves being on the timing stand. And it's great to be able to have our cars display the pace like they did today.
The good news is you had two really fast cars. The tricky part of that is you have to manage two really fast cars, and especially at IMSA, making sure pit entry and things like that are taken care of. That's something you have to consider. Take us through some of the communication with the teams and how that played out between the two team cars in the final couple of hours.
Yeah, sure. I think the best way to describe it is we had to make some difficult decisions today, but we made the right decisions to make sure we finished 1-2. that was the goal, was to make sure Porsche won first, and if we could finish 1-2 after that, that's the goal, and that's what we did.
Dream start to the season. How do you keep the momentum up?
Just keep going. Obviously on the Long Beach where we were strong last year, and the Porsche is performing well, and the new Michelin tire seems to suit our car quite a lot. So really looking for the battle that's going to be on Long Beach. It's always a different sprint race approach, and the cars are really aggressive, and the drivers get aggressive too as well. So it'll be exciting.
How hard were your drivers pushing, especially late in the race, and how much was it simply managing the gap that you had been able to build?
No, look, we had 3 or 4 very tight restarts there at the end, and so nobody was saving anything, and everybody's going for maximum position there, and we were able to hold all the other guys off and come home 1-2.
It is the 60th anniversary of Team Penske. They're undefeated in the IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Championship. That's Team President Jonathan Dogood.
Yeah, good point there, gentlemen. Very good point indeed. Just going back to that Adam Adelson, the Wright Motorsport car. Not exactly stealthed their way up onto the podium, but certainly did a good job. And Callum Eilert in the dark at the end, superb, Peter.
It was a great stint from Callum Eilert when it mattered. And as Adam Adelson rightly said, that's still very new to him. He's a quality driver in single-seaters and prototypes, but GTs is still pretty new to him. So that takes a while, and the other drivers around him are very familiar with their packages. But is it a surprise that a Porsche GT3R, with the way things shook out today on the podium? No, because they were 1-2 in GTD Pro. So there's no reason why they shouldn't have been. Not taking anything away from that. I think Callum dragged the best that he could from that position he was in. But it's certainly been a red letter day for Porsche specifically.
If we look at GTD Pro, Porsche there as well, I think Nick Tandy summed it up. There were pretty decent runs from both of those cars. It could have gone either way. There was a lot of happy people who didn't win. Okay, not Tom Gamble, but a couple of thirds and seconds there who were obviously quite happy. Corvette, third and fourth, outstanding there. And once again, you said it, never count them out. They seem to find something in the race.
They're a relentless operation. They've done it for 25 years. Okay, it's a slightly different guise than it used to be, but the same ingredients remain. A lot of the same drivers remain, of course. They've been with that operation for such a long time. And, yeah, they maximised their package. I mean, looking at their best lap of the race for the number 4 car, it was a 2:01.1. For the number 3 car, it was only a 2:01.4. You compare that to the Porsches, 2 flat 0.6 for the AO car and 2 flat 0.7 for the Manthey car. So they're nowhere near on one lap pace, really. So that's the one car I would be looking at who I think is going to be really disappointed, even though they've come in 5th, top 5. Number 1, Paul Miller, BMW. They could have easily won that. Well, not easily, but they no reason why they couldn't have won that race. But they got punted by one of the Corvettes, the number 4 car, Nico Varone, and didn't quite perform in that last stint, sadly.
I heard Tommy Milner saying that they got a position because Conor De Filippi didn't take the class split when he should have, and both Corvettes got by him. That's really interesting.
Unusual.
Very unusual mistake for Conor.
Likewise, for the championship, you have to say the Fords they did not have the pace at all week, and it didn't come in the race either.
No.
And yet, the number 64 car, finished by Dennis Olsen, 6th place. I actually think if you were to offer them that at the beginning of the race, I think they'd go on an each-way bet. They'd go, actually, I'll take it and run.
I agree. I agree with that halfway up the field effectively. LMP2 was the usual dogfight. I don't think anybody had a clean race there. We gave Tower the BDO No Strategy Award. They clearly had a good package, particularly when Christian Vautier was behind the wheel. It almost all came to tears for United with the 2 and the 22, Mikkel Jensen and Paul de Resta fighting to be alpha male in that team.
Yeah, could be right. Yeah, and they'll probably go toe to toe in the World Endurance Championship with Paul Perzo and Mikkel about part of the McLaren program. But it's so well deserved for United Autosports.
Yeah,
they are hugely committed to global sports car racing, not just one single championship.
No.
that you can basically go to them and they can take you to race pretty much anywhere in the world, as long as it's in an LMP2. And they have some great minds in that team, but they're also a no-nonsense team as well. There's no frills necessarily. They just get the job done. And there's been many times where they've nearly got a result and it's not happened. But now they've got it. And you think after winning the Rolex and Watkins Glen last year, adding Sebring here shows you when it's an endurance race, they know how to get the job done.
Half a second between them at the line. Tower in third. Era in fourth. Possibly could have been a bit more. They rolled the dice at the end. Freddie Habsburg took a wee time to get past Alex Quinn in the CrowdStrike car, but he did that, demoted them to fifth position. CrowdStrike will not be happy with fifth, but that's about where they were when you look at the times. I think the most disappointed will be AO Racing because that number 99 car had pace all day and led a heck of a lot of laps.
Yeah, they maybe led even the most laps potentially of the day. It'd be interesting to see that data. They'll be really disappointed with that. Sixth place, the front running car most of the day, and likewise CrowdStrike. But then their day could have been over in a pile of bits when Toby Sowry had that spin at turn one, and he did well to keep it out the road. So maybe fifth is good. I don't know. Then you look further down. I mean, PR1 Matheson. I think without that detached wheel, they would have won our BDO No Strategy Award because they managed to recover onto the lead lap with a 5-minute stop-and-go penalty.
Yes, good point.
You make that kind of error in a pit stop. It's not like them. Multiple champion in LMP2. You don't win those championships with making those kinds of mistakes.
As far as the GTPs are concerned, very disappointed right at the end there that JDC Miller ran out of a bit of steam. They'd been running in the top 6, top 5 and really been there. End up in 9th position just on the last restart. Something didn't quite go right for them. We've talked about the two Porsches. I thought a very diplomatic answer by Jonathan Duguid about managing the teams. There was clearly quite a lot going on behind the scenes there. The question was asked of Ricky Taylor, how important was it to be the top Cadillac? That's the first time they've been top Cadillac for a wee while. And in a straight fight, Ricky Taylor beat Jack Aitken.
That's a massive step in the right direction. They know they've been getting there. They know they've been getting their head around it. But to get the hard result, to stand on the podium when the other Cadillac isn't, that matters. And Ricky, of course, ever just the consummate professional and most of all gentlemen, very quick to point out that they're a united front in the three Cadillacs, and they have to work together, particularly if they're going to get on top of these pesky Porsches. But make no mistake about it, in the truck tonight in the debrief, they will be like, yes, we're now top dog going into Long Beach.
Yeah.
Big change.
Acura. Meyershank Racing. Not the fastest car, all right? Absolutely not the fastest car, but they planned, they schemed, they got a bit of luck, they had a chance at the end. All right, it was a bit of a Hail Mary, but they came in. They absolutely shot themselves in both feet with pit lane penalties.
Yeah, and I think, it's a car that you've got someone of the sheer brilliance of Tom Blomqvist, who seems to be able to grab the horse by the reins and drag lap time that just seemingly doesn't exist out of it. He did that in the mid part of the race, put in a very strong lap time. Qualifying, he had to dig really deep, but those cars were really, really nervous and difficult to drive.
Yeah, particularly on cold tyres.
In the fast cold tyres, on the fast corners. I mean, when you see drivers like Nick Yellowly and Renger van de Zande spinning off the road on their own, you know that car is a nightmare to drive.
BMW, bad luck for the 25 car, nothing that they could really do. They got the car back out again. It'll be classified in 11th, just behind the Aston Martin Harter Racing team. I don't think they'll be overly happy either with the reliability problem that they had that dropped them 12 laps off the lead. In the end, they only finished 2 laps ahead of the BMW that had the accident damage. But you can't take anything away from Porsche Penske Motorsport. Let's have a quick final word from down on the pit lane from up here in the Ford Racing Global Broadcast Centre. Arjuna and Ryan, let's start with you, Ryan. You did double duty. What will you take away from this, and what's your abiding memory of the 2026 Round 2, the 74th running of the Mobil 112 Hours of Sebring?
A combination of things, John. I mean, the atmosphere here is so good. It's superb, right? And that was the case once again. In fact, it raised the bar even further. We talked about it a number of times. The crowd was extremely strong. The grid was packed. The atmosphere was tremendous. But I go to the final lap of the race in GTD, and of course, somehow coming out on top. I mean, they would give Sisyphus hope, right? Every time they rolled the boulder to the top of the hill, it rolled back down. But this time, they got it to the top, and it stayed. How about that from Antonio Fuoco? Really impressive. That's what I'm going to remember from this year.
That might be the quote of the weekend.
Yeah, but the only thing is he kicked the boulder down the hill himself.
Well, that is fairly true. and then got crushed underneath it as it went. More Wile E. Coyote than Sisyphus, I think. Thank you, Ryan, for all your hard work. Arjuna will give you the last word on this. You've pounded the pit lane all week this week, and I mean, a pit lane that's busy, that's full of hope, that sees the issues. You see the issues that go on. I think a good race, all in all, from what happened on the track. From your point of view, what, again, will be your abiding memory of this weekend's action?
First, like Peter said, it was quite impressive how often the 21 AF Corsa crew almost tried to lose the win by themselves. But I think I agree, with what Ryan said about the atmosphere. This is my first time at Sebring with actual fans, and it is amazing. A lot of people told me that this would be a more tiring race than Daytona in a lot of ways, and that was something that I definitely experienced as well, although I think our fans here probably had a bit more of a party than the work that was done by some of our teams. John, ultimately, the thing that I take from this is we've had 36 hours of racing, and we are 2 rounds into our championship year. When we head to Long Beach, it's a very different sort of a race. And until we get to Watkins Glen, to Road America, and to Petit Le Mans, the remaining 3 Michelin Endurance Cup rounds, we're not going to see some of the teams, and the type of racing is going to be so different as well. And we're very early in 2026.
That's a very good point that you make there, gentlemen. Thank you very much indeed. We have to thank BSI for our facilities in the pit lane, Mike. A particular thanks to Rob Diaz, who has been working tirelessly with us here. He's had a bit of a back problem this week, and Jason had to jump in, but he was back as soon as he'd seen the chiropractor. Rob, I know you're sitting next door listening. Thank you very much indeed for all the hard work, as well as Aaron, Keith D'Alessandro, everybody up at Concord, and all of our hard-working camera operators and techs here as well. It's been Rob on the last part of the weekend here, but also we had Tim Gray, and Curry was involved as well, although not necessarily on our part of the broadcast. But after 3 completely different races, we're still not quite finished, because tomorrow it will be the conclusion of the Mugello 12 hours, the Michelin 12 hours of Mugello. Joe Bradley and Johnny Palmer in the booth for that, and Sarah Esser down in the pit lane. Well, when we reflect on this, we will think that we have seen something pretty special, and I think we'll be right on that, because with 55 cars starting, it was always going to be a race that took a wee bit of time to settle down. It went bonkers in that first hour. We've seen a dominant performance at the front by Porsche. Was it that dominant, or was that just Penske being Penske? With other teams making mistakes, you can't allow Roger Penske and his team to do that on you. As we go to the streets of Long Beach, and from one of the longer races of the season to one of the shortest, will the balance of power change? Not just in that class, but in the GTs as well. It's been a great weekend. I'm John Hindhaugh. Thanks for being with us, and we'll be back on the streets of Long Beach, April the 17th and 18th. Join us then on IMSA Radio and IMSA TV. From Sebring, bye-bye.
For more, check IMSARadio.com and subscribe to IMSA Radio wherever you get your podcasts. Racing on America's classic circuits. This is IMSA Radio.
Delighted to say that joining me now from Brembo, the brake people, Mike Messina is with us. Welcome back.
Thank you for having me, John.
Sebring, often said that 12 hours of Sebring is worth 24 hours anywhere else in terms of testing cars. Even going back into the LMS days, Audi used to come here and test for prior to Le Mans even. What is it about Sebring that tests the cars and the components, including the brakes, that makes it such a good testing circuit?
There's actually a lot of answers to that question. Sebring really represents and introduces pretty much every variable you could imagine in a racing scenario. And so when I talk about variables, it's we talk about things like weather. We talk about different surfaces. We talk about surface composition, surface flatness. We talk about different types of corners, whether you have straight line braking corners or trail braking corners. You have high speed corners, low speed corners. And Sebring is really just one of those unique places in the world, probably the only place that I can really think of that introduces it has the potential at least to introduce all of those variables in a single visit.
We say respect the bumps. Sebring has it as their hashtag. It's not just the bumps, but does the bumpiness of the surface, does that play into it? And how do you have to factor that in to braking performance?
So there's two elements that really make up braking performance. I always say you having a car with great brakes is not the same thing as having a great braking car. And so at Sebring, what we look at are the two main elements that make up a great braking car. So you have the objective braking data, which is this is how many longitudinal G-forces we're creating. This is the stopping power. This is the heat energy that we're building, and all of those sort of technical elements that go into it. The wear and those types of things. But there's also the subjective element, which is how does it feel to the driver? Is it progressive? Does it react with a little bit of effort, or does it take a lot of effort to make the braking system react? What's the responsiveness of the pedal? What's the controllability of the pedal and the feel that the driver is having? Does it feel confident in his brakes, for example? So you really have to merge those two elements to come up with the ultimate solution.
On the layout of the circuit itself, Mike, there's a big long back straight down towards turn 17, which I suspect is one of the places the brakes can recover just a little bit and cool down. But it strikes me that as you go through turn 1, pretty much all the way to turn 16 onto the back straight, there's not much time for the brakes to cool down and recover.
There is not. And so this is where we get into heat management and repeatability and consistency. And so cooling becomes very critical. There's a lot of things to consider there also, because between turns 1 and 16, you have roughly 2.5-3 different types of surfaces. That is one of the interesting elements about Sebring is that if you compare it to a track like Daytona, we were just at the 24 hours of Daytona. Yeah. And if you look at the number of brake applications at Daytona versus a track like Sebring, there's literally almost double the amount of brake applications at Sebring. And so a 12-hour race at Sebring, as far as the brakes are concerned, is easily the equivalent of 24 hours at Daytona. And there is not a lot of time and speed to cool those things down. So when we look at what we call initial application temperatures, so that is, what is the temperature of the brake disc, for example, when the driver applies the brakes? That's our starting point. obviously we have spikes that, we'll see temperatures, exceed 1500 degrees F. But what we really start to focus on is what is that initial temperature when the driver goes to the brake, because that's one of your biggest determining factors in what's going to happen after he hits the brake pedal, and then also how long those brakes are going to last.
We have a difficulty rating, a brake difficulty rating that you and the engineers from Brembo come up with. And this is not just sticking a finger in the air, this is data driven. And I'm looking at your Brembo brake fact here, and it says 5 out of 5 here. I don't think we see that at any other circuit on the IMSA schedule. Certainly not in a